If you're listening, you're a member of the Road Gang because this is Road Gang Radio.
Saddle up. We're wasting sun.
It's Jimmy Mack. It's Lindsay Lawler. It's New Orleans. It's Nashville. A show about making a living. A show about making a life. It's the biggest...
Is that a fat joke?
And the best collection of voices in trucking, transportation, and travel. Not only in this world, but beyond.
We're looking at you, Zebulon 5.
Let's turn this sucker over.
I think that's your cue, Phone Master Dre.
Good morning, Road Gang, because we are live from the House of Degas, also known as Fastport Studios, and we are happy to be here, Jimmy Mack.
Oh my God, sitting right in the heart of the history of trucking radio. It's just about 2 minutes away. If you caught an Uber right now or got in your car and drove on down, you would be on Rampart Street, and you would be looking at the building that's now apartments. As Dave likes to point out, you set something up for Dave, you know what he does? He's like, oh, it's now apartments. And then it lets it lie there flat. It is apartments, but actually what he doesn't add is that the station, the television station, and a lot of the accoutrements that go along with it have just moved a building down or so.
Yeah.
Really great looking place, by the way. Wasn't so great looking when Dave started over there, though, was it? Matter of fact, he would talk about coming out of there 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock in the morning, and the door being actually blocked by somebody having passed out on the door on Rampart Street, by the way.
About right.
We are in the heart of the city of New Orleans, less than 6 blocks away from where the fairgrounds is held, less than about 10 blocks away from one of the most gorgeous city parks in the United States, also the third biggest one in the U.S.
Massive, dude.
Massive, by the way. A lot of people playing golf out there. Don't be too hard on those golfers, by the way, because they're who pays for the park to stay as nice looking as it is. They provide an endless stream of revenue for the rest of the park, which has wildlife preserves, has a wonderful little amusement park for both the kids and the adults. There's a train that runs through one entire half of the park.
Yeah.
I bring up the park, too, because in just a couple of weeks, not too far away, starting November, the 28th, right after Thanksgiving, they're going to have a thing called Celebration in the Oaks, dude.
Ooh.
It's Christmas in the Oaks, man.
Oh, that starts? Nice.
Oh, my God. And by the way, it is going to be spectacular. Maybe we'll just hang around one night over here at the Degas House, over here at Fastport Studios, and then make our way down. Maybe you'll bring the kids in for the day. Maybe you'll bring in the lady friend and the kids, and you'll all make your way over and have a wonderful time and have your soul saved by a plump kid on a trumpet. I had my soul saved by a plump kid on a trumpet one time. I was in a really bad place.
Yeah.
Really bad. I was low, my friends. And I was just starting to get a little bit of green shoots in my heart, a little bit of, feeling a little bit better, but it wasn't quite there yet. I went to the hot chocolate tent.
Oh, you did?
The hot chocolate tent over at the Celebration in the Oaks, my friend. And I walked in there, and there was a middle school band on this platform playing.
Just ripping it.
And they were playing Donny Hathaway's Christmas song.
Oh, great.
And when that little plump kid brought that trumpet up to his mouth and went, everything was right. The world turned. The momentum had shifted. We're looking for that kind of momentum shift, by the way. There's a really great story. A Purple Heart belonging to a World War II veteran from Illinois spent decades in a safe deposit box. It was returned to his family before Veterans Day. That Purple Heart, which is awarded to U.S. Army Rifleman James Bennett during World War II, ended up with the Illinois State Treasurer, Michael Fredericks, as part of Operation Purple Heart, a program he launched to return military medals from abandoned safe deposit boxes to their rightful owner. What he told Fox 32 in Chicago was, we have to do a bit of homework, a little detective work out there. We work with the media. Chicago Tribune helped us track down some of these families, because it isn't always so easy. And James Bennett, a longtime Oak Park resident, died in 1990 at the age of 76. His wife, Ann, died 7 years later. But the couple's niece, Patty Nyes, became the legal guardian of their daughter, Susan, who suffered from severe disabilities. Nyes said Susan had not been expected to survive beyond childhood. That little girl ended up living into her 50s. Nye said she didn't know about the safety deposit box and Ann Bennett's name until she was contacted about the Purple Heart. The box's contents had been surrendered to Frederick's office in 2022. I knew nothing about that safety deposit box, Nye told the Reporter newspaper. When my aunt and uncle passed, a lot of items were also passed on, but in no way did I know about this. This is exciting. He was a really great guy. Fredericks presented Nyes with Bennett's Purple Heart in a ceremony just this Monday. And this is what Nye said. I think I'm just going to display it at home, and I also want to take a picture and send it to all the relatives that are left alive and share it with them too. And I hope that this also encourages other people to look into getting their Purple Hearts from their family members. Frederick said that Operation Purple Heart's work is ongoing. This is the 17th Purple Heart they've returned.
Wow.
I believe it's the most in the country. But their job is not yet done. This is what he had to say. We still have 6 more in our possession that we would love to get into the warm embrace of their family and out of our cold vault. And speaking of warm embraces, and we'll get into this in more detail, but I'm going to ask you really quickly, is there a vacation that you really want to take, a destination-driven vacation? If I asked you in 30 seconds, you can give me a general idea.
Okay.
What would you like to do vacation-wise? I'm a big winter vacation guy, and I'll get to that in a second. But go ahead.
Ooh, the original place. I'm thinking off the top of my head, the islands of where just all the pirates originated over there off the...
You want pirate stuff.
Yes, I want pirate stuff.
I want
pirate stuff. I love the history of it.
I know you know a couple of places, but let me think about that before we kind of roll through this show a little bit. And I'm going to give you some places I think, because I know a little bit about history and pirates and all that kind of stuff. After all, that's transportation. Speaking of transportation, you are transported to the greatest transpo show in the known universe. I hope you are yakking it up on YouTube with a lot of our friends like Trucker Bosun. I hope you've lost your heart to iHeart.
Awesome.
I hope you have the audacity to listen on Odyssey.
Boy, get on there.
If you're making time on Facebook, cello.
Hey.
Live your best life on Live 365.
Live your best life.
And maybe you're listening later on. Maybe you're a free-floating radical at RadioNemo.com, where you are pondering the possibilities on a streaming service much later on today. You are welcome to be here as well, because this, my friends, as our good friend, the master of motoring mayhem and phone lines, Dre, said, is Road Gang Radio. You can forget those lies of the satellite planet Zebulon 5 with its bumbling bloviator ruler, Dr. Philostratus, and his inept banana costume-wearing minions, because this is the greatest live transpo show in the known universe. I'm going to get to those stories I told you that we couldn't get to yesterday because we were so packed.
Dude, packed.
Amazing show. I'm going to get to those stories about Don Max Krause's military memories truck and that iconic Montana truck stop that is going to have to scale back, not because it's going out of business. It's got some health issues, and it's also got some staffing issues. But how about this latest from Landline senior editor Mark Schwemmer? The Commercial Vehicle Safety Alliance wants the FMCSA to make all of its English proficiency enforcement playbook public. On November 6th, CVSA sent a letter signed by Executive Director Colin B. Mooney to FMCSA Administrator, newly minted FMCSA Administrator Derek Bars. This is what the letter said. CVSA has heard frequently from our colleagues in the motor carrier industry that they need to know how enforcement is evaluating compliance with the English language proficiency requirements so they can apply that same standard to their drivers and can properly design their own compliance, onboarding, and training programs for drivers to meet the standards. You see, what happened was in May, TranspoSec, Mr. Sean Duffy announced that the DOT would begin enforcing an existing regulation that requires CDL holders to demonstrate basic English proficiency. Proponents of the regulation say that it is unsafe for people who can't read electronic road signs or take directions from a law enforcement official to be operating an 80,000-pound vehicle across the country. On the same day of Duffy's announcement, the CVSA said it received a non-redacted version of the FMCSA's guidance document related to evaluating a driver's compliance with English proficiency requirements. Meanwhile, and here's what CVSA is aggravated about, a redacted version was released to the public. We're going to dig into that and much, much more.
Perfect.
That's the action. That's Road Gang Radio. And you can be a part of that action. You can mix it up in the thick, on the chat, any place where people are chatting. But you can also join the gang at 615-292-6366.
615-292-NEMO. And Jimmy, one quick second. You brought up the girls earlier about taking them to Christmas, which I need to do that. The lights are going to be tremendous. But, man, they are on the road. They just got fed, and they are on the way to school. Girls, have a lovely darn tootin' day. I love you all. And listen to your mother. Listen to your mother.
Listen to your mother. And by the way, guys, if you ever want us to give anybody a shout-out,
Yep.
there's so many places people can listen to the show live. If you ever want to give a shout-out to your wife, your husband, your kids, your grandkids, your best friend Joe on his birthday, you give us a call. You let us know what's going on. You haven't even got to come on.
Yeah.
You just call that phone mastering maestro of motoring mayhem here at the Fastport Studios, and we'll make the miracle happen. By the way, we are at the historic Edgar Degas House, and it is the Fastport Studios. We've actually made the order. The neon Fastport sign
Can't wait
is
for that.
on route. But Fastport's out there solving America's toughest recruiting and workforce challenges. They do it through research, technology, and people. And, of course, all of it happened because of our good friend, Mr. Brad Bentley, the president over there, and with a big assist from Dave Harrison and Gina Harrison. Can't wait to dig in with them. Lots of great stuff to talk about. And speaking about talking about great stuff, we got phone lines open and people calling. Who do we got?
Oh, Chowder, say good morning to CC and Quinn, man. Hey.
More than family, rebellions.
Oh, God.
We have a problem on the road this morning.
Oh, no.
What's going on?
Chowder took a wrong turn. Chowder just crossed the 0-mile marker here in Verdi, Nevada, heading to the west, which means I'm now in the land of not-so-niceness and the range of Donner.
Oh, man.
Not my favorite
man.
place to go this time of year at this time of daylight. But we'll get through her. I got my big boy pants on, so
Nice.
we'll be all right.
Hey, Chowder, Dre, dig this really quickly. Our friend Joe J says, good morning, Road Gang. 690 miles to burn today. Butler, Indiana to Sioux City. Everybody be safe out there. That includes you, Chowder. What else is on your mind, my friend?
Come on, talk to us, man.
Yeah, well, I'm on my way to Stockton with some dead pork products, so it should be all right. I think I can make it by 8 p.m.
That's such a lovely way to put it, Chowder.
Yeah, thanks. It's baby back ribs. Get your baby back ribs.
You know what I had yesterday? A box of pork shoulder.
Oh. We're back on the subject of food.
Here we
Thanks,
go again.
guys.
Sorry, Chowder. Go on, please.
Hey, you're welcome. So now I was just going to say something about state parks. You know, if I could go to a state park, and I don't know the name of it, but I believe it's Maui, I'd like to go do some more scuba diving with sharks. Because my wife says she wants to go on an overseas vacation, and I can't drive there, so it counts. And unfortunately, we're going to have to go to Maine in July for my nephew's wedding. So I guess we're going to go to Matagamon and Baxter State Park this year.
Hey, you know what, though? I will say, if you're going to go... if you're going to go to Maine, going in July is, especially if you're a Southerner, I have to tell you, we have a lot of friends down here. It's like, what are you doing for August in New Orleans? We're going to Maine. We become Mainers in August.
Maine.
I have friends of mine who literally live down here. They become Mainers. They get away from the hurricanes and the heat. Go on.
There's not a bad time to go to Maine because it's Maine.
I will tell you this. Having gone up there and frozen my tuchus off in December, I will say that I always enjoy it. I mean, I enjoy the camaraderie, and I really like where I always end up staying. I'm down with that, and I dig it. I dig Maine.
Well, you don't worry about the winter cold up there. You get a little good old maple syrup on them blueberry pancakes, you know. You fry them up nice and golden and have a good cup of coffee. Watch snow come down, and then you go out a snowball fight or go snowmobiling and some ice fishing. There ain't nothing wrong with it. It's okay.
Stop bringing the subject back to food, Chowder.
No, it's okay. I say let's
it's
go
not.
there. Let's go there.
Bring me something if you're going to talk
Bring me
about
something. You can bring something. By the way, everybody's invited to 2306 Esplanade Avenue, 70119.
They have DoorDash here, guys.
You know
Just
where
telling
we
you.
are. We're just saying.
Uber Eats.
Dre, type the address in there so people can send
I'm
us
still
something to
waiting
eat.
on that DoorDash thing. I've been watching a lot of streets and stuff, and I haven't seen a door running down the road yet.
Oh, God.
I got to tell you, that's
All
the
right,
end of
I'm
that.
going to go get over this mountain. You guys have a good day. Love you all.
Thank you
Reba.
very much. Thank you, Reba. Let's take a deep breath and do that thing we always do where we take a moment to reflect upon the greatness that is the United States of America as opposed to the United States of amnesia that too many people live in. And then we'll have a bracing cup of Java from our good friend Pastor John, at which point we will return to the show. I will actually have some travel tips for Dre along with the National Day of. I will tell you about this show. I'll give you some more news from Mr. Schwemmer over there at Landline. And then we will see where the road takes us. If you want to give us a call, there's still time to get into the action. Phone Master Dre, let us breathe ourselves away.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets rocked away, the bombs bursting in air gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Let's wake up and get our day started with a cup of Java with Pastor John, brought to you by the Bennett family of companies.
It's Thursday, 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 Thursday. If it's Thursday, that means tomorrow is Friday. Hey, I want to share a quick word which you found in John chapter 3, verse 30. It says, he must increase, but I must decrease. You know what Jesus is saying there? He telling John, don't elevate yourself. Keep yourself humble, but elevate me. John is telling everyone, including you and I today, we must, watch this, we must decrease. And in order for us to decrease so that the world can see Jesus, we have to decrease to the point that we know that he's being increased. That's something for you to think about. Is driving a truck all about you, or is it driving a truck all about you sharing whose you are? God bless you, brothers and sisters. Make sure that you decrease so that he can increase.
Java with Pastor John is brought to you by the Bennett family of companies, offering top competitive pay, industry-leading fuel discounts, and many more incentives. Visit drive4bme.com.
Amen. We're here to decrease the stress and increase the love. Hello, Jimmy.
Increase the peace, by the way. We're just over, well, actually, we're not longer a month. We are actually under a month. We'll be joining them in Washington, D.C. before you know it for the Vet Ready Summit, our good friends over at Fastport. We want to give a special congratulations to the finalists of the Fastport's Transition Trucking Driving for Excellence Awards, one of whom is going to receive a Kenworth T680 next-gen truck. Charles Jones, Macy Matiste, the Scriv, Mark Scriven. The voting's done, by the way. All that's left to do is tally up those votes and find out who is the winner, and all of that will be in the midst of the week-long journey to Arlington as our friends at Reads Across America continue their mission to remember, honor, and teach. Gorgeous George needs your help. Head on over to readscrossamerica.org and find out what you can do to help move the mission forward. We're going to get to Jody here in a second, Phone Master, but as I was telling you before we actually went to the break, we also have a National Day of, by the way, and the awareness of National Day of is brought to you by Truckdown, because the quickest way back on the path is truckdown.com. They've been doing that since 97. Truckers with maintenance issues have found service providers through Truckdown. They serve 50 states, 8 provinces. Go to truckdown.com and then turn your attention to National Dream Destination Day. It is celebrated today. It was founded by Meg von Hartman, the owner of the luxury travel company Traveler Ooh La La. But hey, don't make it about luxury. Make it about you. This day is dedicated to inspiring individuals to plan and embark on the travel adventure of their dreams. Bucket list destination, you want to discover something new? National Dream Destination Day is a reminder that the world is full of awe-inspiring places waiting to be explored, either on the expensive or on the cheap. I'm not just talking luxurious resorts or prohibitively expensive safari kind of stuff. Walk through a historical city, roughing it in a beautiful wilderness, or packing up that RV with Anthony Nally and seeing those national parks. Hell, a weekend planned around a sporting event can do the trick. If that's your dream, Fenway, T-Mobile, Camden, do your dream. You're an expert planner. You guys do pre-trips. This holiday encourages you to start planning your next great escape and turn those travel dreams into a reality. You said pirates, right, Dre? Mm-hmm. Port Royale, Jamaica, Bahamas, and the one actually I know that you thought of that we talked about, Nassau. Mm-hmm. And if you go to any of those places, you can explore historic pirate strongholds and museums. You can visit the U.S. East Coast, by the way. I don't know if you know this, but North Carolina and South Carolina have sites related to Blackbeard, Captain Kidd. The Caribbean islands have diving for treasure, diving to go see what is down there. To get an up-close look and personal at some of the stuff that's still down there. There's a lot of great places. If you're interested in pirates, and by the way, merry old England has some great seaside towns. Right? Some of the most port towns have big places. I do like Tortuga. It's one of my favorite names.
I just want to go there and say I went there. Tortuga.
I mean, it just sounds like the kind of place the Beach Boys would sing about. Oh, wait, they did. Tortuga, Jamaica, ooh, I want to take it. It's not my favorite song about being on the open sea by the Beach Boys. Style points if you can guess what mine is. Hey, Jody's on the phone. Good morning to you, my friend. What's going on?
What's going on, fellas? You doing all right this morning?
We're doing Dan and Grandy. What's happening? I got the Canadians coming. I got a whole bunch of great stuff. I got Lawler at 9. What more do I want out of a trucking world?
Fellers from J.J. Keller.
That's a good conversation, by the way. That's a good convo. What's going on, Jody?
Oh, just enjoying the sunshine, running across I-10 over here. You know, just doing my thing, easing my way over here to McKinney, Florida. You know, just
Florida,
taking it easy, enjoying the conversation, you know. But I heard you talking about all these great places, and you know my favorite place down here in Florida, and they have a lot of great pirate museums. And actually, a ship just washed up last year. They're trying to figure out how to upright it, and it's right out there in the bay over here in St. Augustine. They keep on finding stuff. They keep on finding like little things of gold. You know, and if you go over to the lighthouse, they have a shop in there that you can go visit, and it shows how they put everything in a solution to bring it back to its original. They got plates in there out of pirate ships, guns, knives, you know, name it. You know, they have found it, and it's in there. And, you know, just a lot of really, really cool stuff over there. Just in case if Dre wanted to do a weekend trip, you know, straight across I-10 and 95 and go south 16 miles, and you're there.
Dude, thank you so much for that, because I've been trying to map out whenever I do a long one like that. I want to go take my girlfriend, but I also want to go take my niece, because my niece is a big fan of that culture as well. And because whenever I went for my sister's wedding in Jamaica, I went and I was like, all right, I want to go this place, I want to go that place. No one else wanted to. And then now you're giving me a little bit of that information I can do and not have to get on a boat. So thank you, sir.
You know where else Dre could go that's even closer to home, although I want him to go to St. Augustine? You can actually go do a little bit of research on it. I'll pull it up, too. You can go to Lafitte Parish, Barataria.
Yeah!
Head on down over there, by the way. Don't ever forget that this country, the country you live in, guys, was saved was saved by free people of color, Creoles, pirates, and action junkies from Kentucky and Tennessee, all of them led by Andy Jackson. Don't ever forget that. Jean Lafitte got together, Yul Brynner and Charlton Heston got together and saved the country. Just a big reminder that pirates are out there. Remember, one man's pirate is another man's privateer. That's all I can tell you right there. Jody, what are we hauling today?
Tell us.
Hey, that's the same thing the guy at the agricultural station asked me. Paper plates. 18,000 pounds of paper plates. But just to jump the subject, you were talking about boats there, Dre. Well, if you make it to St. Augustine, they have a replica of a pirate ship, and you can buy tickets and go on that and go up and down the bay in a pirate ship.
Dude.
And it does fire cannons.
I think
and they all dress like pirates.
Okay, I think that's what started it for me. We used to vacation in St. Pete, and I forgot the other place we used to go to too. You see what I did there? But growing up, I think whenever I went, my dad took me on that, and I think that was the start of it because they did the whole thing like that. And I don't know if that was one of them, but man, whenever they started firing off the cannons, I was like, I'm hooked.
Why are all the cities that are named after saints so full of sinners? I guess is one of the biggest questions I have kind of moving forward. Jody, I got to get to some news here. We got to take a break. We love hearing from you, brother. It's a great way to start the morning. Get that bracing cup of whatever gets you going and enjoy the day.
Besides
I hear
whiskey.
you. Dream Vacation, Pearl Harbor. That would be the place.
That's not a bad one, by the way.
Nice.
There is a certain, anybody who's ever been there can tell you there's a certain kind of majesty there. There is a solemn majesty over at Pearl Harbor. You know where else there is? I've been there. The atoll over at Midway, the Midway Atoll. Ooh, man. My favorite history book is called The Miracle at Midway. The opening line of that book is, they were so tired. The next line is, they were just kids.
Hey, can I bring on someone real quick? Just real quick.
Bring them on.
Who's this from J.J. Keller?
Who's this from J.J. Keller?
You're calling early. No? All right, cool. I'll talk to you in a second.
We'll get him on in a second here. By the way, there has been a lot of back and forth about the medical examiner certification rule this year, and we're going to actually ask our next guest, the new fella from J.J. Keller, to give us the lowdown on that particular situation. Of course, as always, we're talking to Josh Lovin, and it's going to be an absolute blast. The guy really knows of what he speaks about building culture, but also understanding the rule book. One of the ways you build a great culture is you establish the rules and make sure that everybody plays by them, and it's a big part of who Josh is and why we are thrilled to have the latest fella from J.J. Keller joining us on the highway. We'll take a quick break here, come back on the other side. I want you to think about plump kids playing tubas when you hear this particular piece of music.
Thank you for getting to that, yeah.
I got to work it in someplace. A big good morning shout out to our good friend Gina Harrison, who's lurking there in the chat. And to all of you guys, we'll get to every single one of you. We'll be back after this.
Love kids.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
From the wee small hours of the morning to the crack of dawn, RadioNemo has been there with you.
Whether you've got the overnight or you're the first wheels on the road, RadioNemo's been where you need us to be.
Providing the laughs, giving the facts, playing the tunes, and keeping it rolling.
We've been your light in the darkness, your first cup of coffee, and a voice of sanity.
Semi-sanity, actually. We're all a little crazy here. Crazy for the men and women who keep this country going and moving and doing.
Crazy for trucking, crazy for truckers of all shapes and sizes.
Is that a fat joke?
Not if we can help it. Because it isn't just about the rules and regs. It isn't just about the day-to-day. It's about your health, your homes, and your hearts.
So we wanted to say thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you from everyone at RadioNemo for sticking with us, standing by us, and keeping the traditions rolling into the future.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jazrawi.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
Did you know it's extremely easy to join the Wreaths Across America mission to remember our fallen heroes, while at the same time honoring those who are currently serving our country and their families? Plus, you're helping to teach our younger generation about the value of freedom. With just one $17 donation to Wreaths Across America, you're sponsoring a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. They've really become a symbol of America's respect for those who bravely served and are no longer with us. To sponsor your wreath, just visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
Welcome back to Road Gang Radio. Join Jimmy Mack and Lindsay Lawler's Gang of the Airwaves by subscribing to RadioNemo on YouTube.
We celebrate all kinds.
Make it official. After all, if you're listening, you're already in the gang. The Road Gang.
Ooh, you are. And get blisters on your fingers and hit that like button. Spread the word. Spread the word. And speaking of spreading the word, Chillu, Tin Ring. Jimmy Mack, hello.
Yo ho ho and a bottle of rum. Hoist the mainsails, here I come. Ain't no room on board for the insincere. You're my witness, I'm your mutineer. Thinking about Warren Zevon, who had an amazing induction into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame the other night, courtesy of Mr. David Letterman.
Dude.
Just the best.
You know who also he reminds me of?
Who's that? Dave?
Yep.
Yeah, David Letterman reminds me of Dave Nemo. He has a certain sort of delivery that is kind of spot on. It's just terrific. Where you think, where are you going with this? Oh, there you are.
And
Good
it's
to
like
see
the
you.
way he stands, like that whole, because I don't know if it's fully him in general, but dude, the way that he did that whole just not inauguration, the way that he did induction, the way he did his whole speech, it just, the whole time I was like, Dave, what you doing up there?
My favorite is there are 3 kinds of Warren Zevon songs about badly behaving children. Number 2, about badly behaving relationships. And number 3, werewolves. Just love that, by the way. We are absolutely thrilled to have Josh Lovin here this morning. The fella from J.J. Keller has arrived on the scene, taking us a little further down the highway, kind of clarifying some rules, some regulations, and also with a special kind of focus on how those rules and regulations can help shape the culture of the institution that you work for, the institution that you run, or the institution that you hope to build. Big thanks for him being here this morning. How are you, my friend?
Man, I'm doing great. How are you guys doing?
Well, I think we're having a good time. I mean, there's some people out there over in the chat.
Always ready to have a good time. That's absolutely right. I'm glad to hear that.
Yeah.
You guys are always fired up early in the morning, and I love that.
And we are so glad to have you here, by the way. There's a lot of questions out there, by the way. There's a lot of people talking, a lot of back and forth about this medical examiner's certification rule. I thought we'd kind of begin by just kind of throwing you in the deep end and help us understand what that is. And take your time. You can unpack the thing because there's still a lot of questions out there, and I think you have some answers.
Yeah, you bet. There has been a lot of back and forth about it. And basically, it's a rule by the Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration, the FMCSA, that they're really trying to modernize how commercial driver medical certification data is handled. And this is not a really exciting topic, but it is really important. Typically, it replaces outdated paper-based processes, which secure kind of electronic transmissions of medical issues to improve safety, reduce fraud, and streamline enforcement. This went into effect in June 23rd, and there was a temporary waiver that was in effect until October 12th. And basically what this means is a driver typically would have to ensure that the medical examiner was on the list of medical examiners, and then they would be issued previously they would be issued a paper card. Now that medical examiner, kind of like the clearinghouse, do you remember that when that went through, motor carriers used to have to go in and grab information by calling previous employers, and now it's kind of a one-stop shop. Medical examiners are now directly inputting that medical information to the FMCSA. And so typically now you're not going to have CDL drivers are not going to have paper copies of that med card because it's going to be automatically uploaded to the system. And because it's a new process, it just had a lot of problems. Now, eventually this will become a much easier process for drivers. Like they're not going to have a med card with them. Everything's going to be uploaded to the state. And then the motor carrier will just simply run an MVR within 2 to 3 days. And they'll have their medical certification updated immediately. And the reason why this is such a big deal, guys, is a lot of times, sometimes these medical cards or the information would take weeks to get uploaded into the system. And now it should streamline that process towards within a 2 or 3 day period. And it'll just keep drivers on the road, because if a roadside officer runs that CDL and it doesn't show an active medical status that's approved, that driver can get put out of service on the road. And a lot of times it's just not the driver's fault. It's the medical examiner or something with one of the outdated processes. But this should streamline all these processes. But we're still kind of waiting for some states to kind of get in line so this thing can get past us.
Let me kind of go back a little bit here, because there's a lot that you just unpacked coherently. I will add. I actually understood everything you said. I just want to make sure people understand this too. This is not just about, and it is about this as well, making sure that people who can't see aren't driving, making sure that people who can't hear aren't driving, making sure, or at least taking the mediating steps to rectify that, making sure that people aren't dropping dead behind the wheel because of health conditions. That's important as well, and making sure they're not getting hired. But it's also about long-term health strategies for the highway as well, and it's about being able to kind of study this by getting this stuff kind of, getting this stuff certified, getting this stuff kind of, regulated to a consistent pattern. It allows agencies to collect data and to begin to actually help people make long-term strategies for how we improve the health on the highway. I mean, that's fair, right? I mean, this is also about making sure that there's a streamlined one way of doing it, so that when we collect data about who's not well, when the clearinghouses get looked at, we can begin to get a better sense of what the health and wellness on the highway is. Is that fair, Josh?
That's absolutely fair. Sometimes just you need some of these systems modern, kind of just brought up to speed, right? One of the things that caused a lot of problems with this was employers used to have to manually verify the examiner's credentials. They had to call their previous work about to gather information about their previous employment, their accident records, things like that, their employment history. But the biggest thing was the state driver's licensing agencies were just not really connected. They all kind of do their own thing. They input things at different dates. They have different deliverables. And so I'm glad to see the FMCSA kind of taking charge of this. And basically they're going to have the medical examiners directly upload this information. And so whether you're in Alaska or Maine, the upload process will be the same and consistent throughout the country. And when you have consistency, whether from a motor carrier perspective, a driver perspective, or a law enforcement perspective, things just always operate smoother when there's a direct process. So this is basically, it's causing a lot of headache for carriers in the states that haven't made the implementation deadline that we'll talk about in a little bit. But once we get past midway through next year, this will make drivers' lives much easier, because it's just, they're not going to have to do near as much. Because right now the burden was really on the motor carrier and the driver, but now it's going to be on the medical examiner and the state driver's licensing agency to kind of get this process modernized. And so it makes a lot of sense to do this.
And, we've talked about, the big talk. And by the way, Tom will remember this. I'm going to go to left field here for a second. There actually is there's a small connection here to English compliance. And the small connection is the fact that it's about everybody being able to speak the same lingua franca. And what is happening here is that, as you mentioned, you talked about law enforcement, you talked about carriers, you talked about everybody. The idea is that if if we streamline this process, that every single person who is in the supply chain actually will be speaking the same language when it comes to the enforcement of this, that there won't be any gray areas anymore where one person's healthy person is another person's shouldn't be on the road. The idea is to give everybody the same set of information that they can all work from together, and that's why what's going on with the card, the lack of medical card is so important, because if they can get that stuff down, having that medical card on you becomes less important because it's all part of one streamlined system. How'd I do?
Yeah, you did perfect. That absolutely sums it up correctly, and it will. It make it a much better process and put a lot of that burden off the driver's shoulders and really keep those safe drivers on the road. A lot of times, I know when I was in enforcement, if you run a CDL, the only thing officers can tell is that the medical information is maybe downgraded, it's not approved or not active, and the only thing a roadside officer can do is put that driver out of service. And a lot of times it's just not the driver's fault that they're being placed out of service for a medical card issue. It's really the state's issue, and this will prevent a lot of that. So especially at all these CVSA roadside campaigns, things like that, once a driver goes in and has their medical exam and gets their medical update within 2 to 3 days, gets that information uploaded, they're going to be kind of smooth sailing. They're going to have to worry. We're not going to have to worry about carrying a medical card and then the carrier running that MVR immediately. It's just all going to be a seamless process. And that's the way it should be. A driver should be able to go to their doctor, say, hey, I'm here for my 6-month or annual checkup. And then they should be able to walk out of that office and somebody else handle that administrative burden stuff. And that's basically what's happening here. The FMCSA and those medical examiners are taking care of a lot of that stuff that the drivers used to have to.
Yeah, I always laugh because I've often said that anybody entering the state of Louisiana should see a sign that says dip next 254 miles. And what often you hear when you drive through Louisiana on the interstate, a lot of people will tell you, actually most of the truck drivers who drive through Louisiana can tell you, thunk, thunk, thunk. This is one of the things that there are a couple of states out there who have not properly integrated yet. What is the holdup, Josh? What is taking these people so long? They're still not bad actors, just people who do things by their own rhythm. Who out there is not yet in compliance with what is going on?
Yeah, it's kind of some of the big ones that you would expect. Alaska's on there, but we're not too worried about there. But your kind of big three are California, Florida, and New York. There's a lot of drivers that originate out of California, Florida, and New York. Also, you can add Kentucky, Louisiana, New Hampshire, Oklahoma, and New Jersey to that list. But a lot of it is just the state driver's licensing agencies have to, just like when we go to the DMV, that's basically what this is. Those state driver's licensing agencies have to all get connected. They have to upgrade their oftentimes really old, deficient kind of programs to get up to speed, and then they have to get all the medical examiners on board to get this process ironed out. But there's 9 states that haven't met that compliance deadline. This started off being the original waiver was June 23rd. So they had, there was a temporary waiver that was in effect until the second week of October. Now that extension's been, they've extended the waiver until January 10th of this year. So they can basically make their systems communicate with the federal systems. And, it's kind of the same kind of the states that you would expect to see there. And it's not because they're doing a poor job. It's just because they have a lot more folks there that they've got to deal with. So
I'm actually going to make it. Can I make a joke about all these states? They fall into 3 categories. Here's the okay. Here we go. California, meaning Sacramento, Florida, meaning Tallahassee, and then of course New York, meaning Albany. Sometimes confuse themselves with the capital of the United States. And Iowa, Kentucky, Louisiana, New Hampshire, New Jersey, Oklahoma, and Vermont. All of those places have an odd habit of kind of being the most idiosyncratic of the states. Each one of them has a very definable personality. So I'm not surprised. The third category, as you pointed out, is Alaska. That's just a different animal entirely, and it's going to take them
Absolutely.
forever. That's not a lot of people. That's a lot of space and a lot of ways to kind of bring all that together. But you make a good point. It's places that have interesting or kind of spread out terrain, or it's places that have a lot of folks, and that seems to be what's going on there, right?
Yeah, you're exactly right there. That's perfectly summed up. So they'll get on board like they always do. It's just taking them a little bit longer to get all this information kind of processed, and basically just update their systems is what they're waiting for.
Josh, we're talking to truck drivers here, and I know a lot of them, the question on their mind are best practices for getting that new exam. And I know it's like, and anytime we have to do anything new, especially given all the stuff that the men and women who we talk with have so much on their plate in regards to pre-trip, post-trip, and the trip that actually happens. Go reassure people that this actually is a process that's actually going to make it better for them, and there's some expectations they can have when they go to get their new lack of card.
Yeah. Basically, when drivers go in for the updated physical, they really need to ask the doctor with the medical card to provide them. They need to ask for a medical card, even though the doctors aren't required to issue them anymore. And we have heard instances where drivers are kind of doctors are kind of fighting that. But during this waiver, where they don't have to have that information, they got 60 days to use that medical card. So they really need that paper card. Even if the doctor kind of balks at that and says, "Hey, we don't have to do that. We're submitting your information to the National Registry directly now, and it'll be forwarded to the states." But drivers, basically the best thing you can do is just almost demand, like, "Hey, I need a physical medical card," because there's a lot of issues with this integration process with medical cards. And if I have my physical copy, I don't have to worry about it. Even though a CDL driver doesn't have to carry a med card, while this is in queue, it's the best thing you can do is it's better to have it than not need it, right? And not have it, need it.
Yeah, and by the way, for now, Trucker's Voices on the chat said, "Just did my medical exam about a month ago, and the medical examiners told me I did not have to take it down to the DMV, that they would upload everything and just to check and follow up." That's the other thing as well, too. Ronald Reagan's great adage of trust but verify, and the idea that I'm glad this system is working so well. Can I get a sheet of paper saying that you did it? And by the way, where am I supposed to check and do my diligence to make sure it's there? At least for the first couple of months of this, for a while, as they kind of get on board, it might be a great idea, as you point out, to do a little diligence, a little trusting, but some verification along the way.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. And for drivers that are kind of caught off guard on this, that's why we always recommend, like, hey, make sure you get a medical card from your doctor in case you go through. If you're an interstate driver crossing state lines, you've got enforcement agencies that in one of these down to 9 states now instead of 11, by the way. It's 9. I think Wyoming jumped on board recently, so they've fallen off the list. But the big 3, California, Florida, New York, New Jersey, if you're going through those kind of states that haven't got their processes updated, if you've got a medical card, that waiver that's been extended through January, officers are only going to have to, as long as you've got a hard copy of your medical card, you're going to get a free pass until at least January 10th. And if you don't have that med card, here's the deal. Like, if I'm a roadside officer and you've just relied on the doctor and that state driver's licensing agency to kind of do what they were supposed to do, a driver can get placed out of service, and maybe it may take up to a week or two before they get clarity and before they get the issue resolved for them. So it's really not fair to a driver to get placed out of service when they've done nothing wrong. So the best advice, make sure you get a copy of that med card. Really important.
By the way, Trucker's Voices has a comment that I wanted to kind of frame as a question. He also added, after talking about what happened at his medical examiner, he said, "I always ask for a long form of the medical exam as well." Is that a good idea?
Yeah, asking for, anybody can get a copy of their medical information. Having a long form oftentimes is scary for a motor carrier, because it has a lot of that HIPAA information in there, has a lot of that information. So most motor carriers aren't required to have the long form anymore. But if you're a driver and you want your complete, like, hey, this is everything, and you want to carry that around until this process is complete, that's even a better idea. So that's perfect.
Final kind of thought as well too, because I always like to kind of talk about cultural questions with you here as well. If you are a small business owner or a small fleet owner, are there approaches to kind of make sure that your whole business is compliant? A lot of the stuff is being taken off the plate and being streamlined and kind of unified. But what can a culture of safety do to kind of promote making sure everybody is like on board with this?
Yeah, that's a great question. And we get that question from safety departments that are trying to manage this process. And again, it's more of the safety department than the driver. The driver, unfortunately, is the one that gets put out of service through no fault of their own. But what safety departments need to do, a lot of times they'll use some type of platform to notify them that, hey, I've got drivers this month with medical cards that are expiring, or maybe endorsements, or their CDLs expiring, and maybe have a tickler system that kind of just shows who's due up this month. The best thing they can do is to be very proactive and start this process early. Don't wait. If your medical information's expiring within 2 weeks, that's way too late. You need to be on this 60 days in advance. That way you can just ensure there's no problem. So if you're proactively managing a lot of drivers from a safety department, you really need to have a monthly safety meeting kind of deal to talk about this, and just be very transparent about, hey, the system, it's not our fault. It's kind of out of our hands, but to make sure we don't have an interruption in your driving or status, we need to make sure we go early. So make sure you send your drivers early for those medical updates. That way, if there is a problem, you can work through it instead of being called on the roadside by your driver saying, hey, I've been placed out of service. What's going on? So just be proactive and get started 60 days in advance instead of waiting maybe 2 weeks before the deadline, before the expiration date.
Okay, we're going to shift here. We got about 8 minutes left. Josh Lovin joins us this morning. He, of course, is the latest and the greatest fellow from J.J. Keller. I'm saying that because I think Bray is probably lurking around. I want to take a shot at him. My favorite fan of Big Trouble in Little China. I hope you're listening, Tom. Let's talk a little bit about the English language proficiency regulation. There are a lot of people. Look, Jane Jazrawi, our friend from Carrier's Edge, was talking about this. There are a number of people who, look, there's a lot of stuff that's getting rolled up here that needs to be rolled up, but there are some people who have some concerns about not getting a fair shake because of, Chris Orban talked about this last week. Some people have nerves when they get, you and I both know this. I've literally had to smile and talk in a low tone to people when I used to wear a uniform because a lot of people freeze up and suddenly lose the ability to speak the English language in front of a law enforcement officer. But it's not as hard as it sounds, by the way. It's just making sure, especially when it comes to electronic signs, that you can actually read the world around you and be able to communicate successfully. Talk about what people can expect.
Yeah, on the English language proficiency, there's been a lot of stuff going on with this, and like I've probably mentioned before, I was at CVSA with Tom when in New Orleans last May when this kind of came down. We were actually all together, and so the idea of this is that they kind of developed a two-part system. The first one, just an interview, like, expect an officer just like me to come up and say, hey, my name's Officer Lovin. Where are you coming from? Where are you being dispatched to, and where are you going? Can you provide your driver's logs for me? And I need your permit book, and questions that are just very generic like that. And if the officer feels like that there is a potential language, kind of a language issue there, they'll proceed to phase 2, which is reading signs. And they've kind of got like, hey, what's a yield sign, a stop sign, a speed limit sign? And they'll have that driver explain in English what that sign is supposed to mean. And there's a lot of officer discretion going on here, and you knew that it would. And officer discretion simply is an officer has the option to either issue a citation or not based on, how they feel that driver did. And so the biggest issue right now going on is there's a few states that are not really complying with this. And you'll see some stuff in the news issued by FMCSA, especially in California. Again, California doesn't appear to be really enforcing the English proficiency standard, and so this administration's threatening to kind of remove federal funding from California and a few other states in the Northwest. But that's it. They're just basically trying to have a two-phased approach. There's the interview phase, just like when you get pulled over by an officer. They're going to ask you questions in English, and then they'll proceed to asking you, can you identify what kind of signs these are? And if the officer feels that the driver passed that, it'll be clear to go. But the biggest change, as you know, or maybe everybody doesn't know, the biggest change is if a driver can't speak fluently in English or adequately in English to the officer, it's now an out-of-service violation. So, if you've got a driver you dispatch from Texas and they're in, 1,000 miles away, you've now got a real issue, when previously it was just a citation, but now it's an out-of-service citation. And to correct that out-of-service violation, you have to prove that driver now can speak English proficiently, and that's hard to do if you've been placed out of service, to put a driver back in service within 3 or 4 days and say, hey, in this 3 or 4 day period, this driver can now speak. And that's essentially the problem that's happening in California. They're just not really enforcing it. And so that's kind of what you're seeing in the news right now, but that's kind of the basis of it.
By the way, we had a little bit of hustle and bustle behind me while I was talking to Josh Lovin here. Somebody actually took us up on we actually gave the address out of the studio, and somebody took us up on it and sent us breakfast by DoorDash that arrived just now. The other thing is, too, Josh, in the very limited time we have left, just to kind of let people, like I said, I mean, everybody's got concerns about, federal overreach and all that kind of stuff, but this is not unprecedented in regards to withholding highway and federal funds. This was what they did with the driving age too. Basically, they're like, you can have you can have the drinking age, whatever you want to have it, but if you don't make it 21, we're going to withhold federal funds from you. And it's part of the same strategy. I'm also wondering, just in our crystal ball, I'm wondering how much of how many enforcement agents are sitting on the border of Arizona and, of course, a number of the border states of California just waiting, being like, come on, come across here. We'll check your English proficiency. And that might be something interesting as well, too, that might actually cause some interesting dilemmas over the next couple of months until California gets itself compliant. We've only got about a minute left here. Josh, is there anything else you want to add before we shuffle off this radio coil with you?
Yeah, it's always great to be here. The thing I'll leave with right now is there's a lot of issues with non-domiciled CDLs. Those, drivers in Canada and Mexico, there's reciprocity in the United States for those drivers to operate here in the States. But drivers who aren't from Mexico or Canada that get driver's license, what they found is up to 25% of those non-domiciled CDLs that have been issued are issued in error or illegally. And so that's kind of what the next phase we'll get into. We'll get into some of those issues. California, just literally yesterday, they're saying that California issued 17,000 commercial driver's licensings. They've issued them illegally, and they basically sent 17,000 notices to those CDL holders saying, hey, your stuff's being canceled in the next 60 days. So we'll get into that later, non-domiciled CDLs. But for right now, we're hoping and wishing that everything gets better and clear and safer on the roadways. That's why we do this thing, right?
Absolutely. Josh Lovin of JJ Keller. Go to jjkeller.com. JJ Keller on X. On Instagram, JJ Keller Association. JJ Keller on the Tube of You. And, of course, you can find them over on LinkedIn. Thank you, Josh. Always love having you.
I appreciate it, guys.
Hold on tight. The Canadians are a-coming. Jim Park, Joanne Ritchie, Canada Calling.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
There was an era when truckers were out there, alone. Long rides, dark nights, miles from home. As part of the Road Gang, though, Dave Nemo helped change all of that. As a voice in the darkness, Dave kept drivers going with music, jokes, and of course, friendship. And if you miss those days, Radio Nemo's got something for you. Nemo's Night Beat puts the gang back together with an hour of trucking tunes and road songs, classic comedy, and those fun factoids that you came to expect. Nemo's Night Beat is Dave at his very best every Monday night at 7 in the Center on iHeart, Odyssey, and Live 365, as well as Tuesday night at 9 on Reese Across America Radio. So head on over to RadioNemo.com and join the gang on the beat. Nemo's Night Beat.
17 Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASE certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers.
Just one more hour until reinforcements, aka me, arrive to save the day. But until then, keep your eyes on the highway and keep on trucking with Jimmy Mack on Road Gang Radio, y'all.
We had to do a push on Canada Calling last week because Jim and Joanne actually have lives and things to do and places to go and people to be. I also want to point out that later on, after this show has shuffled off its radio coil as the best live transpo show in the known universe, the best pre-recorded transpo show in the known universe continues its theme of Truckers for Troop Week. Our friends at Trucking with OOIDA are going to be talking to Chris Ardmeyer, the executive director of the Veterans Community Project. Yes, it's a tiny home community for veterans who need a place to live while they get their lives back on track. But it is so much more, most notably a place to get help in any form it's needed, no matter what, no questions asked. Failure is not an option, and that attitude informs every decision that the Veterans Community Project makes. That is a long-form conversation. That's the way they do it over there at Trucking with OOIDA with our good friends Scott and Ashley. And that's coming up at 11 in the Center, 12 in the East. Speaking of really great content that you can listen to later on, I would really guide you over to our YouTube pages or any place where you get your streaming podcast and give a listen to Living an Epic Life, Pastor Veteran Lee Otto on healing purpose and what it means to actually have a dog in your life that changes your life. Really enjoyed talking to him at length about that, and I think you'll enjoy that interview as well. Just type in Lee Otto. Lee Otto. If you type that in and you type in Road Gang Radio on most of your streaming platforms, you will find it. You can also find it at Living an Epic Life over on YouTube at RadioNemo, by the way. Give it a chance and check it out. I think you'll really dig it. Man, oh man, you might meet the next important person of your life because of the way you treat your dog. It's a great story and it's really moving. And he, by the way, as you find out later on in the interview, because he wouldn't talk about it, is a bona fide hero and a man who I have a deep admiration for. Speaking of people I have admiration for, a deep admiration for our friends from OBOC. Jim Park and Joanne Ritchie, as they always do, join us this morning for Canada Calling into the Arms of America. Good morning to you both.
Canada Calling. Mac.
Good morning, Joanne. Jim,
Good
you
morning,
there? There you are, pal. Okay.
I'm here. Yeah, we're here.
So we're getting a lot of great shout-outs this morning. We're talking about shout-outs to pirate destinations, shout-outs to the efforts of the people out there on the road. Joanne, we always kick it off with you giving a hail and hearty shout-out to somebody wonderful. Who you got today?
Yeah, I've got a shout out this morning for the employees of the Herb Group. They're out of Hamburg, New Hamburg, Ontario, small town. Herb is the company is bigger than the town they live in.
ERB, by the way. Hey guys,
family-owned.
Joanne, real
ERB,
quick, it's
they're-
ERB, not Herb. Herb. So people think it's like
Herb,
okay.
right.
Go ahead.
They're a Canadian family-owned company that's been around for a while. They haul mostly reefers. Those are the ones that you're going to see out on the road. So they recently hosted their annual charity golf tournament and raised over $20,000 to support organizations that make a difference in their local community. So this year's donations went to the Wilmot and Wellesley Resource Center, the Tri-County Mennonite Homes, and the Interfaith Counseling Center. So these are organizations that deliver vital services, including food security initiatives and mental health support and community building programs throughout the Waterloo region of Ontario. That's where Herb is. New Hamburg is part of that area. So these contributions, they bring the total to more than $600,000 in the 32 years that the company's been hosting this tournament. And the company also supports a number of other charitable initiatives, especially those related to family well-being and food security in the local communities throughout Ontario and elsewhere. Actually, there's a couple in the U.S. too where they have terminals. So big high five to those employees who came together for this most recent event to raise money and to support community caring and connection. Way to go, guys.
Yeah, really kind of great stuff happening over there. The Wilmot and Wellesley Resource Center, the Tri-County Mennonite Homes, the Interfaith Counseling Center. As you said, its focus is not just on physical health, but mental health and also a lot of things involving nutrition and food. They're looking at people who really are pressed in. And I like that they are looking at folks who are also micro-focused rather than big organizations. They're looking for ways.
Absolutely.
And when you raise the kind of money they raise, it's often more helpful to kind of target it and make sure you make a difference in community after community, all of it kind of adding up to its own sort of mosaic of goodwill that kind of plays itself out there. It's really groovy stuff. Good for them. We're going
Good for them. Yeah.
We're going to pivot to Jim here, by the way, because at some point I do want to bring up later on with you, Joanne, if we still have time, to talk about what your plans and my plans and Jim's plans are to start tracking that tree. But we'll talk about that in a moment here. Jim, we have some stuff here about an inquiry into truck safety, a public inquiry into truck safety out of Quebec. Can you kind of talk about that?
Yeah, the Quebec, like a lot of other Canadian jurisdictions, has seen a huge increase in the number of truck crashes in the past couple of years recently. So the Quebec government has called a public inquiry into why this is happening, which is a pretty bold step. And probably they'll come to some sort of a conclusion, we hope. But in the interim, they're doing a lot more aggressive enforcement on the highways in that province. And they just issued a bulletin, or a press release, I guess, a couple of days ago. During the month of October, the DOT there, they call them Sûreté du Québec, pulled 1,600 heavy trucks, pulled them over or detained them in some way, and wrote up to 2,000 tickets in a month. I don't know really if that's a lot compared to what they normally do. They didn't give any background as to what sort of a normal month of enforcement might look like. But it seems to me 1,600 trucks getting 2,000 tickets suggests that there's, something going on here that we need to be looking a bit more closely at. The press release said that most of the stuff that they were targeting was reckless driving, failure to obey traffic signs, tailgating, distracted driving, failure to wear seatbelts, failure to yield the right of way, and excessive speed, which is interesting because Quebec is one of the jurisdictions in Canada that has a speed limiter rule. So Clearly, that's not the case in Quebec, at least as far as some people go.
It's a great really quickly. It's a great reminder, Jim. It's a great reminder that people don't realize speed limiters only prevent you from going above the speed that you've been limited to. It doesn't prevent you from speeding in a construction zone. It doesn't prevent you from going over the speed limit.
Yeah.
You know, that's the big thing about speed limiters. They don't stop you from doing 50 when you're supposed to be doing 25. That's not what they do, and it's a great reminder, right?
Well, that was one of the arguments that OBAC first put to the anti-speed limiter cause back in the day was, okay, you can keep them slowing on the highway, but what about every other street in the province with a lower speed limit? So that fell on deaf ears, unfortunately.
Go ahead, Joanne.
They don't prevent you from speeding along the highway. I should tell you, if you drive a lot in Ontario and Quebec, there aren't too many trucks flying by me that have their speed limiters operating. I can tell you that much.
Well, I mean, can you imagine that conversation? Well, I thought I was doing the speed limit. I have a limiter. I guess it broke. I'm so sorry. I don't know what happened here.
Well, they have no way of testing it, so they're going to take your word for it.
You know, it
check the radar, which they could have done in the first place.
I want to talk about this, Jim, because you and Joanne have spent a lifetime, much like our friends down here at OOIDA, defending the honor and defending the overall safety culture that many people in the industry have. This is the kind of stuff that drives people crazy, and this is the kind of stuff that I don't think every single person doesn't realize is why people have such a distrust of trucks and truckers on the highway. And by the way, I trust truckers on the highway. There are a lot of more people behind the wheel of four wheels who are doing a lot more ridiculous stuff. The difference is when you're an 800-pound gorilla, people don't tend to notice the 1,000 well-behaved 800-pound gorillas. They notice the one that isn't doing what it should be doing. And that's kind of this is part of this safety push is to also kind of improve the image of truckers out there. But what do we do about this? How do they, if they're giving out, if that's a normal month, that's a bad scene. How do they really clamp down on this? Is there any way to effectively clamp down on this sort of driving behavior other than saying don't do that and hoping you can produce more law enforcement agents?
Well, unfortunately, we have, I call it an invasive species of driver now on the road. And the ecosystem hasn't adjusted to them yet, or vice versa. I don't think they will until there's a massive clampdown on the way these people drive. And I'm not going to sugarcoat this. A lot of recent immigrants to this country are bringing baggage from the old country, the way they drove, the way they operated, the way they gamed the system back in the old countries, I should say. And they're bringing that here, and we just aren't prepared for it. And we aren't prepared for the way they drive. So they don't fit in well, and they do crazy things, and people get hurt. So we have to clamp down on that population of driver somehow. But to be fair about it, you have to, take the entire truck population and say, we're going to watch you really closely until, we weed out the bad ones, or it gets to the point where you realize that, compliance is part of the program here in North America. This is how we do things here. Leave your old country habits back in the old country. This is a new game here. So what I find interesting is the trucking associations, ATA, for example, here in Ontario, the OTA in Quebec, the QTA, the Canadian Trucking Alliance. They've been calling loudly and clearly to government to increase enforcement on the roads with trucks. Now, that might be counterintuitive when you think, well, geez, we're calling down the wrath of enforcement on our industry, but it's the only way we're going to clean up and weed out the bad ones. The good ones won't get harassed. They won't get bothered if they're driving properly. That's good. They'll be left alone for the most part, I believe. So the only way to defend the industry's honor basically is to let the bad ones stand out like a sore thumb and lean heavily on them to try and convince them to change their ways. That's the only way to do it.
This is interesting to me because we're dealing with the same problem here. And of course, our friends at the CVTA and the NAPF TDS and a number of other people, OIDA, a lot of folks think that the firewall to prevent an invasive species is, the port of embarkation, is to kind of go right to the source, which is the issuance of the CDL. The issuance of that CDL is really what it kind of comes down to, that there are no sides and there are no exceptions, that this becomes a very limited menu in regards to being like, nope, sorry, no way. There is one really, not punitive or even cumbersome, but actually rigorous process by which we put people on the road. And Jane and I were talking about this as well on Education Station, that if we put up I'll use the word again, a rigorous system of CDL issuance, that in and of itself would bring a lot of this stuff to a thunderous clap of an end. Is that fair, Jim? And I'd love Joanne's opinion on that too. Training is where it all begins.
Oh, I will.
Go ahead, Jim.
Well, I mean, training's one thing, but when the training system fails and these people are taught how to pass the test, never mind being trained into what a truck driver needs to know and how they do their jobs. Again, the system falls down. These folks get through the cracks and out onto the road they go. I have a bit more coming up in toward the end of the show about some initiatives here in Ontario to clamp down on the issuance of licenses here. But it really does fall to the province or the state to ensure that the testing or the examination is being done at a high enough level.
That's where I think you and I agree on. That's what I'm getting at. Right, exactly.
Through the crack. Yeah, absolutely. And we're not seeing that. I mean, here in Ontario, and I've spoken with some people who work for the driver examination company, Serco, and they have quotas. They have so many minutes to do a CDL, a Class A license test, and they're expected to do so many in an 8-hour day. So they have to put these people through at quite a pace, and who knows? They're certainly not a very comprehensive exam, but whatever they are watching for during this examination process, they're focusing on a very, very narrow part of all you have to know to pass your CDL test. So if you can pass one or two of these items in the limited time that's available to do the test, well, then you're away to the races. And if the examiners also, they have pressure to maintain this bell curve of pass-fail rates, and if they start to fail too many of their candidates, then they get hauled into the office and want to know why. So they have to defend their actions to their employers. And if that means maybe passing a couple of people who probably shouldn't be passed just to maintain, the correct ratio of pass to fail, well, it seems that that's what they do. And that's totally inappropriate. There's all kinds of external pressure on these people to do certain things that are sort of contrary to the industry's best interest.
I'll tell you this, and I want to pivot over to Joanne and get her opinion on this before we get to Love in the Time of Tariffs. I think about Barry Corbin in the movie War Games. Mr. McKittrick, after careful consideration, I've determined that your defense system sucks. And that's really what we're talking about here, is that they don't have a rigorous model that doesn't penalize people for actually doing what they should do, and saying the penalty shouldn't be for graduation rates. The penalty should be for putting bad drivers out on the road or for streamlining a process that needs to be actually slower than it's going. Joanne, take a crack at the title. You had something to say about this.
Yeah, I won't belabor the point. I agree with both of you, but I think that the key is in the licensing of individuals to drive, a tougher exam, a more relevant exam, and really given to everybody that is out there looking for their CDL before they put them on the road. And for years we've been arguing this, and it's so easy to dump all the responsibility either on the training on the front end, which is also has its issues, and also an enforcement on the other end. But at the end of the day, it's the state or the province that issues that license to get out there on the road. So, this is nothing new. The other thing that I'm a little bit, and this is the cynical side of me coming out, when we see these campaigns where, incredible numbers, impressive numbers of people that are pulled over and trucks and given tickets, you kind of wonder how much of it is a public relations campaign when there's been a big outcry by the public when they see what they think is, unsafe trucks on the road. And I just hope there's more to it than that, and that that they really are, cracking down on that end. But I agree with both of you that it's the licensing agencies that I think have been getting off the hook for far too long.
You want to hear the cynic in me, and this is my favorite. If you actually give people a proper education and really teach them all they need, all that you can, because after all, you're learning every day of your life, and there are people who are even properly trained who, as drivers 10 years from now, are going to look back and go, man, what I did not know could have been an entire library.
Exactly.
That being said, though, the more you train people, the more you explain to them what they have to do in detail comprehensively, they start understanding their value and they start asking for more money. But we'll pivot from that. Speaking of asking for money, the Great Shakedown continues, but in this time of tariffs, love in the time of tariffs, this is a really sweet shout out, a really nice cross-border story from Alabama, as our good friend Keith Jackson, long rest his soul. Alabama actually made a really wonderful gesture of goodwill to Canada, did he not?
Absolutely. I love this shout out this time to an anonymous stranger from Alabama who mysteriously ordered a burger and fries from a Nova Scotia food truck, and then mistakenly, of course, and then sent cash and an apology by mail. So Darcy and Laura Clark run a food truck in West Chesapeake, Nova Scotia. That's near Halifax, actually part of the greater Halifax area. And a few weeks ago, a customer called in a takeout order for burger and fries, not unusual. But then the order went unclaimed for a while, so they just chalked it up to someone forgetting or maybe losing their way, and they gave the order away to another customer. So this week, they got a handwritten letter in the mail along with $40 U.S. in cash. And the letter had no name but a return address from Alabama, and the sender explained that they had meant to order from a different Bentley's restaurant, much closer to home. And they apologized for the mix-up, and they hoped that the money was enough to pay for their embarrassing mistake. So needless to say, this took Darcy and Laura by surprise. And, of course, the money, which is about $56, $57 Canadian, more than pays for the burger. So they're going to pay it forward and add it to the pot and give away free ice cream to kids next summer from their food truck. But here's the thing. This is the thing I love. They posted this story and a letter on their on Bentley's Facebook page, and so far it's been viewed by more than 80,000 times. And amazingly, they've received hundreds of comments, and every single comment, which is so unusual for a social media post, every single comment has been positive. People love the story, and the love spilled over down there to y'all. So Darcy said it is nice to forge a human connection with one of our southern neighbors at a time when the ongoing trade war has created such tension between the two countries. So they want to make sure that the mysterious Alabamian sees what a positive impact their gesture has had. So they plan to send a Christmas package to the return address on the envelope, still no name, but they're going to include a transcript of all of the positive comments and some other Nova Scotia goodies as well. So there you have it. Love in the time of tariffs. I think that's a great story.
I do too, by the way. And I like I said, it's just one of those kind of amazing things when you realize, you didn't have to do this. It didn't put us out that much. It's a moment of aggravation, but to kind of let people know that there are people out there who are like, no, I'm going to make good on that. By the way, on that note, my dad and I actually are going over to Lowe's tomorrow. We've actually already put it in an envelope. We got to Lowe's, and I didn't realize that somebody would help my dad bring out the mulch. So when I got back from the restroom, a young man had rolled out the mulch that had already been paid for, and I said, do you have any cash on you, Dad? And he goes, oh, no. And I'm like, so I looked at the young man. He was really sweet. I said, when's the next time you work? And he said, Friday. I said, well, we have errands to run on Friday, so he and I are going to stop by there and give that young man a tip. It's never too late, by the way, if you guys forget to do something nice for somebody. There is no statute of limitations on being a good person. There just isn't, and that's the truth right there. Speaking of people doing diligence and maybe against some not-so-good people, Ontario has taken one more step to closing loopholes, Jim. Tell people what I mean by that.
Well, we're going to be, here in Ontario, going to be tightening up the licensing qualification requirements soon. Presumably, the legislature here has a bill on the floor. It's not passed yet. It's called Bill 60. It's actually a bill that is designed to sort of speed up residential construction in the province. But this is one of those deals where they tacked on this driver training thing at the end of the bill. Pretty good chance the bill's going to pass. So probably the driver qualification thing will pass as well. It's been seen in Ontario as the lack of stringency in application requirements here, widely seen as just a back door into some sort of Canadian residency status, which could somehow lead to permanent residency for people who are trying to immigrate to this country. Other jurisdictions, I gather from what I've read here, are a little bit more stringent on accepting identification and claims of previous, driving history and what have you, whereas Ontario has been pretty lax about it. So a lot of people funnel their immigration plans to Canada through Ontario. And I mean, quite literally, I've heard this said many times, and I've never actually spoken to anybody who could confirm or deny it. So I'm just going to put this on the table as, part of the mythology, I suppose. I'll give it the benefit of the doubt. But people who immigrate to Ontario, want to become Canadian permanent residents, get possibly their citizenship status at some point in the future, they see driving a truck for 2 years as a really easy way of doing it. There's no great desire to become truck drivers. It's simply a pathway to immigration. So they put in their 2 years' time. There's, I would guess, a little willingness to learn the craft, to become better at it, because you're only going to have to do it for 2 years anyway. If you can survive 2 years, then boom, you're out of the truck and onto something else, because you move up a notch in the immigration ladder. So what's been going on here previously is you could basically show up at a licensing office, say you used to drive a truck in the old country, and they'd say, how long you've been driving? You'd say like 8 years, and they'd say, okay, thanks very much. And they'd give you a Class G, which in Ontario is a passenger car license. And then you could come back in the next day and attempt to challenge the Class A driving test. So if you've had some training, if you know how to drive a truck, or if you've gone to one of these fly-by-night driving schools, chances are you could get through the test. You could squeak through, and then you're on the road with, this is a worst-case scenario, literally no training, no education, no understanding of what trucks are all about and what 80,000 pounds means and all this sort of stuff.
Jim, we got to table it. I got to table it on you, man. This was a great segment. It's so good to have you both back. We will. No, it's okay. We will actually. And by the way, we can reach out to Claire and see if there's any space on Nemo Nation to drop you in to kind of complete the story. So let's figure out something. Dre will be in touch, guys. It's good to have you back.
We're on next week.
Yeah, so there you go.
Next week anyway.
We can have
this is an extra week.
Yeah, so what we'll do is I want to talk about that Christmas tree that's coming up because we always talk about that, but we'll start with this. This is where we'll begin next week on Canada Calling. Speaking of countries, our good friends Jim and Joanne leave from Canada, and our friend Colin is going to be in the Emerald City, Washington, D.C., where we talk about Washington Trucking Week with OOIDA. Get in on the chat and ask questions there, guys. We'll talk to you soon.
You know Castrol for passenger car oil and racing, but did you know that they're in the heavy-duty over-the-road market? Well, Castrol's CRB Multi 15W40 and Vecton Long Drain 10W30 are now available at TA Truck Service Centers nationwide. This is the partnership in preventive maintenance. TA Truck Service and Castrol, offering you premium products and performance at great price points every day. Castrol, performance for the long haul, guaranteed.
At Radio Nemo, we believe in finding your tribe, your people, your gang. But you can't find your gang unless you find yourself, and you can't find yourself unless you write, right? Lindsay Lawler's We Should Write is a podcast about the healing power of writing. It dives deep with creatives of all types to discover how putting a pen to paper helps them work their stuff out, and maybe gives you the permission slip to do the same thing. We Should Write. Live at noon in the center every Wednesday, and then everywhere you get your podcast. Go to RadioNemo.com and learn how to write yourself to healing, creativity, and clarity. Right?
Thursday, 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 Thursday.
Did you know it's extremely easy to join the Wreaths Across America mission to remember our fallen heroes, while at the same time honoring those who are currently serving our country and their families? Plus, you're helping to teach our younger generation about the value of freedom. With just one $17 donation to Wreaths Across America, you're sponsoring a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. They've really become a symbol of America's respect for those who bravely served and are no longer with us. To sponsor your wreath, just visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jazrawi.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
If someone tells you they need to get a life, tell them to join us here at Road Gang Radio with Lindsay Lawler and Jimmy Mack. Let's seize the day with Phone Master Dre.
I gotta get on top of that, but hey man, we're just happy to be here and we miss Lindsay, so I had to throw that in. But Jimmy, let me tell you something, bro. I got a full tummy. I can't even talk right. I'm feeling good. I don't know who at Fastport, if I heard the young man right at the door, they dropped off some goodies for us there.
Some really delicious food, by the way. Brie and ham sandwich, some quiche, meat pie, all kinds of groovy
coffees.
Stuff. Thank you so much to our friends out there. Once again, if you ever want to send us anything, except don't send us the finger. But if you ever want to send us anything, that address is up there. The Degas House is 2306 Esplanade Avenue 70119. And I don't just mean like stuff for us, but stuff that you'd like us to hang on the wall, stuff you'd like us to celebrate. Don't ever feel that you can't. We'll put cards up on the wall. Any sort of patches you want to send, we will put it up and we will make it a part of this ever-growing landscape that is the Fastport Studios at the Edgar Degas House.
100%. And man, whoever it was, I think I kind of know, but we'll just leave it at that. Thank you so much. It was delicious. Have a good rest of your day.
Thank you so very much. OOIDA.com. On the Book of Face, you can find them at OOIDA. Same over on the Twitter, now known as X. The Tube of You, Truckers, OOIDA, and then OIDA Truckers on the gram of Insta. And of course, it is the regular recurring guest, the man who shows up more often than anybody else. Colin Long, the Director of Government Affairs, is here for another edition, another rousing edition, infuriating, galvanizing, get your butt into motion edition of Washington Truckin' Week. Good morning to you.
Long in the house.
I have to tell you, I'm not in the Emerald City. I'm actually in Kansas City at our board meeting.
Ooh.
So it's kind of Kansas City Trucking Week, I guess.
Well, I guess it's Kansas City Trucking Week. I guess it's birthplace of jazz. There's an argument, by the way, that people make that says that Kansas City is the birthplace of jazz. A few people down here might have a bit of an argument with it, but it's a great jazz city, and it's a great jazz place, and it's a great place to be in general. Welcome. Glad you got a chance to get out of Washington, D.C. However, the good news is when you return, it'll be back in business.
Yeah, government's reopening. Not like anyone in trucking really felt it. I mean, FMCSA remained open throughout the 43 days that the government was shut down because, as I said before, it's funded by the Highway Trust Fund. So all that money you pay at the pump keeps the agency and the Department of Transportation largely moving forward during a shutdown. So thank you, truckers.
I sometimes wonder, by the way, if in fact that every nickel collected from the sale of airline tickets went towards the FAA, if people would have less of an inclination to ever end a shutdown, because one of the best ways to end a shutdown is the looming specter of nobody being able to get on a plane for Thanksgiving or Christmas. So, I think that they keep that in place, by the way. Now that they are back in business, let's talk about where the business is next, what is going on. Tell us a little bit about what you're kind of learning over there that you can. I realize that not everything that's happening there you can talk about, but talk about what the people you're talking to want to see happen when you get a chance to return to the Emerald City.
Well, I think actually right now folks are focusing on what's going on in the courts and their impact on what happens in Washington. If you saw the non-domiciled CDL interim final rule that the Trump administration issued recently, it has basically been put on ice. It's not dead, but there's been a stay issued, which would basically pause implementation of the final rule. So we're watching that closely, but there is a play here as far as Capitol Hill is concerned, because we've always said this bill from Chairman Rouser, the non-CDL Integrity Act, needs to be passed because it would make the Trump interim final rule permanent. It would make it law. And now with the courts getting involved and putting a stay in place and maybe ruling against the agency, though I don't think that will ultimately happen, I think it puts more onus on members of Congress, elected officials, to get this done. So we will be redoubling our efforts on Capitol Hill to generate support for Chairman Rouser's bill. And frankly, I mean, there's dozens of sponsors on it already, so it shouldn't be a tall order for us to get quite a few more now that the courts have weighed in and are potentially throwing a kink in the plans.
Really quickly, by the way, just for the people who don't know, an emergency interim final rule to clean up the non-domiciled CDL system was paused by the U.S. Court of Appeals for the D.C. Circuit. They did that on Monday. What they did, though, was, I want to make this really clear to people, this is what they said in the ruling so that people don't have an absolute conniption. The purpose of this administrative stay is to give the court sufficient opportunity to consider the emergency motions for stay pending review and should not be construed in any way as ruling on the merits of those motions. And when the court says that, what they really are saying, we are not giving our opinion either way. We are actually reading this to make sure that there's no places that need to be cleaned up and tightened up, which is why, tell me if I'm wrong, it's important that the legislature, this is not a presidential power, that the legislature actually do this, because in doing it, they will actually make it harder to challenge. Executive orders or anything coming from the executive branch can be challenged 6 ways to Sunday. By passing this, they indemnify it against that. And there might be even something, depending on how the court rules, that allows that law to be written properly by giving them there's some errors in here, but we're going to go along with it. but it's a good kind of way to remind people that this process is a conversation happening between all three branches of government.
I think you nailed it. Yeah, absolutely. And I think another thing that's important to remember with this stay that was issued by the court is it kind of hinges on the emergency nature in which the interim final rule was issued. I think the plaintiffs in the case are basically questioning whether or not there was truly an emergency. I mean, from our perspective, when the Department of Transportation does an audit and finds that most states have some sort of record of noncompliance with CDL issuance when it comes to non-domiciled CDLs, we view that as a pretty serious matter, and that's probably an emergency. And I think you've seen a lot of attention recently, including today, on the state of California. I mean, I think they're looking at 17,000 non-domiciled CDLs that had been issued outside compliance. To us, that sounds like a pretty serious matter. I'm not going to weigh in on whether or not it's an emergency, but like I said, it just redoubles our efforts to make sure Congress passes the bill so that this thing can be permanent and the courts can't really delay its implementation or potentially reverse it.
Well, and I'm going to be a man of the Republic with a lowercase r and the capital R here, and kind of remind people, if you're going to challenge this thing, that's exactly where you should have challenged it, because one of the problems that courts are very wary of is when the state of emergency becomes the norm and not the exception. That is a form of government that nobody wants to be a part of. And so it might be a good reminder, we'll see, to the executive branch to stop declaring everything an emergency, because when one comes along, and by the way, you make a really good case. You could make a case that this is an emergency, but if everything is an emergency, the court goes, you know what, you call other things an emergency too, so which one is the real emergency here? That's where you get into trouble. It's the best challenge, but it's also going to allow Congress time to get something written and get something done. And, you don't pass the Emergency Act. You know what I'm saying? You're passing laws.
You're totally right.
And that's what it kind of comes down to. So like I said, you hit the nail on the head, too. It really is about looking at that. Okay. Can you do me a solid here? And I hate to do this to you again, but we keep on going back to this because there's a lot of people who just keep on misunderstanding this. Would you explain a non-domiciled CDL holder, what that actually means? Because I think a lot of people put it under a blanket. And there are examples of non-domiciled CDL holders who may still end up driving at the end of the day.
Yeah, and but I think I can't even remember who it was who said this first, but they said it really well. Like, the intentions of the non-domiciled CDL program were legit. I mean,
it was me.
An American citizen should be, it probably was you actually, should be capable of getting their CDL in a state where they are not domiciled. I don't think anyone really had issues with that. We might have grumbled about it at the time at OIDM because we were concerned about the impact from American drivers hopping from state to state to get their CDLs. But
Correct.
I think what we've discovered over the years is that folks who want the cheapest labor possible have found a way to use the non-domiciled CDL program to bring in drivers from outside the country, drivers who aren't even domiciled in the U.S. And that's where the problem is, because a lot of those folks aren't going through the same vetting as domestic drivers, and their training might be up to par, but I think we've also got concerns about their grasp on the English language in mind, and there's been a lot of focus on English language proficiency. I'm not saying everyone who has a non-domiciled CDL struggles to speak English or read signs in a proficient manner, but there's definitely some sort of correlation. So we've been saying since earlier this year, when our members really started raising the red flag about this, someone needs to take a look at the non-domiciled CDL program to determine who are the drivers who are getting these licenses, who are the motor carriers who are employing these drivers, and what is their safety record. And I think that was kind of the spark that led USDOT to begin their nationwide audit of the states. And, they have been very clear over at FMCSA that they were shocked what they found from the audit. There's many states who are non-compliant, frankly, red states, blue states. It doesn't matter what your political inclination is as far as the state is concerned. Most of them were issuing non-domiciled CDLs in a non-compliant manner. So that's a problem. That needs to be addressed immediately. And that's what we believe the interim final rule did. And that's why we support the Rouser bill, because it'll make sure that a future administration can't come back in and relax the rules that the Trump administration has put in place to allow more cheaper labor to get into the industry through the non-domiciled CDL program for folks who aren't even domiciled in the U.S.
Yeah, and by the way, like I said, I mean, I went back and I read the language of it, and it makes me crazy because there really is a noble purpose in there. It's to kind of go back to the idea of free soil,
Sure.
the idea that you can pick up, your work trial and cross a border and be able to work over there and get your stuff done. How it's written, the Mack truck loophole that's in it is that it allows people to go CDL shopping. Is what it does.
Mm-hmm.
And in the sense that it's like, this is why California, and by the way, guys, I'm going to keep on saying this, the administration, and I'm going to talk a little politics here, I'm not going to put Colin in the middle of it, the administration is focusing its attention on California for political reasons, but we got friends in Texas, and we love them, who will be the first to tell you, man, what's going on there has equal problems. I mean, there are people who are handing this stuff out like candy, and, it's to remember to keep our eyes on the prize, which is equal enforcement everywhere all the time. And that's really kind of what you guys are kind of pushing towards. Let me ask you a question, because you are not a prognosticator, but you're pretty good at knowing what things' chances are. This actually could pick up some steam and might even pick up some bipartisan support, correct?
Potentially. Nowadays, it's difficult to predict what could generate bipartisan support because the parties in Washington are at kind of polar opposites right now. But English language proficiency as an issue, I think Democrats could understand that is a serious problem. I mean, they all read road signs when they're driving. They all communicate with law enforcement officials on the roadside as well. And I think understanding that a lack of English contributes to negative safety impacts, I think that was pretty prevalent among Democrats. The non-domiciled CDL program, I think we'll have to wait and see. Right now, there isn't any Democratic support for the Rouser bill in the House. I think there's over 30 Republicans on board. But adding your name as a co-sponsor and ultimately supporting the provision when it comes up for a vote are two different things. And I think when members of Congress are given the opportunity to potentially vote on that, whether it be a standalone bill or in a larger piece, I don't think there's going to be a lot of opposition to cracking down on the non-domiciled CDL program when FMCSA has been so clear that all these states, again, you hit the nail on the head, red or blue, have been non-compliant. That should be a concern for any elected official in Washington, and frankly in state capitals as well, if we're being honest. But that should sound alarms for anyone in Washington who's focused on improving highway safety, because having undervetted and underqualified drivers getting their CDLs and getting behind the wheel of an 80,000-pound truck with the type of entry-level driver training we have in place right now should concern everyone. And that's why, we look at this issue as one piece of a much larger puzzle. We want to address the non-domiciled CDL program. We want to address English language proficiency. However, we also want to make sure that training standards are up to par, and we're not just churning through drivers because the large carriers out there want cheap labor. They want cheap drivers. We want to make sure that these drivers are well trained and prepared for a long and safe career in trucking, because not only does it improve highway safety, it enhances the professionalism of our industry. And I think a lot of drivers have really focused on that lately. We need to bring this back to the type of profession it was decades ago when people respected drivers because they were often the safest drivers on the road. And I still think they are, frankly, but there's more that can be done. I don't think anyone will look at the entry-level driver training standards and say that is sufficient. So we are continuing to push on multiple fronts to improve safety through training and through vetting of candidate drivers.
Well, that's the other thing too. I mean, it is a situation, and I don't know how much you heard of Jim Park in the previous episode. He actually expressed deep concern that Ontario was being used as an entrance point, because if you can get behind the wheel of a truck in Ontario, you can use that as a way of kind of parlaying your way towards Canadian citizenship. It has become their kind of loophole over there, that the quickest and fastest route to becoming a Canadian citizen, whether you stay behind the wheel or not, is behind the wheel of a truck. And so much of this, we've been talking about this, and I'm gonna beat this drum with you. I really think that the biggest The biggest problem with the training in this country in regards to what passes as good training in some areas, and by the way, I'm not including my friends at the CVTA or the NAPF-TDS who are right there with you guys on this. The biggest issue is I think if you properly train people and give them the information that they need, what ends up happening is that they understand all the work they have to do and they start asking for the kind of money they deserve. And that is what a cheap CDL mill does. It allows people to, at the source of the learning, depress the value of the market. Sorry, that's my TED Talk for you today. That's it.
There's no need to apologize. That is absolutely right. And that's a message we've been trying to convey in Washington, D.C. And frankly, we've been capitalizing on the focus that lawmakers in Washington have had on ELP and non-DOM to say, you know, that's only a part of the solution. You guys have to focus on training. Training is key, and not just what happens to the driver, but what happens to the training schools who are failing us? What happens to the training schools who aren't producing safe drivers? And we can tell that now because of the entry-level driver training rule. We should be able to kind of reverse engineer safety records to figure out if there are training schools out there who are doing an insufficient job. And I think, thankfully, we have an FMCSA leadership in place who wants to pursue, who wants to go down those rabbit holes. And I think we're going to see folks removed from the training provider registry relatively soon. They are committed to cleaning that up. We stand with them on that. So there's a much broader spectrum of issues that go into this. I mean, everyone in trucking knows that. Nothing is in a vacuum as far as policy is concerned in trucking. Everything has an effect on everything else. But we want to capitalize on the focus on safety right now on Capitol Hill and say, here are other steps that must be taken, including don't pass the Drive Safe Act, which, if folks aren't familiar with that, it basically opens the door for 18, 19, 20-year-olds to enter the long-haul industry with minimal training. We think that's the wrong approach to things. We've come up with an alternative that we think is better for safety and better prepares those young drivers for eventual careers in the long-haul industry. But it's, again, this quest from large carriers to have this vast and ready supply of the cheapest labor possible, and I think a lot of folks are under the impression that's limited to folks who maybe don't have a full grasp of the English language or aren't domiciled in the U.S., but they also want teenagers behind the wheel, and that is alarming because we know they won't be treated well, we know they won't be compensated well, and that affects everyone in the industry who is either operating behind the wheel or wants to begin a career behind the wheel.
You ready for TED Talk number 2?
Yeah, let's do it.
All right, okay. So often the people who are trying to, clean up this system, many of them, some of them, and by the way, there are some fellow travelers here that I don't want any part of this conversation, are often accused of xenophobia, that this is an attack on people who come from other places. And that is furthest from the truth, because just in the same way that somebody who comes to the border, plays by the rules, follows the system, waits patiently in line, does all their due diligence, follows the instructions of the game as the way it's set up, and then enters the country. We owe it to them as much as we owe it to any American citizen, because if we're telling people that the rule of law that they're following can actually be circumvented, what are we telling those people? And if, in fact, we have a rigorous form of training, and the men and the women who come here from other countries understand that there's an English proficiency with it, it better actually assimilates them into the fabric of the nation, and it also means that anybody who is being judged by the color of their skin, we know it's happening, as opposed to right now people screaming and complaining saying this is what's happening. It removes any of that confusion, by the way. It is not anti-immigrant. It is not anti-anybody. It is an attempt to set standards. It's pro-trucking. It's pro-driving. That's it. TED Talk.
I mean, totally agree. And I might get myself into a little bit of trouble here, but
let's go. Let's go there. Come on.
If you have empathy and compassion for the folks who are currently operating on non-domiciled CDLs who aren't domiciled in the U.S., keep in mind these aren't the best jobs in trucking, and they're not being treated by the motor carriers that folks want to drive for often. These are tough jobs. They're not treated excellently. They're not paid well. It's not a great life to have to grind with a non-domiciled CDL. I mean, all truckers are out there grinding, but a lot of them have had enough success and enough training to have some pretty good jobs. These folks aren't in that category, and I think it all gets back to your point, though. I mean, if they are being granted CDLs in an unlawful or non-compliant way, we need to clean that up. The industry shouldn't have to suffer through non-compliance of frankly any sort. I mean, truckers aren't allowed to waive compliance with anything without getting in trouble. So to promote safety and to promote professionalism in the industry, I think rules need to be followed. And we found that that's simply not happening with the non-domiciled CDL program.
Let's go one step further. Let's say that even if it's being done legally, doesn't mean it's ethical. Like I said, just because you're actually able to put the long arm of a contribution, a campaign contribution, or somehow believe that that a free market is really only free for the people who actually hold the cards, that's not acceptable either. I mean, let's have a real honest conversation. There are people who have CDLs that are completely legal, meaning if they got pulled over, and some of them speak incredibly fluent English, who should not be behind the wheel of a truck. And that's unethical. It's not illegal, but it's really unethical, and it's really a word I get one curse word of the day. It's shitty. It's downright not cool. The fact that it's like that there are places that can simply hand them out like they are toilet paper, and that's about the value that is placed on them by the people who are handing them out, and then they are passing them off. If it isn't even an in-house thing, they are then passing them off to companies who think that's the standard of what the American driver should be. They're trying to set a standard that is going to depress wages for everybody. And they haven't really gotten that far with it yet in regards to really doing damage. But what they want to do is they are literally like abusive spouses. They are testing the limits of what they can do. Okay, TED Talk number 3 is
absolutely.
Over. You know,
that was a good one. I mean, and that's what we're trying to convey to folks in Washington, D.C. And I think it's working. I think people are starting to understand and appreciate the fact that truckers want to be treated like the professionals they are. But until the industry is cleaned up from a number of angles, I mean, let's talk about lease-to-own schemes. Those are still lingering out there, too. There's no way those are enhancing professionalism and boosting compensation to a point where it should be these days. There's a number of symptoms out there that need to be rectified. And thankfully, I think we have a lot of folks in Washington, D.C. who are now paying more attention and discovering there are opportunities for them to get behind some of these policy changes that we've been promoting. And hopefully our timing is good because there is a highway bill coming next year, and that's where a lot of these issues will be addressed.
Well, and the other problem is, too, number 4, is the fact that, look, automated trucking is coming. I actually am one of those people who believes that it's going to actually free up drivers to do more stuff in regards to kind of be in the cab and be present and focus on customer service and the quality of what is being delivered and making sure that the equipment is working at its full function. Every minute we waste playing these games means it's more and more time that our friends who need to get the education and the upgrades to understand what their job will look like in 20 or 30 years, it is one day further that we don't get them down the road a little bit further. The deterioration of training is setting us up for an actual disaster when there's nobody who wants to do the jobs, and these jerks who think they're going to automate the entire country are going to find out, what am I going to do? All my equipment is breaking down and everything in the back of the truck is going bad because there isn't a qualified human being sitting there. That's it. That's my futurist complaint. There you go.
Yeah, I mean, it shouldn't be a surprise that the same folks who are pushing for policies like non-dom CDLs and 18, 19, 20-year-olds are the same ones who are promoting driverless trucks on Capitol Hill. I mean, it's not rocket science to figure out what they're up to.
Well, it's create your own problem. It's like, well, look at all these non-domiciled CDL drivers and all these kids who don't know what they're doing because they weren't properly trained. We got to go to automatic vehicles now. I mean, it's like literally you create your own market, and then we revisit it and see if we have anybody willing to get inside one of those cabs anymore because they just told the people that this is a terrible place to work and nobody should work here. You know, there you go. Sorry, I'm pissed off.
We've been kind of using the conversation and the controversy around the driver shortage myth as a way to demonstrate to folks on Capitol Hill that there's many, many bad policies built on that BS. And a lot of them have the sole goal of bringing the cheapest labor possible into the industry as drivers. And as a result, we're seeing I'm giggling because I'm frustrated, but you're seeing road safety decrease as a result. It's not surprising that in an industry where the largest carriers want the cheapest labor. It's resulting in deadly and high-profile crashes. I mean, it's not difficult to figure this out. And unfortunately, I think it's taken years and years and years of this driver shortage myth, of us fighting this driver shortage myth, before folks on Capitol Hill are starting to put these pieces together and realize, oh yeah, the folks who are out there still claiming there's a driver shortage, despite the fact Secretary Duffy even says there isn't, are the ones who are in this perpetual desire for cheap labor. And as a result, we're seeing deadly crashes happening on the road with folks who have gotten their CDLs through a lot of these cheap labor policies.
There are people, by the way, Colin, who literally, they say it. They just automatically say driver shortage and catch themselves, because you know what my biggest problem with the driver shortage myth is? That it insists upon itself. It is the zombie of all zombies. It literally, you think you've buried it, put it back in the earth, poured radioactive waste on top of it, and yet it somehow still comes up out of the ground. Colin, that's all the time we got. You really got me fired up today, man. Tell everybody over there in Kansas City I'm thinking about them, okay?
Will do. I'll give them all high fives from you.
All right, my friend. Colin Long, the Director of Government Affairs, joins us. We love Lindsay Lawler. You finally got to somebody, Lawler.
I'll try. Whether you want me or not, I'll insert myself in here.
You bet your ass you should. I'm pissed off, dude. Let's get this fired up, man.
You're
Great
so
show today.
mean. Why are you so mean?
Watch what happens. Watch.
You know Castrol for passenger car oil and racing, but did you know that they're in the heavy-duty over-the-road market? Well, Castrol CRB Multi 15W40 and Vecton Long Drain 10W30 are now available at TA Truck Service Centers nationwide. This is the partnership in preventive maintenance. TA Truck Service and Castrol, offering you premium products and performance at great price points every day. Castrol, performance for the long haul, guaranteed.
There are precious few nonprofits in the trucking industry, and even fewer that make a tangible difference in the lives of professional drivers. So thank goodness for the St. Christopher Fund. Since 2008, over 4,000 over-the-road semi-truck drivers have turned to the St. Christopher Truckers Fund when a medical issue took them out of work. The SCF steps in and pays necessary household expenses such as mortgage, rent, utilities, insurance, and vehicle payments. The SCF also provides free health and wellness programs for drivers. So find out how the SCF can help you, or help the SCF yourself. They'll turn your dollars and cents into that tangible difference for the professional drivers who need it most. Support our highway heroes with a donation at truckersfund.org.
The Soup Nazi says no soup for you, but we've got plenty of alphabet soup for you on Nemo Nation every Monday. You'll know what's going on at FHWA, TCA, ATRI, CARB, NHTSA, NACFE, OVAC, NTSB, ATA, RLA, NMFTA, DOT, CVSA, TXTA, NASTC, NAPTA, and of course OOIDA and FMCSA, and more.
Dave, we're gonna need a bigger bowl.
Road Gang Radio. We've talked about making a living. Now let's get a life. It's Jimmy Mack and Lindsay Lawler with the best stories, the ultimate road trip, the concert of a lifetime, and a home when you're not at home. The wheels have come off, but we're still rolling.
It's a beautiful day in the neighborhood, a beautiful day in the neighborhood. Won't you be my neighbor? I wanted to start off differently because I was so downtrodden and bumsky-laroo yesterday when we came on. Yesterday, a bird flew into my window and died right before I came on air. And you know how sad I was, and you know how much I love dogs. So, my dog Mimi, so it means you probably know how much I love animals. So it means that you won't be surprised when I tell you that Saturday at 11 a.m., we're going to look at a mini Highland cow to potentially live at our house. I said it. And Seamus has already named it Hamish.
Oh,
he doesn't want it, but if we get it, he's naming it Hamish.
Do not
love
get
that
it,
man.
Please don't get it.
Don't you?
Why not?
You have a chicken that wears diapers in your house, okay? So I don't even want to hear anything.
Which means I speak from a place of powerful experience, by the way. Hey, by the way, if you go to the park on Saturday, will it be the 4th of July?
I think it will be
Maybe.
the 4th of July.
Oh, nice.
The ambassador is laughing. The ambassador is smiling. A real celebration. It's Road Gang Radio with Lindsay Lawler, Jimmy Mack, and of course at 615-292-6366.
That's 615-292-NEMO.
Phone Master Dre will answer the phone and make all your dreams come true by getting you into the conversation and making you a member of the gang. As Bruce Almighty already is, who says good morning to Double L, our good friend Trucker Bosun, says that he is glad that Penny Lane isn't listening right now. And Brad Bentley says good morning to you as well. So everybody's laughing, everybody's smiling.
BB the King. Speaking of Gina Harrison.
Ridiculous.
Like one of the best humans on earth. Yesterday, I had a box sitting on my porch, and on the top it said it's going to be a good day. And I was like, oh my God, holy cow, is this what I think it is? And it was. I think I said on the air a week or two ago, God, my dream is just like a box of cheese to show up at my doorstep. And enter Gina Harrison. A box of cheese. There's a company called the Cheese Brothers in Wisconsin, and I got 8 wheels of gourmet cheese that is now in my house, and I'm going to cry talking about it because it makes me so happy.
What do you do with cheese? Do you just eat cheese as is, or do you have any sort of cheese layout, cheese spread?
I just eat it. I just shove it in my face is what I do with it. There's no rhyme or reason to it. If it's sitting there and someone's already drizzled something on it, great, I'll eat it. I'm not going to do the drizzling myself. I'm just going to eat it. Yes, Dre.
I looked it up. I'm in love with this website now. Thank you for that, Gina. Thank you.
Cheese Brothers?
Yes. Oh my God.
So good, right?
12 days of Cheesemas Advent calendar. Thank you.
Send this interview. Make a mental note that we need to send this to Cheese Brothers. By the way, we need to clip this because it was. It made me so happy. All the packaging is like cute and fun and festive. There's fun, interesting names from all the cheese. They're all in really pretty, like you already know you love a company when they spend time on their packaging. Like that shows a lot. They put some extra love into this cheese. You know what I'm saying?
I'm sending this to Claire. We're getting them on as a guest.
Make my dreams come true.
So basically, it was if it had been turned into a movie, it would have been called The Gouda, The Brie, and The Smoky.
Nice.
That's the best I can do with the good, the bad, and the ugly.
That's the best you can do on Quick. That's good.
That's
Smokey and the Cheese Bandit.
Oh, I like that very much. That's really good. That's excellent stuff right there.
That's pretty good.
I like
Smokey Cheese and the Bandit.
Yeah, BJ and the Cheese.
BJ and the Cheese.
BJ and the Cheese. Yeah, there's a couple. Brie J and the Cheese.
Brie J and the Cheese.
Brie J. What is your favorite kind of?
Hakuna Matata. What a wonderful phrase.
Wait, for the rest of your plate.
Yeah.
By the way, is Gouda your favorite cheese?
No.
What's your favorite cheese?
I love Gouda. I don't really have a favorite. I do not, however, like Swiss. Swiss, I don't like.
Oddly, on a sandwich?
And it's a kind of strange one to be very adamant about, but Swiss and me do not agree.
What about
like holes in it.
What about Gruyere? I mean, that's a form of Swiss, but it isn't the classic.
I like Gruyere.
Okay, because the Swiss make Gruyere. It's a Swiss cheese, but it's not Swiss cheese with holes in it.
No, I mean anything creamy, like a triple brie, a triple cream brie. Come on, let's do it. I love a Havarti. Yeah, I love Gouda. I'm not a big smoky person, actually. I will say I don't love smoky. We put a smoky mozzarella in the pasta that I made last night, and it was really good in that. But like just to eat it alone, I'm not a big smoky person.
You know what really works really well on smoky cheeses? Tart cherry jam. Tart, though. Tart cherry jam.
Gotta be tart.
Gotta be tart, by the way. You know what really tart cherry jam works on? Almost everything. But it really is good. I'm a big fan of sharp Irish cheddar.
Let's go.
Sharp, let's go. Let's make it happen. By the way, welcome to our Ruin Your Appetite for the Rest of the Day show. And by the way, I'm really kind of grateful to my friend Chris Orban, who I'm having lunch with today to kind of talk about some trucking issues that he and I are going to go over. It was supposed to be a little bit earlier today. He had to push it back. Because he pushed it back, Lindsay, I was able to actually enjoy the breakfast that Dre. And by the way, what I really love is she sent over 3 cups of coffee. If you think she doesn't pay attention, you don't know who you're talking
Gina
about.
Harrison for president, man. I'm telling you, she's a woman behind some of the men over there at Fastport, but she's really the woman in front of the everybody. Without Gina, those men fall apart. Let's just say that.
Let me tell you something right now. If somebody told me that Gina Harrison was going to be president, I actually would get excited. I'd be like, Gina? I wouldn't be like, what? I'd be like,
She'd be like, Putin, here's some cheese. Now stop being such a jerk. I don't know, whatever.
Actually, she might be. She might be. She's like, you get the cheese or you get the chump.
Putin's too busy eating cheese. He can't cause any more trouble for a little bit.
That was very Eddie
Too busy
Izzard.
eating the cheese.
That was very Eddie Izzard of you, by the way. Speaking of comedians, you're going to be seeing one in just a little bit. So we're going to do a replay during this particular show. We've got 2 great guests coming up. But tell us what's going on.
I am so excited about all 3 guests today. Kind of out of my mind excited. As I was, prepping up for the 2 live guests today, I was like, bravo to Claire for for booking him, but B, for putting him together, because our first guest is a woman who, long story short, sold her house, everything she owned. She worked in the corporate world and now travels, so stays rent-free, travels internationally and pet sits for people. She did 68 days in Europe, just pet sitting all around Europe, traveling, and then it gives her time and space to write. And so now she's got 3 novels, 2, one released, one about to be released, and one in the hopper, that she would have never done because she would have never had the time and space to write. Amazing. And then the guy who started geocaching is going to be on. So talk about adventure together. And then Dustin Nickerson, who is, are y'all frozen? Am I on the air?
Yeah, you're here.
You both just frozen. I got worried. Okay. Sorry.
I know that's the worst. You feel like I'm cooking. I'm really making it happen. I'm so happy about this show today. Hello.
Yeah,
hello.
You guys frozen.
Bueller.
Internet problems in the woods. Dustin Nickerson, really great, funny comedian. He's part of Nate Bargatze's Nate Land. He's blowing up and has been over the past couple of years, but he's playing Zanies this weekend. I'm going to see him. And it was a really fun conversation, him sitting here in my studio. So it's a great day to be alive. Great guest, great cheese, great co-host.
Great day to be alive.
Let's go.
Speaking of comedians,
yes.
Great day to leave alive. Mr. Slay as well managed to work his way into that particular conversation. Lindsay, before we actually kind of pivot into a lot of really fun stuff that we're going to talk about, I do want to give a piece of news here from our friends over at CDL Life. We talked about some stuff over in Landline in regards to what's going on over at the CVTA and their beef now with the FMCSA. This is more of a localized thing. A coroner in Pennsylvania is hoping to have commercial truck traffic banned from a highway that was involved in a series of fatal wrecks. The most recent crash on Route 40 in Pennsylvania claimed the lives of 66-year-old truck driver Delroy Henry and 31-year-old motorist Nikki Joe Rugg and the 34-year-old motorist Michael Brown on Monday, November the 10th. According to WTAE4, a tractor-trailer left its lane and collided head-on with a pickup, which then hit a van, resulting in the deaths I mentioned before. 5 other people inside of the van were also transported to a hospital for treatment. What Coroner Bob Baker is saying is that he's hoping to get commercial truck traffic banned from the roadway to prevent future fatal wrecks on the 2-lane road. This is what Baker had to say. Countless lives lost on this road due to the commercial tractor trailers involved. We had a mass fatality last year. Within a year, 4 adults and an infant killed on this very same road, and now this call. My first goal, and this is Dr. Baker speaking, the coroner, would be to talk to PennDOT to do a study, also talk to the state police, the Turnpike Commission, and local state legislators to see what they can handle and do at Harrisburg, and then again to see who else can help this mission to get it accomplished. Baker identified the victims on Wednesday, November the 12th. No further information on the crash has been released. Before anybody has a panic attack, the coroner, of course, is a state official. And in being that, he understands the process. They're not going to shut down 40 in Pennsylvania in the blink of an eye. He understands that studies have to be done because he also knows that alternative routes have to be found. But it's a great reminder for everybody out there to stay safe and sometimes going a little bit slower, even even if you feel like doing the speed limit is the right thing to do, sometimes dropping it under the speed limit is a really good approach, particularly when you're getting into some hairy situations.
Little things make big differences.
Little things make a big difference. We want to keep you guys abreast of what's going on out there, both the nationwide and the specific. And at any time tomorrow, if you guys want to call and talk about particular areas of the road that trouble you, I'd love to hear from you in the morning. But in the meantime, we return to our regularly scheduled, getting a life, as it were. Good morning to you.
Yeah, get a life. It's all about mini Highland cows and cheese around here. Get a life. I know people over in the comments are like, "Oh, God, truck bus," and I hope my wife, I hope my wife isn't listening. Mini cows and cheese. I'm very excited about what the world has to offer. I'm very excited about the guest today. I'm also excited about. Let's dive in for these next couple minutes, Shim. It's a couple kind of fun national days today, and it leads us into a beautiful conversation. By the way, I didn't know that I'm not shocked, but pleasantly surprised with Dre wanting his travel destination to be around pirates. I love that.
By the way,
that made me happy.
My new nickname for Phone Master Dre, when it's not Phone Master Dre, outside of the studio, it is now Captain from Tortuga.
Or Phone Master Dre.
What's a pirate's favorite letter?
You
but it's the C. It's the C. But I like where your head's at.
What's its favorite restaurant?
Go on.
Arby's.
Oh, God almighty.
Yeah. But listen, man, I grew up
I
loving
say Long
pirates.
John Silver, but that's too obvious.
Oh,
careful!
Nothing funny in your delivery.
Nobody go there.
What?
No,
What?
don't bring it up. The one time I went to Long John Silver's, that was the first time I got food poisoning.
True story.
Yeah,
Do not send this to them.
Nope.
Yeah, guys, one thing you can't send over to the studio, if you send us Long John Silver's, we're going to be coming for your Long John Silver.
It's like going to Popeyes in Michigan. Like, you don't go to it. You know what I mean? You're not going to be, it's
happy.
It's like going to KFC in Hawaii. It's not the place you want to get that. You know what I mean? I'm sorry.
I see where you're going.
Yeah.
I don't know about Popeyes in Michigan. That one was a stretch.
Popeyes in Michigan
Unless
might
you're
be
trying to
pretty
go
good.
Cajun.
Especially if you're in Detroit, it would be a good thing to do.
No, because they don't know seasonings.
No,
dude,
in
with
Detroit.
fast food, it's the same everywhere in the state.
Actually, that's not true.
No, Popeyes in
That's not
St.
true.
Louis was garbaggio.
I'm telling you.
Popeyes in California,
was
garbage.
There was a great article, by the way, speaking of dream destinations, there was a great article once about if you're going to get a particular fast food, where to get it. And there's a number of places like Popeyes and Arby's, where it's the Arby's in Texas straight up better, Lindsay, because they literally are getting the cattle there. They get their beef from Texas, and they went through this thing and that the ladies, and here's what's really funny, that Popeyes ended up stealing a recipe nationally from one of its locals. Their biscuits actually don't use water; they use Sprite. And
Popeyes,
they use Sprite in their biscuits.
And did they say that, or is that a?
It's not your business. I don't know your life.
You just
Listen,
I
man.
don't know you. I don't know your life.
If I don't see someone's uncle or auntie with a cigarette in their mouth cooking my Popeyes, it's not going to be the same.
Oh my God.
Or listen to Motown.
Oh my God! When the food tastes like cigarettes, that's not okay.
That's why you put
the
a haircut
Sprite.
on
Wait, Sprite and the biscuits. So that actually feels like a pro move, because if they were trying to save money, they would use water. So they're actually
Total pro move. Total
pro move.
Total pro move.
I'm not saying it's a healthy move, but I'm saying it's a pro move.
Well, here's the thing is though, if you're the only reason that fast food restaurants have any healthy food there is for the mom or the person on a diet who brings everybody else there. It's just to give them something to eat. I mean, if you're going to fast food and thinking you're going to make some healthy lifestyle choices, go there, man. Get that double-decker taco.
Yeah.
But don't get the double-decker taco and then get a Diet Coke. That's stupid.
Oh, I hate it. I hate when people do that. I hate when people do that. Food halo. Okay, sorry.
Okay.
Pirates, destinations. What's up?
Well, you got to set it up. People might just be tuning in. What day is it? What's the actual question? Oh,
my God. I got to unpack all this stuff again.
Oh, this is the worst radio show ever.
Living a life.
Oh, my God.
I work with such imbeciles.
Oh, my God. Okay, by the way, we do talk about national days here, and it is brought to you by Truck Down. They've been doing it since '97. They do it with making sure that truckers with maintenance issues have found service providers through Truck Down. 50 states, 8 provinces. Go to truckdown.com. And then here's the deal. Turn your attention to National Dream Destination Day. Celebrated.
Gotta get up and truck down. Gotta get up and truck down. Go on.
Celebrated on November the 13th. It was founded by Meg von Hartman, the owner of the luxury travel company Traveler Ooh La La, but it doesn't have to be about luxury. It's about dream destinations. It is dedicated to inspiring individuals to plan and embark on the travel adventure of a lifetime. Bucket list destination, discover something new. National Dream Destination Day is simply a reminder that the world is full of awe-inspiring places just waiting to be explored after you've planned to go there. Go
Dude,
make it happen.
Another perfect reason we're having Annie McCormick on today, who travels the world pet sitting. Claire didn't even know it was National Day. It just means everything's working together. It's supposed to. We're right where we're supposed to be.
Right where we're supposed to be.
I have my 3 places that I'm dying to go. One I've already been. One is here in the States and might not seem that exotic to anyone else, but it's been calling to me for 8 years now, so just go already. And one is the big trip that my husband and daughter and I want to take. She doesn't know. We'll tell her that she's going. But the big international trip. So Kauai for me, and specifically Kauai in Hawaii. It's where my daughter took her first steps. It's where I wrote my song "I'm Okay." It's just where I journaled one of the deepest things I ever have, and hardly remember it, but I remember where I was. It's just a magical, inspiring place, and so I would like to go back to Kauai with my family because it's magical. Taos, New Mexico has been calling to me ancestrally and the woo and all of the cosmic woo that is.
Dre, Taos.
Go on. I need the sitar when I'm talking to it. Yeah, it's been calling to me. It's been calling to me. So Taos, but I think I need to go there alone, perhaps. I'm supposed to have a walkabout in Taos, I think.
That's got a great kind of rhythm rhyme scheme. I'm supposed to have a walkabout in Taos.
That's a Billy Joel song.
I'm supposed to have a walkabout in Taos.
What are you talking about?
It can be. Go on.
Anything can be. I'm supposed to have a walkabout in Taos. You know what? I really want to own a place in Taos just so I can call it my Taos house. That's literally it. That's all. That's the only reason.
I want to walk about in Taos with my Taos house. I like it.
And Switzerland Switzerland is where we'd love to go, both summer and winter.
But you won't eat the cheese.
I will shove it down my pants. I don't even know what that means, but I'm going to do it.
I got Swiss in my pants, and I'm excited to be here. That's what I'm telling you.
Swiss in your pants? You're excited to see me, both.
Yeah. It's like, so basically you got holes in your pants. They just don't, they're on the inside, not the out.
Holes on the soles of my shoes.
What about Switzerland? Why Switzerland? We've unpacked Taos before, but why Switzerland? What's up with that, by the way? And by the way, we'd love to hear from you guys in the chat as well. Speaking of that really quickly, while you think about your Switzerland answer, our good friend Foraught quickly points out that he made 2 big bowls of Cheerios once only to find out there was no milk. He used Sprite. It's doable, but don't drink the milk vinegar taste. Ew. I'm sorry, I read that. Go on.
Vinegar meaning the Sprite mixes with the Cheerios, I guess?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Noted.
Yeah.
Hey, you know what? Don't worry, we won't do that. But thank you for the heads up.
Yeah.
Why Switzerland? Well, number one, probably the biggest. Seamus hasn't been there. Seamus has been to like I said, for years he was doing 23 countries a year. So Seamus has been to a lot of places. So if we're going to really spend the time and money and flying all these miles he's accumulated, and we want to save up because we want to do it first class, do it right, save up on miles, it's got to be somewhere he hasn't been. So Switzerland he has not been to, but it's called to him. I think just culturally, there's still, we speak English like that. In some places, just culturally and aesthetically, just like the visuals that I can see and the fact that I can have water and skiing and it just checks a lot of boxes. It's clean. It's I don't know. Why would you want to go to Switzerland? Even though you didn't say it.
For the exact same reasons. And by the way, having been to Austria extensively, I haven't been to Switzerland. I have been to Austria, but for professional reasons. And so I only got to enjoy just a little bit of it while I was doing an actual job. A little bit to the east, which wasn't as much fun. Klagenfurt is a place that I would actually kind of direct you towards. Klagenfurt. Klagenfurt is a place that I would actually would be interested in returning to. I have very short, brief, good memories of the place. Wasn't there long enough to really enjoy it in a way that, you can enjoy that place. From what I understand, it is a terrific resort town at the border of Austria, and you should check it out, by the way. I think you'd really, really love it.
I'm in. Let's go.
Austria is fantastic. And by the way, I'm a big city guy. I would love to take I'd love to take Claire places. I'd love to take Claire to Vienna, Budapest, Copenhagen, of course. The cities.
Do you say Budapest? Do you put an H in it?
Budapest. Yeah. Yes, I do.
Budapest?
Yes.
Are you supposed to, or you just do it?
No, you're supposed to, but you can say
Really?
you can say Budapest too. They're happy with that. Hey, we got 2 phone calls.
Let's go.
We're gonna go with Pack Rat first, then jump on with Chris because we're talking about dream destinations. But anything else that's on your mind? Good morning, Pack Rat.
Hey, bro. Good morning, Miss Lindsay, Jimmy Mack.
Good morning.
Well, Jimmy Mack did another coaching casualty this week.
I know. And what do you think? What do you think? Was it the right decision?
Well, look what they did to him, though. They did keep Saquon Barkley, and then they bring in Russell Wilson as if he's going to be the all and end all, or going to bring that team to the promised land. I don't know.
It was stupid. It was stupid because you play the season out, you play the entire season out, you see what you've got. I mean, you really can't hire anybody new. That's the other problem. And when you fire a coach, Lindsay, the biggest mistake you make I
didn't fire a coach.
Well, if you're going to do it at the end of the season. And here's the reason why you want to do it at the end of the season, because what you don't want is the disastrous nightmare. You want to be able to hire the coach that you want, not the coach that the fans push you into. And you get the Antonio Pierce disaster in Oakland. You get, LSU gets lucky because Ed Ogeron then wins the national championship, and that's really groovy. But he really wasn't up to the task. I mean, he really didn't coach that team that won the national championship. The problem is if the guy comes in and people kind of rally around the guy and then he wins 5 straight games, people go, that should be our coach. But that's as much about the players playing for their jobs next year at that point. That's as much about people, liking an assistant coach. You always promote the most likable guy in the room to take the job over. And the worst thing is that the guy that he finally drafted, Dable got to draft a guy that he wanted. That guy, Jackson Dart, was killing it. He got injured. It's so stupid. It's the stupidest thing. They got to stop doing it. It's just, I don't understand it, and I don't think that it sets up the job for success both during the season, nor does it do it at the end of the season. Just dumb. Now, where do you want to go for a vacation? Where's your dream destination?
Who, me? Oh,
yeah.
I want to go to Iceland. I want to go to Iceland.
Ooh,
That's
yeah.
beautiful,
See the
buddy.
Northern Lights?
Oh,
Wait,
my
can I
God.
see him there? I can, right?
Yes,
Well,
oh, my God.
That's like the place to see him, right? Okay.
Yeah.
I'll go with you if you want.
Oh, sure, okay,
It's not weird.
But I hear it's kind of expensive there. It's a costly place to go to, but if I win the lottery, that's on my bucket list.
I like that. You could go see him in Alaska. Have you been to Alaska?
I've been to Alaska, yes.
Oh, you have? Okay.
Just to kind of let people know, Greenland is the one that's covered in ice, and Iceland is the one that's covered in green.
Yes, that I do know.
Its cultural capital is Reykjavik.
Yeah, funny how that works out.
Yeah, its cultural capital is Reykjavik, which was one of the great cities of the world for arts, music, theater, literature, some really great restaurants, some really great museums, a thriving music festival scene, Lindsay, which is why you want to head on over there.
Yes.
And by the way, UNESCO has designated Reykjavik as a World City of Literature, by the way. What's also really cool about Iceland is that you can, in fact, see the Northern Lights, and the highest city in the world, meaning I don't mean high in like elevation, but I mean
I thought you meant high. They just smoke a lot of
they probably do
weed.
that too, man. By the way, my good friend John,
I'm in.
who couldn't make a party over here at the Dega House, our good friend John is pretty extraordinary. He's from Iceland, and he's been trying to get me to go with him. He looks like a Viking. He's a crazy man. But yeah, Iceland's a great choice. Iceland is a great choice. But there's a city at the top of Iceland that is the highest city in the world, meaning it's the one that is closest to the North Pole. If that makes sense.
So you know what else is nice about Iceland?
What's that?
Their fiercest carnivore they have there is like a fox. So there's no animals there that will eat you.
So much more to like here. So much more to like. Well, okay. There we go.
I love it. Listen, I'll go with you. We got to get the next caller. We got to see where Chris wants to go real quick. But Pack Rat.
I think we lost Chris.
Well, Pack Rat, we could stay on one more minute. Pack Rat, what are you doing this weekend? I know it's Thursday, but Thursday's the new Friday. What are you doing this weekend?
Probably going to enjoy having a weekend off. Well, I got some stuff to do around the house, shopping, and nothing really planned. Just kind of play it as it goes along.
I love that. Enjoy it. That is, as hard as you work, enjoy having no plan except for whatever feels right in the moment. Hey, real quick, here's some other, I love your Iceland thought. Over Trucker Bosun says, a ship ride through the fjords in Norway, Finland, and Sweden. Yes.
Ooh, yeah.
That would be a good one. And then Steve confirms that, yes, the scenery in Switzerland is beautiful. That is why I want to go there. So, yes, let's go. Sounds like we need a RadioNemo international trip, guys.
All the best, Pack Rat.
Okay, let's do it. Let's go. Best, Miss Lindsay and you, Mac.
Bye. You know what we need to do, Jim? Do one of those European cruises where we broadcast from it and we take Vince and Jenna.
Yeah, I like where your head's at, by the way. And everybody should look. And by the way, I was wrong. Iceland doesn't have the city closest to the North Pole. The city closest to the North Pole is actually in Sweden. It's Långbyen.
Dre, can you clip where Jim just said I was wrong?
Already on it.
Thank you. Save that. I need to drop that soundbite in more often. Save that. Jim was wrong. I was wrong. Jim was wrong. It's Road Gang Radio, a.k.a. Jim Was Wrong Radio. Welcome back. We're glad you're here. We're glad you found us. Don't leave. We'll be right back. This next guest is so inspiring. Speaking of travel, she's going to tell you how you can travel on someone else's dime. Let's go.
17 Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASC certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers.
Pro drivers, say hello to your perfect fuel stop, Racetrack. Perfect as in hello, everything you need on the go. Oh, hi there, dedicated truck lanes. What's up, hot and delicious grab-and-go food? And hello, cat scales, clean restrooms, and large, easy-to-maneuver lots. Racetrack has what you want so you can get in, get out, and get back on the road, turning miles into money. Next time you need to stop, say hello to the fuel stop built for pro drivers. Racetrack, whatever gets you going.
St. Christopher Truckers Fund provides free health and wellness programs for drivers to help prevent some common medical conditions seen in the industry. These programs include diabetes prevention, Rigs Without Cigs, a tobacco and nicotine cessation program, Healthy Habits for the Long Haul, a 12-week total body wellness program, a vaccine voucher program that includes free flu, shingles, COVID, and pneumonia vaccines, and GPS, Get Preventative Screenings. That includes free at-home cancer screening tests. These programs are available to Class A over-the-road semi-truck drivers. For more information or to register for a program, visit the St. Christopher Fund website at truckersfund.org.
We're going where you want to go, so you can be where you need to be. It's Road Gang Radio with Lindsay, Lawler, and Jimmy Mack on RadioNemo.com.
Långbyen is actually over in Sweden, and it is 818 miles away from the North Pole. It's got a very small population, under 2,500 people, but it is a beautiful city if you actually look it up. It's got people from 53 different countries. Immigrants from 53 different countries live in Långbyen. So that's like going to an international high school in essence for adults. It's like a small liberal arts college or a very, very big high school. It sounds like a groovy place. Never been there. I will look up the town in Iceland, which was one of the European cultural capitals of the world. Reykjavik is the cultural capital of Iceland, not the cultural capital of Europe. I didn't make that mistake, but I was wrong.
You were wrong.
I was wrong. Which, by the way, I admit from time to time.
You were wrong.
I was wrong.
Just leaning in, Jim.
Speaking of right, let's kind of pivot over to right, shall we? A little bit of little rightness here. Would you care to do the introduction?
Oh
Since
my
we're
God,
talking dream destinations this morning.
I would care very deeply because you know how excited I've been about this interview, this conversation. And okay, first of all, Jim, do you have any idea how many countries you've been to?
Yeah, I do. I do. 21.
Oh, you know? Oh, gosh, I don't know because mine is pretty low. But I wonder if Annie knows her number. But our first guest today, it's Annie McCormick, and this woman is living a life that a lot of people only daydream about, but she's here to tell you that it's actually very doable. So 4 years ago, she sold her house, gave up every single thing she owned, took off to become an international house and pet sitter. She now lives rent-free around the world, taking care of people's dogs and cats while writing books, her passion. She's found a way to marry her passions. And one of her books, by the way, is now a finalist in an international contest in Europe. Her new novel, Runaway Cane, it's a spicy RV on the run, questionable choices, road adventure that she says was inspired by one single line she heard on a Mel Robbins podcast that inspired her to do her life here. She reached out to us and said, guys, you guys are about highways, byways, and caffeinated fuel questionable choices. My book is perfect for your listeners. We agree. I already love her. I spent a lot of hours deep diving, went down the rabbit hole on her Instagram page last night, Jim, and I'm wildly inspired, wildly excited to be her new best friend. So please make welcome to the show, writer and professional global nomad, Annie McCormick. Good morning. How are you?
I'm great. How are you this morning?
So good. I'm so inspired by you.
Good. And I am delighted to be your new best friend. Absolutely. We need coffee.
Yes, let's do it. I'm having one right now. Where are you Where in the world are you? What time zone are you?
At the moment, I am in the central time zone, and I'm in the western suburbs of Chicago.
Bill, how boring.
I know. Now I can't. I'd have to think a minute to tell you how many countries I've been to in total. But I did 15,000 kilometers by train in Europe this summer, and I think there were 14 countries that I stayed in, pet sat in, drank coffee in, or rolled through. So if we had been chatting in July, I'd have a much more exotic answer for you.
No, it's good. It reminds us that you're relatable and there's still balance there. So it's still attainable. It's not like you haven't moved to Europe. You've just found a way to be able to be lean and mean and on the scene and travel when you want. So
yeah.
The thing
is, good. I will tell you, I have an amazing daughter-in-law and a lovely son-in-law, and I don't think either of them were prepared for me as their mother-in-law. I think I am not in any guidebook for how to meet your mother-in-law at all. So yeah, a little bit different approach to life.
That makes it even better.
I will tell you this too, Lindsay. Annie brings up a good point. The moment you leave the continent, you exponentially begin to increase the number of countries you go to. Like if you go to South America or Europe, you're off to the races because you're often crossing borders and crossing boundaries, and you can really. Like I said, and I have a feeling that Annie thinks about it the same way I do. There's been a couple of countries I've passed through on the way to other countries. I mean, I don't count the plane ride to India. I don't count the countries we stopped over in as places I've been to because I wasn't there. That's a big thing too. Annie, I want to talk about the book because it's actually a journey in two directions. It's not just the journey from the north all the way down to the south in regards to being inside of an RV and trying to escape a problem. It's a journey down as well before heading back up. So you have kind of a double thing that has to play itself through here. You have to kind of follow the movements and the motions of what's going on in the RV, but you've also got to follow the internal life of the people that are driving this story. Can you talk about how you kept those two worlds not straight, but how you actually merge them together, and what the writing strategy behind something like Runaway Cane is putting it together?
It is, and thank you for teeing it up so eloquently. It was a really interesting process because there is that story of discovery, right? And we're all on it kind of every day if you've got any level of engagement with the world around you. And it is a matter of finding those moments of growth, finding those moments of transition, finding those moments of pain, and just kind of the normal day-to-day of your world. I mean, Frank nearly has a panic attack back in the RV out of the driveway, for heaven's sake. So it isn't, it isn't the big moments that trigger all the emotional stuff. Sometimes it's the small stuff. And so we're right there in the passenger seat with Frank as he kind of navigates big moments and small moments. And of course, narcissist that he is, he makes all of these moments about himself, right? I mean, he's certainly not helping himself any of the way through this. But it is a matter of kind of recognizing all that's happening around you and where you might find moments of insight or struggle.
Really quickly before I turn this back over to Lindsay, for all of our listeners out there, by the way, Annie's book actually has a lot of time spent behind the wheel in a raised piece of motoring machinery with a guy contemplating his thoughts. If you can't get behind that, guys, if you can't relate to that character, I don't know what's wrong with you. I mean, our drivers sit exactly to some degree where Frank sits a lot of this book. I'm going to turn that back over to Lindsay. Go ahead.
Well, here's what's so cool and inspiring. I literally, Annie, did a deep dive through your Instagram last night, and it was very enjoyable.
I got really unpleasant text, by the way, all throughout the whole process.
I was like, screw you, I quit. I'm moving. I'm traveling with Annie. I quit everything. I quit life. I looked at my husband and said, get out of here. No, but I really did. Actually, we didn't even watch TV last night. My husband cleaned while I just watched all things Annie.
My goodness.
What's so cool, Annie, is that, guys, what she did at one point that she breaks down, she spent 68 days in Europe and only paid for 4 nights of hotels. I was even, Annie, mesmerized by the idea that you sort of planned so when you were going to be traveling from place to place, you take the train so you could sleep in a sleeper car, whatever, on the train, and that eliminates a hotel. Like, it's brilliant to do, but I want to talk about that inspiration. But first, did anybody try to talk you out of this lifestyle? Because you come from corporate, as you mentioned, you have a family. Did anybody say, you're crazy, don't do this?
Oh my gosh, no, not at all.
Great.
No, that wouldn't, no, I don't know anybody that would say that to me. In fact, my kids are like, go mom, absolutely.
Amazing.
And I will tell you, I think when you're handed the gift of a child, you are forever modeling behavior for them, right? And so I'm modeling what this third chapter looks like for my kids. I'm modeling follow your dream. I'm modeling bravery. I'm modeling adventure. So you're never not modeling. And if somebody had said that to me, that's so you just kind of move on. If my kids had paused with it, I probably would have had a knee-to-knee with them and talked about it. But no, it's in addition to everything else, it's modeling next chapter to your kids.
Well, and here I want to say, Andy, because over in the chat, there's a question that just popped up in the chat, which I'm going to read, and I'm not slamming Steve for saying this. What Steve just put in the chat is what 90% of people would say, and I would like you to respond to this comment. Steve said, well, if I could afford to, he didn't put well, because that changes it. He says, if I could afford to travel abroad, I would, but time and money are needed. And yes, of course. So how do you respond to Steve, Annie, with all the love in your heart?
Sure, Steve, with all the love in my heart. When my 2 kids were up and doing their own grown-up cool things, I decided it was time for me to do my cool grown-up things. And so I had always had the dream of traveling and writing. And so I began to pick up any decision or opportunity that let me travel or write, and put down anything that was an obstacle or a burden or slowed that process down. Time and money are finite things. All of us only have so much of them. So I needed to figure out how to tackle time and money. And so when you eliminate your house and all the expenses with it, everything from your mortgage to a bottle of Windex, I don't buy those things anymore. I mean, just do some back of the napkin math about what you spend on. Well, I'm watching Christmas lights go up all up and down the street here. Lawn service, the kid that the snow blows your driveway, the stuff you buy for your house, in addition to mortgage and light bills and streaming services and stuff. I have none of those expenses. So it isn't a matter of simply income. It's also a matter of eliminating all of those expenses. So that might address Steve's problem in terms of, I'm not too much worried about the money coming in because I have a massive amount less money going out. Time is simply how and where I choose to spend my time, and I choose to spend my time traveling, and the absence of a house allows me to do that. In fact, the absence of a house forces me to travel because I've always got to be somewhere.
Wow. Well,
does that take care of Steve with all the love in my heart.
That takes care of Steve with all the love in your heart. And then just the quick follow-up is, what happens when you don't have a gig? Where do you, like, if there isn't, there's got to be times where, like, shoot, I don't have, is that when you go pay for a hotel or stay with a friend?
Very rarely do I not have a sit. I will tell you, I've been doing this for 4 years, and as with anything, you get smarter about it all the time. And I literally can go from sit to sit to sit. In Europe, when I had gaps between sits, I rolled around the country on trains. I tend to not have a gap, in all honesty. But if I do, there's some nights I just love to check into a hotel, man. Close the door, lock the door, big comfy bed, flip on the television, and yeah, I love a great hotel every now and then.
Oh,
but
my
it
God.
honestly very rarely happens.
As Lindsay can tell you, you are now my spirit animal because I love hotels. And my attitude is they ain't got to be. I mean, I like a fancy pants hotel. I like a boutique hotel. I've been to some great ones. I can think of one in Puerto Rico that just wowed me. There've been a couple of stuff in Shoreditch in London that is terrific. But if it's clean and the staff is great and they have a little free breakfast in the morning, I'm home. And just being able to go into a hotel.
You and me both, man. You and me both. Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah.
And it's just and part of the thing that's so interesting too, because with the book, I'm gonna get back to the book here for a second, guys. With the book is the fact that knowing all this about you, you kind of created a situation where it's like. And every once in a while, I get these little islands of sanity where hotels will pop up or something will pop up. But a lot of this is like you're almost imagining, because, you know, books are about conflict. They have to be. You almost imagine, what if I took my world and put it in topsy-turvy? Because, you know, and I read the book before I actually read the preview notes, because I like to do that. I actually, as I was reading it, was making the comp. I said, there's a little bit of the Big Chill here. And then, of course, that was one of the comps that you make. Can you talk about the way that the road transforms you? Because I feel like both in your own life and in this book, there's a real grasp on what it is to make a journey through physical space and geography and how that changes us as people. And just kind of wanted your thoughts on, from both a positive and negative aspect, how the road and moving through it changes us.
What a question. This is the essay portion of the exam. Frank is really afraid of, like, everyone around him, and he's really pushed out of his comfort zone in the book to make friends or ask for help. He's a bit gruff and cranky. I, on the other hand, tend to go through life assuming you're going to meet more good than bad more often than not. Travel really pushes you out of your comfort zone. You want to be out of your comfort zone, stand on a train platform in Germany without a word of German, and hope you're getting on the train going in the right direction. So I think travel broadens your horizons. I don't think, and I think it might be Anthony Bourdain that said this, I don't think travel is something you do at the end of a life well lived that you kind of reward yourself with. I think travel is something you do through life as education. I think travel teaches you, I mean, everything from different foods, different way to eat, the fact that you don't do, you know, a cappuccino after 11 o'clock in Italy. You're going to learn everything from the big stuff to the small stuff if you allow yourself to be open to it. And whether it's, you know, Frank trying to figure out how to hook up a water system in the middle of nowhere, or me trying to navigate a train in the middle of Germany, it's a matter of being open to the moment, of connecting with someone around you that's more often than not going to be helpful and understand where you are, and that will be willing to teach you something. And what can you do for them? I mean, I cannot tell you how many people you could just tell, the lost American tourist here and there, and you just walk up to them and say, can I help you? So it's a matter of being open to the moment you're in, stepping into it and figuring out, could somebody help me with this, or could I help somebody else with this? And what have we all learned from that moment? Frank's not good at being open to the moment, but I, on the other hand, would like to think that I am.
You made me think of one of my other favorite quotes, Mark Twain, that the best cure for prejudice is to travel abroad.
Absolutely.
By the way.
Oh, my gosh, absolutely.
And the one quick question I had before I turn this back over to Lindsay, is there anything better than when you're in a foreign country and somebody walks over and asks you for directions and you're able to give it to them?
Oh my gosh, those are moments. Those are just the best moments. The only other thing that comes second to that is when you're in another country and they start to speak to you in the local language because they assume you're local. that's a lovely moment when you suddenly feel like you don't look like a tourist, you look local. But yeah, being able to help somebody with directions is an amazing moment.
My Lindsay's husband and I have the same thing in Dublin. People think we're from there. Go ahead, Lindsay.
Seamuses. So what's really neat too, I love this aspect of what you're doing to get, or what you did at least for the last book to get people involved, and I assume you'll do more of this. Obviously, connection and freedom and adventure are important to you, but getting people involved in the naming of your book series, I loved this because Annie, I'm a singer and a musician in Nashville, so I mean, having audience and people involved in crowdfunding and all that is really important. But you've done something that's kind of like crowdfunding, but actually way better because you're asking people for their time and their commitment to the project instead of their money, which you can do because you found a way to fund your passion and alleviate that pressure there. So talk a bit about that, because I know that piece kind of wrapped, but I assume you'll do this again. You invited people in to your story to help name it, to get a mention in the book, to get to read it prior to it coming out. Talk about why that was important to you, because you want to connect with your readers personally and get them in on the game.
Absolutely. And I, not even in the same airspace as Taylor Swift, but I remember many, many, many years ago, Taylor Swift was a very young, extraordinarily talented artist, and she would invite fans into her home as she was kind of thinking through some songs to get some reaction. And I remember thinking, this is one very smart businesswoman. But so what I did was, as the book was substantively finished, I put a call out on TikTok. So if I wasn't writing, I probably wouldn't do much more social media than the Facebook account we all have, to reconnect with that kid in high school, right? But I've built social media platforms, particularly on TikTok, for the purpose of engaging readers and kind of ideally finding readers. And so let's see, it's October now. So midsummer, I put out a call and said, okay, guys, y'all have been along for the ride as I've written and worried and queried and done all the things. I need a focus group of people who will do a few things for me. I need you to read the book in advance. I need kindly worded constructive criticism. And I would like you to help with the selection of the name and the cover art. And please leave whatever the honest review is, but please leave a review on Goodreads. And if you do those things with me and participate in 3 TikTok live focus groups, then we're going to list your name as a member of Team Frank at the end of the book. And I've been very fortunate to have been recognized in somebody's acknowledgments. And I remember thinking, holy cow, this is like the coolest thing ever. I'm in somebody's book. And so I don't know that I'm the coolest thing ever, but I would like to think folks thought that being included in a book and having their name there in the acknowledgments was incentive for them if they were readers. And so that's what I did. And we did, so the live TikTok focus groups were a little bit like being the sample lady at Costco, right? Because I not only had the people that were there interested in the content because they signed up to do it, but other people scrolling by were like, wait, what's this? And so it was overwhelmingly women. And they were, the comment you made a minute ago, Big Chill, it was somebody on the focus group that said, this book, Runaway Cane, is the Big Chill meets 50 Shades of Grey. And I did a screenshot of that comment, and I'm like, that's it. That's it right there. And based on their reading, their opinions of the book, their kindly worded criticisms, I made some edits and changes to it. They didn't like the way the book started. The whole prologue of that book is a result of that focus group process with those folks. And then I had a couple options for the cover art. I had a couple options for the name of this particular story and then to name the series, because there's another book coming out. And as long as people like the book, I'll keep writing them. If they don't like the book, I'll kill them off and, sell the RV. But it was fascinating for me to have, 72 people give me the gift of their time and perspective and help me polish this, because they're the ones that are going to read it. So it's less about what I want to write at this moment, if you're going to sell a book, than what it is people want to read. So it was an incredible gift of their time.
Well, and it's like choose your own adventure, the people getting to be a part of it. But like you just said, you don't like them, I'll kill them off. Like you're writing with, I don't know if you've seen that. What's that movie, Shoot, with Will Ferrell and Emma Thompson, where she's an author? Have you seen this movie, anybody?
I have not. I'm the world's worst at pop culture. Anytime somebody says, have you seen this movie? The answer is just going to be no. I'm
okay,
so
well,
sorry.
this one, Annie, you're going to need to watch, because it's Jim. If you'll look that up, if you don't mind, she's an author, And she realizes, real quick backstory, she's writing, and she's writing about this guy, the character that Will Ferrell is playing, and all of a sudden Will can start hearing her narrating in his head, and he starts to realize that his life is being narrated, and then she realizes finally there's a real person on the other side of the world that her writing is affecting. And as a writer, it will change how you write, because you'll think about your characters differently, I bet. And
oh my
Stranger
goodness,
Than
that's
Fiction.
A little unnerving.
Yeah.
That's a little unnerving.
Maybe Stranger. And then the other thing, Annie, is Trucker Bosun. I'm sorry, 4-Ot over in the comments wants to know, and I know this answer is yes, but you can expand on it. Wants to know if there's an Audible version. I watched you on Instagram listening to somebody read your manuscript, so I believe the answer is yes. Yes, but maybe
the
not.
Audible isn't out yet. So I'm
Okay.
working with a voice artist right now here in the Chicago area, and we hope to drop the audio version of book 1, ideally by the holidays. I'm not only learning how to write a book, I'm learning how to produce and do all of these things. So everything is taking me 3 steps. I've got to find the right platform. I've got to figure out how to do it, and then I need to get it there for you. So bear with me on the learning curve, but I'm super excited. We've got a great voice to do this. And I asked the focus group, because they asked for an audiobook. I'm like, do you want a woman doing this, or do you want a man doing this? Overwhelmingly, they wanted a man's voice doing this.
Because it was women.
It was
Right.
absolutely. I've got a great voice guy that's going to do this for me, and he can just radiate some of those anxiety-fraught moments that poor Frank navigates. So I'm super excited for the audio. Yeah.
You is, and I don't mean the writing, I mean the character. Frank is not as old as he feels. Seem to be perpetually young, which is a kind of a crazy dichotomy as well. I mean, the idea that, Frank is a guy who literally is carrying the weight of the world, and a world that doesn't have hope. And I was kind of curious if you're in agreement with me when I always believe that hope really is the thing that makes us the youngest as we kind of march through life. That if we hold on to really genuine hope, and it's about him finding that again as well, is that there's a hopelessness to what is happening in the beginning of that book that permeates it at first, and it's about him kind of finding his way to the other side. Or, well, I'm not going to give away too much because I'm not. But is that kind of the key? Is that why you have found this kind of love of travel and this love of adventures, that you have hopes for what's next?
So I will tell you, sometimes I have a hard time finding the line between hopeful and delusional. That's not
Right there with you, my sister. Right there with you.
So many people know, and certainly we're getting into the holiday season, many people know the Christmas Carol, right? The Ebenezer Scrooge story. And I will tell you, the character that most resonates with me in that story is that damn hopeful nephew, right? He comes by, and Ebenezer has
Fred.
Everybody in range, but yet the nephew just kind of comes in and invites him, even though he's insulted the wife, he's insulted marriage. Ebenezer has done his best to just distance himself from the moment. The nephew still says, please come. I believe in the man that's in there. And I go through life, right or wrong, as the nephew, man. It should just say that on all my formal ID. And so I'm really the nephew in the story of Frank. I really hope we can get this pain in the ass to where we'd like to think he can be. That's yet to be determined. But yeah, I'm the nephew in nearly every story. I just am sure that there's a good and a ray of hope in the midst of most moments.
But by the way, Lindsay, I've always come to believe that the best version of Fred is the 35 to 40-year-old version of Matthew McConaughey.
Yeah.
All right.
He's the best version of everything.
Absolutely.
The best version of everybody is Matthew McConaughey. Come on.
Just about, man. Just about. Who says no to Matthew McConaughey?
No, not me. My husband's standing right here, and I would tell him that, listen, I do not say no to Matthew McConaughey, babe.
No.
Oh, he said, all right.
Except when it comes to asking you to root for Longhorn football. You will tell him no on that, by the way.
Right.
Yeah. Okay.
Real quick before we lose Annie, we're almost out of time, and I hope to have you back because you're such an inspiration. But I want to remind everyone, and let's leave with this, Annie, maybe some moments of inspiration, because what you've done is awesome, and we can all listen to this interview and be like, wow, that's so inspiring. That'd be great. I wish I could do this, and then we'll turn this interview off and go about our days and never do that, never take that leap. What you've done though is created a way for you to marry your passions And yeah, it took some sacrifice because you had to make a real leap of faith, sell what you had and go do it. And I'm not telling people to do that necessarily, but leave us with that soul search moment that you took where you were like, I have to make this shift for my own livelihood, for myself, for my soul. What inspired, what is your real inspiration? How can you leave somebody with the inspiration that maybe they could do that too, whatever that is for them?
So for me, there were a couple pieces to that, and I'll be quick here. For me, it was simply the having of a North Star, right? And now remember, I have reared 2 children. I am no longer balancing, a full-time executive job and football practice and ballet slippers. I'm not in that phase of life, and so I've moved past that. So I'm in a different place in life, and I've always had the dream of writing and traveling, and so I had that North Star, and the kids were gone. And this bougie little apartment was empty, and I was just wandering around, and I couldn't place this feeling. It was this weird feeling that I had, and I've learned to become a podcast person, but I was not really a podcast person at the time, and Mel Robbins had just written something, and honestly, I couldn't have told you it was Mel Robbins in the background. I was just putting some, no offense, Mel Robbins, but I was just putting some noise on in the back of the room to take the aloneness out of the apartment. And Mel Robbins said, "No one is coming." I don't know what she said before that or after that, but at the end of the day, she said, "No one is coming. No one is coming to help you with your finances. No one is coming to help you do X or Y. No one is coming to help you meet your dreams." And at that moment, I recognized that feeling was waiting. And I thought, well, hell, if nobody's coming, then what am I waiting for? And the clarity for me that came with that was tremendous. But it was first and foremost because I had a sense of what I wanted to do, and I realized I was the only one standing in the way of it. Wow. Does that help?
Yes. Yeah. I mean, yeah. I hope everyone listening. I mean, it could also be baby steps toward it, but I think you've mapped out how you actually did it. But it starts with inspiration and realizing, and I'll leave you with this: if there's something that inspires you and that makes you happy, you can do it. You just have to prioritize yourself and making space for it. So Annie McCormick, you guys can head over to AnnieMcCormickWriter.com to find out more. Annie, we would love to have you back. I host a show over here called We Should Write about the healing power of writing. You would be a fabulous guest on that sometime as well.
Oh my gosh, I would absolutely love to do that. You're awesome. I'm going to be in Nashville January, February of this month. So I think we do need to get that coffee you talked about, but I would love to do that. That would be amazing.
Well, you just got booked to come in studio and do that show, We Should Write with me, when you're here in the winter. So I will reach out. You are fabulous. Thank you for your time. Keep inspiring others to live their dreams.
And by the way,
you all guys have been awesome. Thank you so very much for the time and for the opportunity to chat a little bit. You're wonderful. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Annie. I want to end this segment, by the way, with a quote from the great poet of grief and redemption, Greg Allman. "I'm going to hit the road. Adios, my friend. Pack my bags, and you'll never see me again." I have a feeling we're going to see Annie again, however, Lindsay, and I'm very excited about that.
Yeah, in my studio here in January, it sounds like. Let's go. Boom. It's Road Gang Radio. Speaking of adventure, our next guest is listen, he started geocaching. He's the co-founder and president of Geocaching Headquarters, guys. If you don't know what it is, well, stick around. We're going to tell you. One more person to inspire you to go live your life. This conversation will be perfect for truck drivers. Don't go away.
Exceptional value and exceptional values.
Great job.
That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
Did you know it's extremely easy to join the Wreaths Across America mission to remember our fallen heroes, while at the same time honoring those who are currently serving our country and their families? Plus, you're helping to teach our younger generation about the value of freedom. With just one $17 donation to Wreaths Across America, you're sponsoring a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. They've really become a symbol of America's respect for those who bravely served and are no longer with us. To sponsor your wreath, just visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
It's a trucking, transportation, and lifestyle show like none other.
Man, you call this a life?
Road Gang Radio is back for another half hour of the best transpo show in the known universe.
We come in peace. Well, actually, we're falling to pieces.
Let's see if we can achieve liftoff, Phone Master Dre.
Oh, we sure can. From Nashville to NOLA, we're hanging out with you on Road Gang Radio with Jimmy Mack and Lindsay Lawler yet again.
Oh, LaRue, Lindsay LaRue, Lawler is here.
She's here, and she's done it again. She's found a cool person and kidnapped them and brought them to my home.
Perfect.
And it's, poor Dustin, our next guest, probably thought pulling up, well, this is how I die. This is it.
This is it. In a cul-de-sac.
You're not dead yet, though.
No, you got to get the interview first.
Right, that's right.
And they're like, we have on record that he was here willingly. He said he drove here.
Yes, he did.
It is. You don't get a lot of directions that say if you see horses, keep going.
Yes.
Like it was in the written documentation that I was like, but I do appreciate the heads up because I would have 100% thought this can't be right. But the good news is I also don't have a phone signal out here, so
No one knows. I could have let you get on my Wi-Fi, but
it's all right.
Okay.
No
one knows you're here. No one knows where you are.
Mhm.
What could go wrong?
I don't even know if this is a real show I'm on.
Not. Nobody, we ask ourselves that every day, quite frankly.
We went to a lot of trouble, though, if you noticed, to put together a fake intro to make it all feel professional.
That was nice, guys.
Yeah, that was really well done.
Thank you very much. That's about being married to Claire. That's about my whole life right there, is like getting really cool sound designs that end up taking you down to a cul-de-sac in the middle of nowhere past horses. Welcome.
Well, I should introduce our guest, probably. That makes sense. So today I'm sitting across from, and you're sitting kind of across from, countercross, a comedian that I spotted a couple of years ago on Instagram, reached out, he responded to me, and then he was on our show, actually, when we were on the other platform. The other platform.
The other platform.
And now he's doing comedy specials, he's touring the country, a podcast, a book. He's part of Nateland, one of our favorites around here, of course. His name is Dustin Nickerson. You might know him as the guy who makes marriage sound like stand-up. Husband with the mic, telling it like it is. He hosts a podcast with his wife, Melissa, called Don't Make Me Come Back There, where they break down parenting, marriage, and the daily absurdities of life. And yes, like I said, now part of Nate Bargatze's Nateland podcast network. He's also penned a book, How to Be Married to Melissa. We're going to talk about that. Not just how to be married. I don't need to tell me how to be married. How to be married to Melissa.
I like that, by the way.
Yeah, that's good.
Great.
And for those of you paying attention, he's got a lot. Well, I'll say that in a minute. I'm going to hold the phone on that. Okay.
Ooh.
And he's out on tour now. He's doing shows across the country, including a stop at Zany's in Nashville, down the road from me this November. I love most is what he's like equal parts the guy you want to grab a beer with and someone whose stories make you feel less alone. You make me feel less alone.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Good.
Safe space.
Yeah, I mean, that's good. You live in the middle of the woods, so that's you're looking for any community you can get out here,
Anything I
whether
can
it's
get.
digital or in person. So thank you. That was a very nice intro. You wrote that yourself. That wasn't given to you by us.
That was not. These people did not give it.
No, I don't have people.
And also go Mariners. He's wearing his Mariners hat here, Jimmy.
Yeah,
so.
go Mariners. So yeah. I
Oh,
don't know.
brother, I'm
Yeah.
with you. You just won me over. You just won me.
Are you a Mariners fan?
I seasoned tickets for 2 years when I lived there.
Oh, wonderful. Yeah, go M's. Woo.
Oh, my God. And by the way, as I was saying this morning to another reporter who was on a show with us, I can't believe the fact that every game has been an absolute heart attack. Every single game has been an absolute
No,
heart
I mean, we had a game where they were up 8-1 going into the ninth, and it still made me sweat. So I don't... Baseball is not meant to be watched that actively. It's not that kind of sport. You realize that in playoff baseball, where you're like, you're not supposed to watch every pitch. You're supposed to get there in like the second inning, grab a beer, grab a hot dog, do a lap, maybe if you're lucky, catch a home run or two, but you're not really there to hang on every pitch. And when you do, you're like, you're stressing out a second inning walk. You're like, I can't do this. I mean, my heart, I get to the point in the games where I turn the volume off, where I'm like, this is just too stressful for
Well,
me.
he's posting himself on Instagram too. Watching, I saw you watching the game, and I was nervous, intense for you. I mean, he's just hands on the face, like rocking, just everything's going to be okay. I'm safe.
I mean, no fan base. I mean, I don't know how much you guys want to talk about this, but no fan base, I mean, has had it worse than the Mariners. And there's no argument to be that made. Like, everyone, what about, it's been a while for the Jays, too, and it's been a while for the and you're like, there's literally only one franchise that has never even gone to a World Series. Not won one, gone to one. And it's your Seattle Mariners, so... My Seattle Mariners, unfortunately. Sometimes you get mad that your parents had you where they did.
Oh, yeah.
You're like, man, you guys could have gotten on a plane, flown hour and 45 minutes down to the Bay, and I could have had 12 championships that I cheered for if I was a Bay Area sports fan.
What an interesting concept. If someone's pregnant, just to be like, I want to give them, I want them to be able to say this. Like, we don't have to live there, but we're going to.
We're flying to Boston. You're going to be born in Boston, and you're going to have a championship of one sport or another every 3 or 4 years or so, including about 4 dynasties. But no, Seattle it is.
I like that better than like my friend who is a huge Patriots fan, but she's not from there. I think people are annoying that cheer for somewhere they're not from.
Totally annoying.
I think that's annoying, right?
Yeah.
Like, why? Just because they're good, so you decided that's who I'm going to like? That's annoying to me.
That's annoying. No, I hate that.
Right?
I'm going to go on the record right now and saying somebody actually, and by the way, I was challenged, Dustin, I was challenged by somebody saying, well, why are you a Mariners fan? And I said, I had to tell them, I'm like, well, I lived there for 4 years and owned season tickets for 2. And they're like, okay, good enough. And I understand.
Yeah.
I understand being asked that question, though. It's like, what right do you have to suffer with us?
Yeah, and anytime, like, there's a lot of people who are, like, which I admire that you even took that burden on, by the way.
I got suckered like Doris Godwin Kearns got suckered by the Boston Red Sox. She showed up in 67. I showed up in 2000 and 2001, my friend.
Oh,
so I got
yeah.
to watch
We just went on,
Yeah, 116.
Good time.
Yeah.
That was a good time. Well, sorry about that.
That's okay.
Talk about old bait and switch. You showed up literally the year one of what would become the longest playoff drought in professional sports history.
Yep.
Not baseball. Any professional sport did not go on as long of playoff drought as the Mariners started the year you started cheering.
I know. And basically, I got
Is it your fault?
No, it's not my fault. I wish it was. No, because they hadn't done anything much before then except for the wonderful refuse to lose of 95. And by the way, as you can tell, when I go in on somebody, I go in on them. I know what
that's very admirable. Yeah.
Thank you very much. And by the way, when you pick somebody, you got to live with where you pick. That's the other thing, too. You can't be like, I'm done here. It's like Lindsay and the Cowboys.
I don't want to talk about that. Or the Sooners. I don't want to talk about that either. I do want to. It's kind of the same with comedian though. When you go, especially I'm flipping. So did you like that?
It was subtle. I
like
that.
Thank
you.
Yeah.
It's not subtle if you point it out though. So that's less cool.
It was subtle.
Thank you.
You had it. You lost it.
I know. I did. But no, I feel that way about like it with a band or a comedian, or when you find like that you dive into coming up when they'll we all go through our ups and downs and what's happening. But you feel like I'd like to feel like I'm part of your success.
I think you are. I credit people all the time.
But I mean, in a sense that, and I guess jokes outside, when you find someone, and I've shared your stuff with other people, and and that's what with our show or with my music, like you feel that any fan, any platform, any person who's ever shared any clip or sent it to is 100% part of it. Yeah. So thank you. Yeah. Genuinely. No, I mean that. I mean, therefore, when you said you messaged me and you responded, like that was me, and it will always be me. Like you want to respond. I mean, if you don't have time for fans, what are you doing? What are you doing? Like, and at a certain point, there will be like maybe so many messages that you can't respond to, and I get more than I used to. But I've never understood people who, didn't want to take a picture or something like that. I mean, but I mean, I guess to each their own. But there is that frame, what was I'm trying to remember who was the reluctant pop star in the 80s. You gotta have faith. George Michael. Oh, George Michael.
George Michael.
The reluctant pop star.
That there was an article called him that I think it was in Rolling Stone, penned about the reluctant pop star, and he talked about the burden of fame and stuff like that. And there's this great letter that Frank Sinatra writes him. and he was like, it was essentially like, count your blessings, you idiot. Like he's like, remember like when it was just like you and one table and the vacuum in the background, like, and you're going to tell me about like the reluctant pop star, like anyone who's had a grind on the come up and has done those like half full rooms, or not even half full, 10 people rooms, comp shows, drunks, you know, just trying to, you know, like you'll always be very, very grateful for anyone who ever bought a ticket, shared a link, sent a text to a friend, said, you got to check this guy out. So genuinely, I mean that. Thank you. Yeah.
Well, and our audience is great about sharing. They're commenting over in the chat now. They're great. I mean, like, 'cause truck drivers specifically are the OG social media we always talk about. They're like, I just saw this guy. I mean, I'll get on the CB. I just saw Dustin in Nashville. You got to check him out in Kansas next week or whatever.
Yeah.
Actually, you're about to hit Kansas several nights in a row. Okay, so Jim, I know you've read the book. I've read the book. We've listened to the podcast. Let's start with, because again, the book is called How to Be Married to Melissa. Now, you talk so much about marriage. Like, I talk about my husband, Seamus, on here a lot, but it's not a bit. This is just like me venting about my husband in a safe space that's totally not safe in front of a lot of people that he didn't sign up for. But it's part of your whole makeup and how it's become what it's become. I appreciate that it's in parentheses, Melissa. So let's talk about the parentheses and what does it say to you about the individuality of marriage, the idea that, you know, each relationship is its own universe.
Right. Well, yeah, the premise of this book is that marriage books are stupid. Because no one could ever tell you how to be in a relationship. Because everyone is unique in its own, and it's got its own, it's two sets of individuals and their stories and their biologies and their idiosyncrasies and everything that's interesting and different about them. So you never just get terrible. It comes from that idea of where sometimes you just get like terrible marriage advice.
Yeah, because like every marriage is completely different, and you guys got married really young.
Really young, and I go out of my way in that book to not divorce shame. And I say in there, and I mean this in my heart, that sometimes the very best thing for a relationship is for it to end. I think there's no harm. I mean, I shouldn't say harm, but like sometimes that's what's right.
Louis C.K. does a great bit on that.
Yeah.
Like never say, I'm so sorry.
Right.
Divorce. Yeah.
And then, but I also put in there, because we got young, I feel incredibly lucky that it's worked out and that we have grown in a compatible way, because a lot of people, for whatever reason, they get married young, military, religion, pregnancies, all the reasons, from Kentucky, whatever it may be, the reasons that you get married young. A lot of the time, it came from the best of intentions and hearts and love. It just grew different. I mean, we got married 6 years before I had a fully developed brain. You don't get a full brain till you're like 25. There's 6 years. We had kids before we had brains, which is crazy. So we got married young, and I consider ourselves, like, yes, there was hard work and lots of compassion and growth and empathy and all the things that make a relationship worse. But there is also just some dumb luck that we've worked out so far.
Lindsay.
And also, I think it's how you're doing a bit, saying like, you also did it quickly because you quickly realized I need to sort of capture this woman. And
right.
Sort of serious, sort of joking.
No, there is a little bit of both. I mean, my wife is I was like, I need this woman to swear to God. Like, I want to add red tape. At least make it difficult. When she looks at like, what am I doing? But then you're like, gosh,
there's a lot of hoops.
Government forms are such a hassle. I probably got to go on some website. I got to change my name back. All our accounts are linked.
He's not that bad.
Yeah. You think about how hard it is to find a password. You're like, God, I gotta go back to my old name again.
I'll do it better in the next life.
Lindsay,
Fine.
Lindsay, it's kind of like the military people we talk to and talk about all the time. These guys and gals join the military at like 19 or 20, and then they get through 20 years and they hit their retirement age and they think they're old, and then they look around and realize, oh, wait, my whole life is still ahead of me. So the good news might be, in fact, that you guys are actually hitting your peak performance style right when you're still young. That you've got
if you
that
divorce,
20...
you have a whole second half of your life to find someone else.
Yeah.
It's stuff to look forward to. I mean,
well, yeah, these 40s are supposed to be like the new 30s or whatever. I don't know. They
It's
keep saying that. I think they just keep saying it to make us feel better about how we'll never own a home. They're like, no. 50s is the new 20s. You're like, how much are we going to keep moving the goal line back? And they're like,
as long as I say we will.
As long as they can. Yeah. So
who are they? Okay, so I'm curious too. If you like, what's the one, since marriage is such a stick, which I think marriage humor is the funniest. Maybe for people, not for people who aren't married, but also for people who aren't married.
No, I mean, it's relationship humor.
It's pretty
relationship
funny.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you do it really well. Nate does it great. Like that's the stuff I'm always drawn
Nate?
to.
Who?
Sorry. Yeah, we're sort of obsessed with him around here. By we, I mean me. And just do it well. I love it. Like my husband and I on road trips, we want to listen to comedians. We listen to you on a road trip back to Texas one day. Like and you're like the calling out of things makes me feel like, it makes you feel seen in the best way. But I'm curious, what's one truth about marriage or parenting that you still can't make funny yet? Like what's too real that you haven't been able to go there yet? Is there anything?
Sorry, you hear a dog
My
grumble
dog,
in the
my
back.
French
Yeah.
bulldog snoring in the background.
That's a great question. What's funny about marriage that one truth that I haven't been able to make funny yet? My wife has in our relationship, and this is with the kids too, they have like veto power on jokes. Like any joke that they hear that they're like, I don't like that. You got to stop telling that. And I go, okay. And I try not to, because, I had them before the comedy career, and ideally
they
I have.
sign up.
Yeah, and they didn't sign up for them, but they also kind of, know the game at this point. There's one that I'm trying to. There are certain things that like crowds will get uncomfortable with, and I totally.
Me.
Yeah. Anything to do, and I think it might just, Santino told me once, Andrew Santino's a very funny comic, his Bad Friends is a huge podcast. He told me once, and he goes like, sometimes people just don't want to hear that joke from you. Like it might be a good joke, but they just aren't comfortable hearing it from you and your persona and, your relationship or whatever. And I think what it is I have never, if I get anything too specific to like my wife and I in the bedroom, I can get around the bedroom.
You go around it.
I can get near the bedroom, but we cannot enter the bedroom because they go, we know you, we like you. We know your wife, we like your wife. We both see you on camera. We laugh along with you. We want no more details beyond that because you're like our couple friend that we just, it's very similar to like, I think when you have a friend, when you're like, when you're like young or people in a relationship, people like talk shop. Nobody wants me to talk shop about any details that do or do not happen. So I've tried a few times to get closer to a bit specifically in there. Like I had a bit recently, I don't know, how clean do you have to be on this ish?
You're fine.
You're fine.
I told a bit recently about how my wife and I took the kids snorkeling, and I really struggled with it because I couldn't coordinate the breathing, and I couldn't coordinate the gagging, and I couldn't coordinate, like I kept getting salty fluids all over my face and my eyes, and I got out, I was like, this is really hard, and my wife just looked at me like, yeah, it's not that easy, is it? And I've tried that bit a few times, and crowds are like laughing along, but they're like, nope, we don't want to go that far. I think it's because
it's you.
Because it's me. And it's Melissa, too. They just don't want to get to know us that well. Does that make sense?
It makes sense. Yeah, because my initial reaction, do you mind if my husband films us here a little bit?
Yeah, how are you?
Just
yeah, no worries.
That's the guy who will be tying you up when we kidnap you later.
Great.
Yes.
Great. Yeah. He did ominously walk by the window too about it. When you were like, "What makes you uncomfortable, Dustin?" And then I go, "This.
We're
this
gonna
does."
do it to the umpteenth degree. No, I'm curious because in my head, I'm like, when I'm engaged, I feel like I engaged in a Talon or somebody. I feel like I want to know everything, but I guess you're right. If you've built a career, it'd be like if your favorite rock artist is like, now I'm going to try folk or something.
Yeah.
Like, oh, but that doesn't make sense.
Yeah, I think I think that particularly our podcast listeners and people who've read the book, they feel like they know us. And when you're friends with somebody, when you're friends with both of the people in the couple, there is a line of where you want to go to. You don't want to know too much. That's where I feel like with my audience specifically, again, very similar to like if I have like a comic friend guy who's like, dude, last night me and this girl, we got crazy. And then I'm like, yeah, dude, me and Mel. And they're like, shut up, man. Dude, we went to your house for the Super Bowl party. Like those hands, I don't want to know where her hands have been.
She made my queso.
She made the queso, man. She's in the PTA. Relax. All right, that's fair. So
I get it.
that's where I found personally. But I think you brought up like someone like Louis. Louis has made a career off of that.
Right.
But I think that people have gotten used to me presenting me and my family in a certain way that even though there's like a lot of griping, it's still like respectful and still just like we're respecting that there is a certain line that we will not cross. And it's not even about clean or dirty comedy. It's just like, dude, we don't want to go there with you.
Yeah, fair enough. That's not where we're made. Because there is a part, I'm trying to remember in the book, where you talk about, and I think you pulled it, kind of referenced Mike Birbiglia, who I love his specials, by the way, as well. He's so great. Because it's...
Yeah, Mike's
like,
unbelievable,
he's so great. And he does that, which you do as well. You kind of forget that, to me, I sometimes forget you're a comedian, but I mean it in the best way because I'm just like so enveloped in the story and I'm laughing and it's like, it's this kind of roller coaster of emotions because it is such real life.
Mm-hmm.
He does it as well, but he referenced being that I think the tennis
tennis
match.
player. Yeah. Sex is like tennis. This is a Mike Birbiglia joke that you want a partner on a similar talent level as you.
Yeah.
You're just like, hey man, you got like an underhand serve or something?
Can we try that again?
Yeah, I'm not really getting anything over here.
So basically what we're saying is that people are much more comfortable with the struggles of everyday life and the joys of the little victories and not the triumphs of the bedroom.
Yeah, and if they are, like I have a joke, this is the type bedroom joke that crowds like from me, where I have a joke about one of the hard things about your kids getting older is they stay up late. And if you're trying to keep that like spark alive in the bedroom late at night, that's a challenge because this is a true story. I had a very like frank conversation with my teenage son where he's like, hey dad, can I stay up late tonight? I was like, I mean, you could stay up late, but like I wouldn't recommend it. Like the fan can only get so loud, so it's up to you, buddy. And so, but that's
and you really had that conversation.
A version of it. But we've gotten to the door of the bedroom.
Got it.
That's it.
Got it.
That's as far as my audience will go with me. Obviously, other comedians do other things, but so that's as close as they'll let me get.
Yeah, what is it? The punchline is the kid with the headsets on for Call of Duty playing it so loud that they can hear nothing.
Yeah, ideally. Yeah, you're like, no, just go be at war.
Yeah, my kid's deaf, but at least
yeah. No, just go overseas and fight. I don't know, be at war in the Middle East for some reason instead of hearing what's going on next door.
What has brought you, by the way? You're sitting over there in the holler, in the cul-de-sac. I'm sure there are people who are expecting you to be back at some point. What you doing over in Nashville? What's going on?
I have a gig tonight. It's like a fundraiser gig. I'm not sure a ton of the details. Sorry.
And it's not you guys can't come anyway, so it doesn't matter.
You can't leave the room. By the way,
but it worked out for us because we got to kidnap him. And
if a comedian's working on a Monday, it's usually. He's getting a check. He's getting a check he's happy with. If you got me on Nashville on a Monday, I'm like, nice.
I was trying to figure it out. Either that or you're here, like coming back to court because for something.
Yeah, no. I was in the Bay this last weekend. I had shows at the Punchline Thursday, Friday, Saturday in downtown SF, and then my son goes to college at San Jose State, which is right there.
Let that sink in. 40-year-old man. Son going to college.
Yeah, crazy, huh?
Yeah, I love it.
Yeah. And so we were all up in the Bay, my whole family was, and then I sent them on a plane back down to San Diego where we live, and then I hopped on a plane out here yesterday because I have a gig tonight. So and for this, obviously.
And obviously, he came in just for this, just to be kidnapped. He is on the road. You can head over to DustinNickerson.com. We're talking to Dustin Nickerson. I've kidnapped him here. He's got shows in Kansas City, Seattle, Corvallis, Oregon.
Yeah. Apparently I'm big in Corvallis. We sold out 2 theater shows in Corvallis.
Big in Corvallis.
Go Beavers.
Hey, by the way, dude, on a completely non-sarcastic, non-ironic thing, dude, I don't know you, and I'm proud of you, dude. You're 40 years old, you're making a living at this, and you got a son in college. I mean, these people must be, for all the jokes you make, must be incredibly proud of you, man. I mean, you busted your ass to get to this point, and it's really cool.
That's very kind. Thank you.
That's the truth.
No, I mean, I am exceedingly grateful. When I started, I try and tell myself this all the time, and that you think of your goals when you started. You know, and my original goal was, if I can do this as a full-time job, I won. That's it. Yeah. If everything after having a job that you care, because, you know, any comedian, I get so mad. I'm just, that Frank Sinatra rant that I went on there, that same thing. I get so mad when comedians complain about comedy. This is the easiest job in the world.
Oh. It's the hardest form of entertainment.
Oh God, no! It's not if you like it.
Well, okay, fair.
If you like it, it's fun.
Okay.
What's more fun than making people laugh? Have you ever made a group of people laugh and be like, "Whoa, what
Never.
a burden I carry"?
Lindsay's never done that.
Yeah, what a burden I carry. The hardest form of entertainment. Yeah, go tell that to someone roofing today. Like, you know, like.
But from an entertainment standpoint, it gives me diarrhea thinking about going out on stage and doing that.
No, the travel is so hard. Go look at the guy cleaning up your piss in the airport, and then tell me how hard your job is. Oh, I got on this airplane, and then what? You got in your little adult high chair, and somebody brought you snacks, and you watched a movie for 4 hours.
Hey,
I got to wear my compression socks because it's bad for. Shut up. I don't have a boss. It's the dream. This is the one thing I had to do today, and for the record, I was still late to it.
That is true.
I am so grateful for this job, and anything as far as like fans and money and, you know, cool things like TV stuff and specials and that, like, that's all gravy. But thank you for saying that, because I think that is, you know, a genuine attitude that I try and carry. So that's a good reminder.
Well, we have people on the show because we want you to like them and then go see them. Obviously, he's got specials out as well. All the information's at DustinNickerson.com. He's out on tour now. Buy the book. You can download.
You can listen to it all too. We got people in trucks driving around everywhere. We're on Spotify. I have 2 albums on Spotify that you can listen to as well on there, or wherever people listen.
And do you have the book as
the
an
audio book is out there as well? You know.
How to Be Married to
give
Melissa.
me and Bezos a little money.
Why not?
He needs it.
He needs it.
Don't we all? We all need.
Hey,
Bezos
listen, he's rich, but I've made my marriage work better than he did.
Well, that, and also I was going to say, if he gets a little richer, but it also helps you, then that's fine. He's fine already, so give him
fine. He's fine. Let him buy a new newspaper or whatever he does. I don't know.
Everything's fine. How fun! Don't you wish we could have if I kidnap him, I guess we could have him longer around here, Joe.
Every day. Just forever.
We're gonna work on it. We're gonna work on it, Lindsay. Just keep talking to him, and at some point we can put something over his mouth. And bye.
Dustin Nickerson, everybody, thank you for being here.
Thank you for having me. This was awesome. Thank you so much.
DustinNickerson.com. Check him out. Go see him on tour. I will be there at Zany's in November. He's got a couple shows at Zany's. Wherever you live, you'll be able to find him.
I'm out there. Yeah.
DustinNickerson.com. We'll be right back.
At Radio Nemo, we believe in finding your tribe, your people, your gang. But you can't find your gang unless you find yourself, and you can't find yourself unless you write, right? Lindsay Lawler's We Should Write is a podcast about the healing power of writing. It dives deep with creatives of all types to discover how putting a pen to paper helps them work their stuff out, and maybe gives you the permission slip to do the same thing. We Should Write, live at noon in the center every Wednesday, and then everywhere you get your podcast. Go to RadioNemo.com and learn how to write yourself to healing, creativity, and clarity. Right?
If someone tells you they need to get a life, tell them to join us here at Road Gang Radio with Lindsay Lawler and Jimmy Mack. Let's seize the day with Phone Master Dre.
Woo! Seize that day and take it, because this is Road Gang Radio, and I'm happy to be here with Lindsay, Lawler, and Jimmy Mack.
Yeah, I'm happy to be here too, Phone Master Drake.
Mute your Google Meet, please.
Mine is muted. I am a muted Von Mute.
Sorry, I thought I muted it.
I am Captain Mute over here. I feel I've been muted. Go on.
Well, okay, and scene. Welcome back to Road Gang Radio. That's Jimmy Mack. I'm Lindsay Lawler, Phone Master Day over there on the ones and the twos, keeping us surviving and thriving. Mainly surviving, and thriving. Speaking of thriving, Jimmy Mack, I don't know if there's a better guest for our trucking audience. If you've been driving a truck and you're like, what could I do to spice things up? I think our next guest is your cup of tea.
Matter of fact, we're going to give him a little bit of intro music after I do the following here. I can't wait to actually dig in. This is something that Claire and I just are cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs about. Don't, guys, forget at the end of this show, the Truckers for Troops Week continues on Trucking with OIDA as Chris Admire, Executive Director of the Veterans Community Project. Yes, it's a tiny home community for veterans who need a place to live while they get their lives back on track. You like those tiny homes, Lindsay? Tiny homes.
I do. I'm about to have one on my property.
But it's also so much more, most notably a place to get any help that they need in any form that it's needed. No matter what, no questions asked. Failure is not an option for the VCP, and that attitude informs every decision that the Veterans Community Project makes. It's a long-form conversation with our friends Scott and Ashley and Chris Admire on Trucking with OIDA. We'll take a deep breath, and then we will bring our guest in. Lindsay, you couldn't have said it better. To say that I'm excited is an absolute understatement about our next guest. As you probably know, Claire and I love the great outdoors. We love hiking, we love biking, and we love geocaching, by the way. And we are thrilled to welcome Brian Roth. He is the president and one of 3 co-founders of Geocaching HQ, the company that supports the global game of geocaching. They launched it in 2000. He has worked with a passionate team, and they have leveraged technology to encourage outdoor recreation and real-world exploration. They've helped grow geocaching into a worldwide community, and I agree. Mental well-being, physical well-being, environmental well-being, and a meaningful social connection through shared adventure. Brian's commitment to creating experiences is what we're going to be talking about today. Good morning to you, sir. Welcome aboard.
Good morning. I'm really delighted to be on this show.
Brian, I'm super excited to have you here. You actually go really well with our one of our last guests today, who ended up selling everything she had and now travels the world pet sitting. Between her and you and what you do, and then our truck driving community, this is like a trifecta of greatness. But what I want to say and start out here is that, all you need is this free app, and suddenly the entire world becomes a giant scavenger hunt that gets, people outside and moving and exploring, and most importantly, connecting with people. And so it seems to me, Brian, that, you're all about using technology to get folks into nature, spark adventure, and build that community. So what I want to say here is that, in my opinion, it seems to me that you are part of humanity's evolution. Is that too profound for this, or are you doing your part to help us not take ourselves so seriously and enjoy life, I'll say?
I mean, that's a really great way to look at it. I would say it's profound, but not too profound. So, as a game, as a community, this is about people creating experiences to share with other people. They're hiding boxes out in nature all over the world. And then people are using the geocaching app to go out with their friends, their family. If they're on a long drive, they're stopping at a rest area, and it's like, oh, what can I do around here? And there's boxes hidden all over the place. And some of them are hard to find. Some of them are easy to find. But, I think modern day society, when you talk about evolution, we know that we spend too much time sitting on couches or in front of televisions or other screens. And here's an opportunity to leverage technology to inspire people to go outside and explore and find something new and discover places that they haven't necessarily been to before, even in their own neighborhood. I've had that experience myself, and then plenty of others as well. So there's this global community of millions of people all over the world. Collectively, they've hidden 3.4 million boxes. And the boxes are referenced by coordinates. Each one has a difficulty rating and a terrain rating, but they're really everywhere. And so for people who travel, or if you're looking for something fun to do with your kids or your grandparents, it's a way to get outside and do something different. And so it is a little bit of an evolution, because why do we take ourselves so seriously? Like, we should be having fun. Just because we grow up from sort of childhood where it's all fun and move into adulthood, like, you still have to find the fun. And, geocaching is certainly one of the outlets that provides for that.
I'm going to actually kind of take the conversation in the same direction before asking my question. And I want you guys to go to geocaching.com/play. What's great about the website is it actually will tell you how many geocaches are around your particular area. For instance, I'm in the city of New Orleans. There are currently 466 geocaches around New Orleans. There's also on the website immediately, right at the top of the page, just click the play button and you'll find out what geocaching is. Lindsay talked about the idea of the evolution. You actually, Brian, made mention of where we could possibly head. Is that geocaching, I've often said that because we have the ability to choose in a way that nothing else on this planet can, we can make choices. We can choose to let technology shut us inside. We can choose to let technology close us off to the rest of the world and allow it to affect our health, our outcomes, and all that kind of stuff. Or we can use technology to actually embrace community, social well-being, and become better stewards of the earth. And this seems like it's almost in the same way. Do you remember when they first started bringing computers into the office place, that they would actually let people play hours on end of solitaire? Because it would teach people how to use a mouse. And it feels in many ways that geocaching becomes a great training tool in some degrees, a great way to build corporate communities that spend time outside. Playing for the sake of playing ultimately is the best reason to play. But do you feel like this has applications in regards to the development of not just play, but business and culture as well? And can you kind of talk about that?
You bet. So, first of all, the technology is a conduit. This is really about community. This is really about technology being the tool that you use to access these experiences that have been created by other people. And so people are bringing you to cool places, or they're creating puzzle caches that are really difficult to solve, where you have to either figure out a math problem, or you're looking at a photo and you have to interpret something to actually figure out what the coordinates are. I just read a cache listing the other day, and it was based on The Princess Bride, the movie. Hopefully everybody's seen it. If you haven't, it's awesome. But it basically had a picture of all the characters, and each character was numbered. And for each of the coordinates, there was a set of coordinates, a latitude and longitude, and the coordinates were replaced with letters. And for each letter, there was a quote, and you had to say, which character said that quote, and you plug the numbers into the coordinates, and that gave you the final coordinates for where the box is hidden. And so there's a puzzle element, like you have to solve it. And that's, for me, I love the movie, so that was a relatively easy one. There's puzzles out there that I can't solve. And so you have teams of people or groups of people who are trying to figure out, you get a super mathematician who's into geocaching, and they create like a trigonometry-based geocache. Well, for sort of maybe non-super mathematicians like me, maybe I need some help. And so there's some collaboration, there's some communication. You're working together to solve a problem. Some caches are up in trees in Germany, 150 feet high, and you need special tools to go find them. And it's like, well, I don't have climbing ropes that'll go up to 150 feet. Who in the community knows this? And so it's like working together, building community. Another aspect of geocaching, like it's not just about the boxes, but about the journey to get there. A lot of people use geocaching as a way to stay healthy, as a way to keep moving, staying active. And then even just through exploration, going to new places. I think, humans, we're set in our routines. It's so easy to be sedentary. It's so easy to not leave your hometown. But when you've got inspiration, when you hear about something that somebody else has done and it sounds really cool, and oh, look, they're having fun, they're experiencing this joy, like I want some of that. And then you say, all right, well, kids, let's get in the car. We're going to go to this next town over, or we're going to travel to another country because we want to experience, we want to try this experience that's been created. And so people have lost weight. It's good for you mentally to explore and get out and see new things and try new things and challenge yourself in different ways. And there's a lot of things out there that can give you the ability to do that. But geocaching is one of them, where with all of these different experiences and all these different people participating, there's really it's an unlimited variety of things that you can do and experience through this game that will challenge you in so many different ways. It's like exercising at the gym. If you want to build your muscles, you go and you use them. Well, if you want to exercise your mind, if you want to exercise your body, you have to move. You have to think. You have to challenge yourself. You have to push yourself beyond what you're comfortable with. And thanks to a global community of people who share this sort of sentiment, there's so much to do out there. There was a show called The Brain Show, and I think it was on one of the science channels, and they talked about a town where they had cobblestone streets and they had another town that had paved roads. And they did an analysis on the old people and found that the people who were living in the cobblestone streets performed better on cognitive tests. And the theory was, if the flat concrete road or concrete streets don't provide you a lot of variety. You're not thinking. You're just, it's a consistent step forward each time. Whereas when you're working with cobblestones, there's a little bit of variety. And so in a way, geocaching is like an extension of that. It's like, take mundane everyday life, and I hope it's not mundane. I hope everybody's found their thing that they're excited about, but take the life that everybody is living now and add a little bit more joy, add a little bit more community, adventure, discovery, exploration, and that's what makes life worth living.
Wow. I mean, I'm inspired. This is not something that would normally sort of be in my wheelhouse, but as I get, full disclosure, as I get older, I keep saying, I'm shifting what's important to me, what are my priorities to me, and therefore it's shifting my interests. So I think this is really cool. And what's really interesting here is that you're in this unique lane of actually using tech to get people off their screens. So this is a funny balance I want to talk about. But as you mentioned, it is impacting people's mental health, their physical activity, and their moods. And to me, most importantly, reconnecting people to communities in the world. So can you talk about like how you're able to consciously, cognizantly balance that, work through that balance of, yes, it is a screen app, but it's a one-time to then get you out and then eventually off of that tech. How do you balance those two?
I mean, it's really the nature of the game. So you're going out into nature, the app itself will show you where the geocaches are on a map. You can read you can see the difficulty level, the terrain level. It's 1 to 5. A difficulty of 1 means when you get to the coordinates, it's going to be really easy to see. And a difficulty of 3, maybe it's a fake rock hidden among a bunch of fake rocks. A difficulty of 5 is like a very, very difficult puzzle that I would not advise, or a very heavily camouflaged cache. Terrain rating of 1 means you should be able to get there in a wheelchair. So, maybe it's a concrete path, maybe it's easy to reach from a seated position. 3 could be a decent hike. A 4 is a strenuous hike. Difficulty of 5 is special equipment required. So you need a kayak, or you need climbing gear, or you need scuba gear, or you need the gear that's going to help you get up into the tree or rappel off the side of a cliff. And they're not all that crazy, but some of them are. Then in the app, you can read the description, and the person that hid the cache will often tell you about the area, or they'll tell you something special about the location that you're going to go. Maybe they'll provide a hint that when you get there, hey, it's metallic. So if you're standing next to a guardrail, maybe it's a metallic container on the far side of the guardrail. But the tech really presents you with the information. And then you go outside and you can look at your screen, and at a minimum, it's going to give you a compass and it'll give you a distance. And so you turn in the direction of the compass and you either drive or walk in that direction until the distance counts down to, say, 5-10 feet. And then really what we say is put your phone in your pocket. And really when you're navigating, it's okay, if you're a mile away, well, you're moving in this direction. You don't have to stare at your phone the whole time. Ideally, you have to go a mile in that direction. You put your phone in your pocket, you look around, you enjoy and appreciate nature, or appreciate the environment that you're in while you're looking for the cache. And when you get close enough, then they say, use your geo senses. And it's like, if I was going to look for a hidden box around here, where would I hide it? Where would I have put it? And you could read the size of the cache. Some of them are, bigger than a bread box. A regular size cache is like an ammo can. There's very small caches that are the size of a thimble, or one of those little bison tube pill containers. Some of them are really well camouflaged. Some of them are not. But most of the time, you're out geocaching, you're not looking at your phone, you are enjoying the journey. Or, like me, you're working hard to kind of find the cache, and some of them take a little bit of extra work. It could be a hollowed out bolt on the bottom of a picnic table. And I use that example deliberately because me and my wife and kids sat around for 30 minutes, looking around this area, not knowing what it was, and eventually realized, my goodness, it is this fake bolt with a little piece of paper rolled up into it. So one thing to note, every geocache, every physical geocache has a logbook. So when you find a cache, you take the logbook, you sign your handle in the logbook. So everybody's got like a username that you create when you set up a geocaching account. And then if the cache is big enough, it will often have trinkets and toys. You can take something out as long as you put something in for the next person. So it is the spirit of fairness and trade fairly, trade up, trade evenly. And then you put it back exactly how you found it, so that the next person gets to have that same type of experience. And oftentimes, like, you get to the cache and you find it and you sort of do the happy dance because it is a eureka moment, especially if you've worked hard to find it. And then you can look at the logbook, and over time you start to see, especially if you're caching in your own community, you start to see names that you recognize, you start to see people maybe that you've heard about. And then every so often there are geocaching events that are all over the world, and you can go to events, you can meet the local community, you can get to meet the person that's really, creating these super cool geocaches, or the person that's found 50,000 geocaches worldwide, or the person that's traveled to 72 different countries, and you get to share the stories. And so much of that doesn't involve the phone. So much of that is just, hey, the phone's going to point you in the right direction, and then you have to go. And when you go, then you get the reward. Being outside, being out in nature, again, exploring, discovering, meeting people, talking to people. And the game has had a profound effect on a lot of people's lives. And I know these people because I've had the experience to talk to so many of them. And people have come up to me and said, listen, 3 years ago, I have to tell you, I was in a really bad place. And you could see on their face that they mean it. And they said, I found this game and I found friendship and this community, and it's inspired me to travel more, or to be more active, or to solve some of these puzzles because I know I can. And now all of a sudden I'm a different person than I was 3 years ago. And, I have this game to thank. And, that is, as we talked about being profound, that's profound because here we are with a game, and the combination of the game and nature and a little bit of technology, and all of a sudden people's lives are being changed in a positive way. And, there's nothing better than that.
Jim, he's clearly not passionate about this at all. That's the real problem here.
That's the real heartbreaking
bummer.
thing. That's a heartbreaking situation. But
We're
maybe
talking with Brian Roth. You can go to geocaching, that's CACHING.com. And Jim, I am not in a wheelchair, and yet I'm still a 1, I think. And that's okay. The point is, there's something for everyone. Do not be deterred. Everyone can get in on this game, Jim.
Okay, so I'm going to ask a question. I actually know the answer, but I want you to kind of let people know that this is a game that goes both ways. Let's say a guy had a horror podcast that he was working on, 10 scary stories, all of them involved trucking on the road, and each one of them took place at an actual location. And let's say that guy decided that he wanted to leave a little special kind of Easter egg at all of those locations. And let's say that in one of those locations, when a person found that Easter egg in that location, they would also get the code, say, to a additional piece of bonus content, free of course. Can somebody actually get into the geocache community as a way of kind of making their own puzzles and their own riddles and their own challenges for folks out there who are looking to exercise some of their creative brain power while getting out there and walking and kind of laying out their own journey towards wonder and excitement?
Yes, you bet. And really the way that it works, we encourage people who are interested in hiding caches, creating experiences, go out and find a bunch of them first. Go find 20 caches, 25 caches, even go find, 50 or more caches. Get an idea for what works. What do you like? What do you enjoy? Because it'll really help frame your perspective on what others might enjoy. And then the platform really gives you the ability to do some storytelling. So I'll give you an example. There was a geocacher who he lived near Frankfurt. He lives near Frankfurt, and he was a tram operator. So he ran like the city trains. He was one of the operators of the city trains, and he was really interested in the TV show 24 with Kiefer Sutherland. It was super cool, but he decided to create a multi-stage geocache where you would have to, there was a storyline built in, you would have to ride the trains at a particular schedule. And when you would start, there was actually a waiting list to play this one, but you would have to dial a number and it would start the geocache experience. And then you'd have to get on a train at a certain time and get to a payphone at a specific time and answer the phone, and you would get clues to the next one and so on. And if you missed a segment, you would get a call and say, you're done. Sorry, you lose. And in order to do it, you had to have people who would ride the trains. You had to have people who were at home solving puzzles and making phone calls and giving you information, almost like how they did it in the TV show. But here's somebody who built this experience, and he was the one answering the phone, and he would sort of play along with you. But through his creativity, he built this elaborate experience that there was a waiting list for months for people to get an opportunity to do this one. There was another cache called Operation Crocodile that I got to experience personally in the woods outside of Frankfurt, Germany. And it was story-driven. You were playing the role of a spy, and you were trying to recover these missiles, but you had to go through the woods. We found like a tree stump that had a hinge on it, and you would open the tree stump, and inside was an old video camera. And when you put, there was all this, instructions in German, and we had some German people with us. And when you push the button, it would make a chirping sound off in the woods. And you found a birdhouse up in a tree, and when you put a flashlight on it, it gave you a frequency to tune to, and you took out an FRS radio and tuned to the frequency, and we found these old bunkers, and you had to find the keys to the bunkers to unlock them, and there was black light, writing on the walls, and it was all about recovering these stolen missiles. And in one of the bunkers, there was a little suitcase that had a video, a display screen on it that played a little bit of a movie, and somebody spent so much time and effort and money to put this experience together because they were creative. They had a story to tell. They wanted to share it with the community. And I can tell you, as somebody who played it, everybody who got to play this experience, it was unreal. Like, when do we get to do things like that in real life? And so if folks are out there and they have, if they're good as metal workers or woodworkers, or if they're, they have some creative ideas for building puzzles and things like that, check out some of the caches on geocaching.com. Like, start with the easy ones, start with the large cache containers that are easy to find, get a feel for it, but then you could look at some of the mystery and puzzle caches and see what other people are doing. Maybe you'll be inspired, maybe you're already showing up inspired, but then, through sort of acclimation with the game, as you begin to understand it, you will figure out the ways that you can bring your experience to the audience. And when you do, the reward is really you get to hear from everybody that's gone through it, because they write their logs in the logbook, they'll sign the logbook, and then when you find the cache, you log it using the app or online, and that's an opportunity to thank the cache owner, to say, here was my experience. I went out with my wife. She found it first as usual. The dog was along with us. The kids had a great time, and the weather was sunny, but this experience was incredible. To the cache owner, thank you so much. And when you create something like Operation Crocodile or the Tram Operator 24 cache, then you start to get people saying, hey, this is legendary. We've never experienced something like that. Like, you can almost become a hero within the community based on what you are creating and what you are sharing.
Brian, you landed the plane perfectly, by the way. This interview has taken place between 10:30 a.m. and 11:30 a.m. on Road Gang Radio. I've been down to do the 24 kind of signature thing there, brother. I really appreciate the time you've made for us this morning. You guys can go to geocaching.com. And if you don't know how that last part is spelled, it is CACHING, geocaching.com. We absolutely are thrilled you could make time for us today, man. Appreciate you.
My pleasure. Thank you so much for having me.
If you go to, I realized, Jim, there's 1,119 geocaches around Nashville. So no excuse to not have something to do this weekend.
Oh, I'm Friday. You know what I'm doing when I finally get back to my weekend, if I ever get to it. But, dude, I'm excited. I'm
going to go get a mini Highland cow and take him, whose name is Hamish, take him geocaching. This is my life while eating cheese. This is my new life.
But do you understand why my wife loves this stuff? I mean, it just...
Yeah, I still don't fully understand it, if I'm being honest. But I'm excited. But it feels like one of those things that you need to go out there and do it to get it. If you know, you know. And that's cool. And I'm cool with that. You know what else is cool? Road Gang Radio. And the show is over. But that means Trekking with the White is coming up next here, as we do every Tuesday, Thursday, Friday on Road Gang Radio. That's Shimmy Mac. I'm Lindsay Lawler, Phone Master Dre. Love you guys.
Love you.
Everybody get home safe. That's the name of the game. If we can help you do that, if we can pass the time and get you there a little quicker, then we've done our job. Have the best day.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
The mission of Wreaths Across America is unwavering, remembering our fallen heroes, honoring those who are currently serving, along with their families, and most importantly, teaching the next generation about the value of freedom. And you can join our mission with a $17 donation that sponsors a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. Each wreath will be laid in honor of a veteran who gave the ultimate sacrifice for our nation. To sponsor your wreath, please visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
There was an era when truckers were out there, alone. Long rides, dark nights, miles from home.
As part of the Road Gang, though, Dave Nemo helped change all of that. As a voice in the darkness, Dave kept drivers going with music, jokes, and of course, friendship. And if you miss those days, Radio Nemo's got something for you. Nemo's Night Beat puts the gang back together with an hour of trucking tunes and road songs, classic comedy, and those fun factoids that you came to expect. Nemo's Night Beat is Dave at his very best every Monday night at 7 in the Center on iHeart, Odyssey, and Live 365, as well as Tuesday night at 9 on Wreaths Across America Radio. So head on over to RadioNemo.com and join the gang on the beat.
Nemo's Night Beat.
Here's to a mild autumn and clear roads across the U.S. from the Allen Lund Company.
I'd like to thank you for your service, your sacrifice, your courage, and for fighting to protect our freedoms.
I want to thank all you veterans. You're out there doing a great job.
Thank you so much for all that you do.
Welcome to Trucking with OOIDA and our Truckers for Troops campaign.
The 19th annual Truckers for Troops campaign, and over that time, OOIDA members have raised more than $800,000 for two purposes. It started as an effort to send care packages overseas to members of the military, and that still holds true today. But in recent years, some of the attention has turned to our veterans here at home.
We're going to be talking with the executive director of the VCP location in Kansas City, Chris Admire, on today's show. And he's going to explain how they are helping veterans in need, not just by welcoming them to their tiny home villages and giving them a safe space to rest while they get their lives back on track, but also through a variety of services.
And you can help. Truckers for Troops is underway, and every dollar that comes in goes to the Veterans Community Project or for sending out those care packages. There are several ways to donate. One is by joining OOIDA or renewing your membership. From now through Sunday, truckers can join or renew for a discounted rate of $35 for 1 year. 10% of dues go towards Truckers for Troops, with OOIDA matching those funds.
And of course, members can also donate directly to the fund by going to the website, ooida.com/T4T. That's ooida.com/T, the number 4 and T, or by calling 816-229-5791 during business hours and letting the operator know you'd like to donate.
We'll have coverage all week to commemorate Truckers for Troops, and the underlying message throughout will be giving thanks and support to the brave men and women who raise their hand to defend the Constitution, whether they're still in the military or veterans. And today we turn to Chris Admire, Executive Director of the Veterans Community Project in Kansas City, who invited us recently to chat with him about VCP and what it's doing to help.
So we, of course, are celebrating another Truckers for Troops campaign at OOIDA. A big component in recent years has been the Veterans Community Project. That is why we are here today. Chris Admire, you are the Executive Director, so we appreciate you hosting us here at the site today.
Welcome.
And yeah, we've been here a few times for sure. Yeah. You have been here for how long?
Almost 8 years. March of 2026, it'll be 8 years.
And we have talked before multiple times. I know, Ashley, you've talked with Chris as well, too. Going back 8 years to where we are now, I was here just a few years ago, and you've already got new construction out there. This site is growing quite a bit. Yeah. What has changed over the last few years?
So what kind of started that, and to give everybody an example of or an understanding of what's out there, we're building a new outreach center. So what we call that's going to be the new front door for any veteran that needs services here in the Kansas City metropolitan area. They can walk in. Our outreach team that's currently in this L-shaped building will go over there. Our Director of Veteran Services will go over there. Then the inside of this building gets reimagined, kind of custom to service providers in the area. And we're kind of in that process right now of getting some renderings done. But what changed, what caused this to be an idea was right after the pandemic, or in 2020, a census came out, and it was a nationwide census. And one of the things in Missouri was that there were roughly 49,000 veterans that were, living on that edge. They had income, but if they had a fairly major thing happen, they would need us in a very quick way. And we were just trying to figure out what can we do to increase our capacity to help veterans. Another thing that came out was 16 of the 22 veterans a day that make that ultimate decision that they're going to take their own life. 16 of the 22 veterans a day aren't connected to any veteran specific services. And so this is kind of our solution to that, to not only have a space where any veteran can come in and get services, but I'd like to say that we want to give them a dedicated space where that no other agency can provide, and that's each other. And they kind of just what we call veteran. They just come in and hang out, and they can yell about politics or sports or whatever it is, yell in general, or just sit there and be quiet and have a cup of coffee. But they get a part of that fellowship, that brotherhood, sisterhood that they got in the military. And that's really kind of the essence of this whole thing.
That's the community part of it. That's where the community comes in. Yeah, right? Because they're missing that in a lot of cases.
Yep.
Go back to that number, 49,000 veterans in Missouri alone are on the brink.
Cusp. They have housing right now. It's stable. It's all that. But something major happens. You get in a major car wreck and don't have income for 6 months or something like that. So that's a pretty staggering number.
Yeah.
And even today, it's just with some uncertainty with SNAP benefits for 5 weeks now. The numbers people are starting to come in, and I was just, when you guys walked in, I was just sitting up at the desk. We had 5 different people come in asking for food, and we're always here to help with food. That's a no-brainer.
Yeah, that's one of the things I wanted to ask about. Of course, when people hear VCP, they may think just the tiny homes, but there's a huge list of other things that you do, right?
Yeah, we always say it's the shiny object that gets everybody's attention and it draws them to us. But the other things is our outreach team, we house and prevent individuals from becoming homeless at a way bigger clip than our village. We only have 49 houses down there, and it takes 14 to 16 months. So, we're only helping, somewhere, and I say only, but, we're helping roughly 49 people. Like we have usually, 25-ish move in, 25 move out in any given year. So that's like 50. We had one Friday 3 weeks ago. Our outreach team, we went out with some other service providers, the VA, some folks from the city of Kansas City. We went in, they found two individuals that other agencies have been looking for a couple of months. They actually had vouchers for them, and we found them in the morning, and we got them housed by the evening. Got them food, got them all that. So that's a
huge win.
That's a random Friday for our outreach people, that they can house somebody that quickly.
I want to ask you, and I've asked you this before, and you don't have an answer, and I understand why, but hearing you talk, and we've talked about the VCP so many times and the important role that you're playing in supporting veterans who served our country. You're trying to serve them. We've talked about, serving those who have served. How do we get to this place? It just, when you say 49,000 in the state of Missouri alone, compound that across the country, you talk about veterans who have so many different needs that are not being met. It just blows my mind that we're at this place. And again, I don't know if you know the answer. I'm sure you've thought a lot about it, though.
And the number of homeless, homeless veterans in the country, it's over 30,000, and that's what can be found and documented. So the number's probably bigger than that. But how did we get there? Maybe taking the wrong approach for the last, 4 decades. I really think, I'll say this. When I first was asked to be a part of this mission, I knew a couple of the co-founders. I'm not a veteran. I didn't serve. But my dad joined the Navy the day he turned 17 years old. My brother went into the Marine Corps in 1984. He was a Marine Corps reservist. And he's kind of the epitome of, he's like, I wasn't really a veteran. I didn't activate. I wasn't national. I was just in the reserves, but he still rose his right hand. So he's that person that is just like, if something would have happened to him, this organization would have said, we don't care. We're still gonna help you. But when I went to them, I said, me not being a veteran, being a civilian, what do you see a problem in that? What do you think? And he said something to me very profound. He's like, I don't remember saying that, but he goes, it kind of sounds like me. But he said, maybe if more people who didn't serve would have done more to serve those who did, then maybe this wouldn't need to be a thing. And so I think it's part of this is, these people are our neighbors. They're part of our community, and we almost just have that civic duty. Today being an election day, we have a civic duty to just help those who are struggling and why they're struggling. Maybe they didn't fit in the military when they got out. It was just a bad from the day one. But here we're trying to do this a little bit different. The housing model is very different. Our mindset is very different. Our definition of a veteran is very different. Our definition of homelessness is different. So maybe that's it. We haven't been in the right mindset as a country and as communities, and so that's what we do. We talked about it earlier, right? It's in our name. We say it all the time. It takes the community. We don't take federal funding to a point. We have one federal grant here in Kansas City, and it's specifically geared towards veteran suicide. So, in combating and helping to prevent veteran suicide. So we're that door that a veteran can open, that if they're thinking about it, and we're pet friendly here at VCP, so the dogs are always
trying to make an appearance.
Yeah. They're begging to get on screen. But it's just that mindset here that we're going to help somebody with our outreach program. That if they're street homeless, we have a program for them. If they have a voucher, we can help place them. If they need something different, we coordinate the community to rally around these individuals. We're also hitting it on another level. So our alumni program, so when someone's come through our residential program, we don't just go, see you later. It's kind of what happened to them in the military, right? They just were like, see ya. So we have an aftercare alumni case manager that follows them. Really, we can follow them as long as we want, stay in touch with them. But if they ever start, like you hear, meet somebody where they're at, right? We met them down here when they walked in the door, and then we got them to this point to where they could go live on their own. But things still happen. So if something starts to happen and they start to spiral, we have connection with them. We're not going to let them drop all the way down here. We're going to meet them where they're at. Okay, you're here. We're going to help rise you up a little bit. And so I see that at a point in time, probably sooner than later down the road, that we'll even have some of our houses be for individuals who are just now getting out of the military, that might be struggling with food insecurity already, with pay, not sure where they want to go as, with a career or any of that, but come here, stabilize 6 months, whatever, before they go out into the world and just goes down and they're like, where am I at? So we're trying to hit it from different spots. We're trying to get people in different places. And I know that's a long answer to your very tough question.
Yeah.
But that's kind of hitting it in different places and, meeting everybody where they're at, no matter where they're at.
But I imagine some of those people have not had that in their lives for too long. And after a while, that's why they ended up, you said down here, they didn't have that support system. And that's what you're trying to do.
Yeah, a maze of systems that's difficult to navigate. Maybe they don't have transportation. Maybe they're hungry and they just, like, who's going to go out and try to be productive if you don't have food? You're going to struggle. So take care of all those barriers, and which is the foundation of VCP, to help veterans overcome their barriers. And no matter what it is, we're going to figure out a way to smash that barrier and crunch it up and throw it away and never let them get to that barrier ever again. So that's kind of
that's the idea.
That's my thought.
Yeah.
Can I ask you about your background? You said you've been here for 8 years. You obviously have a heart for those who've served. What led you here?
There's a PG version and then there's the other version.
Talking PG-13 or R? Or how high are we going?
This is truck drivers.
Yeah, there you go.
Exactly.
Give it to him. Give us the streets.
So I did know a couple of the co-founders. My background was I worked for 2 really large companies in the past, so I've always been in business one way or another. The last company I was with was a Caterpillar dealership and was part of their rental group, which was, they did $50 million of revenue a year. So really enjoyed what I did there. But I knew a couple of the guys that started this, and they started telling me about it. And I always tell people, there's a few times in your life that somebody starts talking about an idea, and it doesn't just hit you here, it hits you here. And you remember exactly where you were. I do. I remember exactly where I was, exactly what was going on. It was in October of 2015. We were at a Johnny's Tavern, who's also a partner of DCP's. And we were watching the Royals play the Houston Astros in the first game of the playoffs.
Oh, yeah.
And I just remember he was telling me about, what they were doing, and I just kind of felt myself going, kind of like you said, what?
Yeah.
Like, why does this need to be a thing? How did the U.S. get to where a bunch of combat vets need to try to solve the problem? And I was just like, what do you need from me? And he's like, nothing yet, but maybe someday. And it was about a year later, which was almost 10 years ago. They needed somebody to be the MC of their first house party. And that was in November of 2016. And so I said, sure. So I kind of met all the co-founders, met some of the original donors and people. And I just, was kind of like, wow, this is kind of something else.
They're doing something here. Yeah.
These, handful of guys have just, they gathered all these people here to donate money and do all this stuff. And, it started, it kind of built that a little more passion in me, and I just stayed in touch and was just like, what else is going on? And I brought people down. They had gotten the property down here in 2017, and I would bring people down here from my work. I would just come down and I'd show them. I said, this is what's going to happen down there. This is so cool. You need to get involved. And people were like, wow, this is really a cool thing. And when they broke ground for the first 13 houses on Christmas Eve of 2017. And again, one of the co-founders that recruited me, he was like, we're looking for somebody that can get done. And we've been interviewing people for it. We haven't found that person. We think you're it. And again, knew them, so they knew my wife. And so they kind of knew our living situation, our situation. We were a little bit older, and my wife has a really good job. So he's like, we're not going to pay you jack squat. You're going to work probably 6-7 days a week, 12 to 16 hours a day. But at the end of the day, you're gonna love what you do for a living.
And no hesitation from you.
Well, there was because I really liked the job that I was at.
Yeah, I got you.
That's the thing.
Yeah.
And I'm a passionate person. You can probably tell.
Yeah.
But their deal is like, we've also talked to your wife and she's okay with it, so you need to figure it out.
They were smart.
And then they turn around and walk away, and I'm like, going, okay. So I turn around and look at my wife, and she's like, why not?
Yeah.
And an interesting thing is I called my son. My kids were older. He was probably like 28, 29 at the time, and I said, I think I'm gonna leave where I'm at, and I'm gonna go do this. And there was this startup nonprofit. I was like the 7th or 8th employee or 6th employee that they hired here, and I kind of started telling him about it, and he goes, "But Dad, what if there's no more homeless veterans?" He goes, "Then you won't have a job." My kids are always looking out for me, so it's kind of cool. And I go, well, stop for a second, rewind, say that again, and listen to what you said. And he was like, oh yeah, that'd be pretty cool.
That'd be a great problem to have, yeah.
So there's that, and then things that have happened while I've been here, and I don't know how long we got here, so I can.
No, you're good.
Give it to us, yeah.
Our Melissa is always like, you stop. No. So if you guys need to,
no, keep going.
So a couple of fairly significant things happened since I've been here that, still burn that passion in me. One of them, so when the co-founders started this, they did a lot of things. They made some personal sacrifice. They left their jobs. They put dollars up of their own, their savings, kind of took their houses and they used them as collateral to get loans and things to keep this thing going. And so it kind of created that failure is not an option mindset. And in I think it was 2019, we moved a veteran in one day, and he was in the Marine Corps, served 3 tours in Iraq, and he was dishonorably discharged, so he got no benefits, nothing. So the day he moved in, we set a coffee mug. We'll set like little things to make them feel at home, even though we're transitional. And this coffee mug had a Marine Corps logo on it. And he looked back at everybody and he was like, I was dishonorably discharged. I was bumped down in rank. And he goes, I haven't possessed anything that had the Marine Corps logo on it since the day I was asked to leave the military. And he kind of broke down a little bit. Well, then the next day, he sees me and I'm down this, walking down, and he's like, hey, how are you? And we introduced and talked, and he said, what do you do here? And I said, I'm Chris. I do operations. At the time I was operations. And we started talking. He goes, well, man, I really appreciate this opportunity. He said, I've been homeless and on the streets for 8-9 years, something of that nature. And I was kind of giving myself one last chance. And I heard about this place, so I figured, why not? And I was like, well, yeah, this is a great place to be, and we got your back. And I kind of turned around and started to walk away, and then I realized what he had just said. Yeah, he pretty much just said, if this doesn't work, I'm going to end it. And that was kind of my moment of failure is not an option. So I'm sitting there thinking, wow, we can't fail this individual. And this individual owns his own home now, has a great job. And so we didn't fail him, and that's I got dozens of stories that I could tell you of things that I've witnessed around here that make it all worthwhile and kind of keep building the passion in you, because it is. We have a lot of long, hard days. People don't realize how hard this is and how much hard work, the blood, sweat, and tears that goes into it. But at the end of the day, everybody kind of holds their head up and goes, wow, we saved somebody's life today.
Yeah. I mean, your passion is evident, obviously, and your heart is in it. For the people, and you talked about those people who come through here who in some cases are giving themselves one last chance, I'm sure they have expressed to you in more ways than that gentleman did, that they are so thankful to what you all are doing here. I would imagine that would make it almost worth it in a lot of ways.
Oh, absolutely. When somebody says it, and it's almost more rewarding when somebody comes into our outreach center or comes into our village and they just randomly stop me, because I'm usually back and forth and doing all kinds of different things, and I've had people stop me and say, I just want to know you guys saved my life.
Yeah.
And that's all I want to tell you. You guys saved my life.
Yeah. And how do you even react to something like that?
And you just say, we're here for you. We'll always be here for you. That's that other thing. We'll always be here. We're not going anywhere. And I think that's also one of those other things that anybody that interacts with us here, that they know that. They know that. Even if it's a positive or negative interaction, it doesn't matter. We're going to always be here. We're going to always be here. And I think that's a critical component, because that's where that decision's made, right? I've got nobody's got my back. We're going to always have your back.
Here's the frustration is maybe not the right word, but when I hear you speaking and the way this place has grown over the past, 8+ years it's amazing. Obviously that speaks to there being a need out there as well. But what you're doing, and you mentioned the different approach earlier, what you're doing is so different. Are there other groups doing it like this? I know you've learned a lot of the stuff on the fly as you go. We've talked about it before. But are there other groups doing this? And if so, or if not, why not? Because there is a formula here that seems to be working.
Well, our other locations, so I'll say that, which you guys are all a part of. Our St. Louis location is doing it. Our Sioux Falls location is doing it. Our Longmont location is doing it. Soon our Milwaukee location will be doing it. Our Glendale location will be doing it. So we're spreading it throughout the country. People are starting to think, we need to do something similar to this. So I haven't seen anything out there. I don't know. There might be some other places. I haven't seen other places that we're going to use the tiny house model. We're going to take some of the philosophies and apply it in just a general population, homeless population setting. We're focused on veterans, and then that's where our focus is. Other people can definitely take a tiny house approach, because down here we got just under 5 acres. We got 49 houses and a community center building. So it's. I hope it's getting out there. We do have people that are trying to talk to people in Washington. What we do and say every day is trying to change people's mindset on how to do this. And so I hope somebody does.
Yeah.
You mentioned the other locations. How encouraging is it for you to get that phone call from another city who's interested in doing this, knowing that a group of veterans there could be helped?
Yeah, so that's I don't have anything. I don't want to say I don't have anything to do with that, but that's not my. I run all of Kansas City. When I started here in 2018, there was 800 cities that have already inquired. And it was like, holy smokes. So then we just took the mindset of, okay, every major city needs it in the country. So how do we go about that? So our co-founder, CEO, and our COO and our whole group across the street. So now we have our headquarters is still here in Kansas City. They're located at the original 8900 building. They've created a formula. So we have a national expansion team. So when a call comes in from a different city, it's okay here, and there's a process for each city to follow, and it can be encouraging. It can be a little bit discouraging because depending on how it goes. But the cities are starting to kind of go, okay, this is what we need to do to make this happen in our city. So what's encouraging to me is that having other executive directors that and I tried to tell them is just like they go through a lot of the same things at the same times that I did. And it was just like, and no matter how you try to go, look out for this, look out for this, look out for this, they're kind of going through it. And it's almost like a relief to me that it was just like, oh God, I'm glad you guys are having a hard time. I don't mean that, I don't mean that, but it's good to have a group of people that are my peers here now that I can share common things with, that all understand what I've been through and what I'm going through.
You know Castrol for passenger car oil and racing, but did you know that they're in the heavy-duty over-the-road market? Well, Castrol's CRB Multi 15W40 and Vecton Long Drain 10W30 are now available at TA Truck Service Centers nationwide. This is the partnership in preventive maintenance. TA Truck Service and Castrol, offering you premium products and performance at great price points every day. Castrol, performance for the long haul, guaranteed.
From the wee small hours of the morning to the crack of dawn, RadioNemo has been there with you.
Whether you've got the overnight or you're the first wheels on the road, RadioNemo's been where you need us to be.
Providing the laughs, giving the facts, playing the tunes, and keeping it rolling.
We've been your light in the darkness, your first cup of coffee, and a voice of sanity.
Semi-sanity, actually. We're all a little crazy here. Crazy for the men and women who keep this country going and moving and doing.
Crazy for trucking, crazy for truckers of all shapes and sizes.
Is that a fat joke?
Not if we can help it. Because it isn't just about the rules and regs. It isn't just about the day-to-day. It's about your health, your homes, and your hearts.
So we wanted to say thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you from everyone at RadioNemo for sticking with us, standing by us, and keeping the traditions rolling into the future.
The mission of Wreaths Across America is unwavering, remembering our fallen heroes, honoring those who are currently serving, along with their families, and most importantly, teaching the next generation about the value of freedom. And you can join our mission with a $17 donation that sponsors a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. Each wreath will be laid in honor of a veteran who gave the ultimate sacrifice for our nation. To sponsor your wreath, please visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
Thank you for your service. It means more than you can even imagine.
I am so grateful for your sacrifice and your service. Thank you.
you have problems that are presented to you that I think last time you told me, I'm paraphrasing, but the problem will come through the door and you'd be like, I have no idea how we're going to deal with this or figure it out, but you do.
Yep.
And you ultimately find a way because, again, the only thing you're concerned about is helping that person that walks through the door.
Yeah, and now we have a better process to go through that. So when something comes to me, you know, it used to be I'd go talk to my boss, the COO, the CEO, and now they're working on other things. So now I can pick up the phone and call my counterparts in the other cities and say, okay, I've got this one. We do that a lot. It's like, you know, and one of the sites came in and said, well, I had this happen. And it's just like, and they're all looking at me and I'm like, no, I haven't had that happen.
That's new to me.
That's a good one. And they're like, yeah, we got something that you haven't gone through. So, which is okay.
Yeah.
So we all learn from each other. And so, yeah, it's now we're getting that.
You're figuring it out.
We're figuring.
You're getting there.
We're figuring some stuff out.
Yeah.
Putting some guardrails in, putting some good training in place for our case management, for our veteran services groups, and it's all being put on, you know, by one group from our central support team. They come in. It's one training, so we're delivering. You know, one of the guys that came in from our Longmont location did the first tour. I gave him the tour, and I was talking about we're wanting to expand this model. Didn't really know how, but it's just like, this is what you tell people. We're looking to expand it. And he was like, are you guys serious about this? I'm like, well, I'm pretty sure that we are. And he goes, you know, the first McDonald's was pretty cool. He goes, but the second one wasn't because they didn't deliver services the same way. They didn't make the hamburgers the same way. There were people making, you know, chicken and pancakes and all this other stuff that the first McDonald's wasn't making. So how do I not become the second McDonald's? And we've kind of figured that out because we've got that Longmont location is now the second fully built. So they're operating and delivering services now. So they're starting to come to that realization.
And you're getting a playbook together, essentially, is what you're talking about here.
From services to operations to fundraising to how to expand in a city. So yeah, it's good.
Yeah, the tiny homes. And we've talked about this before. They get the headlines. I think that's kind of what people know. If they know about VCP, they know about the tiny home community. As we've established, there's so much more to it. But can we talk about the tiny homes a little bit? Sure. Because you've got 49 tiny homes here. Talking about a playbook, there is a design in mind for the tiny homes. There's a reason they're tiny homes. Inside, there's a design that has veterans at front of mind. Can you talk a little bit about the mindset there?
Yeah, the trauma-informed piece. So in our village and in all the other villages, there's only windows on one side. The bed placement is strategic, that when the veteran's laying there, they can see their entire living space. They can see their front door. You know, they're built to code. Sliding door, you know, there's a slider door on the bathroom door here in Kansas City because of the way the plumbing works. There's some different design components because each city, each community's got different building codes. And so we kind of take our base, which kind of Kansas City's our base model house. I hate to say that.
Your model home,
but it was like the third or fourth. By the time we got to the last 20 houses, we were probably in prototype 4 from the very first ones that were built. And we thought we had things figured out. I was like, wow, this is different. Now I go into the Longmont, St. Louis, and I'm like, you gotta be kidding me, man. These things are on.
They really figured it out.
Not that ours aren't, but we learned all the lessons that we learned here. They've really learned. So yeah, there's some trauma-informed components. And it's that carries over. The size, there's some things that are different in different communities that they have to be bigger. Like here in Kansas City, they can be 240 square feet. One of the things that we did learn is that we'll have no less than 10 family units in each village. So here in Kansas City, we only have 4. You can always put a single person in there, but it always seems like our family units are almost always full, and it's really hard to get a family of 3 or 4 in one of the single occupant houses. So we've learned that. One of the other things we've learned is to face our 4 of our houses have had probably, I don't know, 10% of the people that have, like we have 85% success rate. So there's something about the houses facing away from the community that there's that component of they don't feel as much a part of the community. So now all the houses in all the villages face into the community. So a lot of those little things that, strategically use the houses, like different era people, so or different stages. If somebody's got high post-traumatic stress, we try to get them in the calmest area. Some of the people that are a little bit more higher functioning, up closer to the community center where there's a little bit more hustle and bustle. So it's just interesting how all the little subtle things that we've learned.
Yeah.
Interesting.
85% success rate sounds high. That sounds good, right?
It's crazy high.
Success, define what that means, success. Transitional housing, they move on and they
stabilize, they stay there,
Yeah.
they stay in that.
And you know that because you're keeping in touch with them.
We stay in touch with them from our alumni case manager. And there's been people that have struggled and have had to look for a different option other than the first one, but we met them and we kept them there. And now kind of our focus on, we just hired a national director of veteran services, and one of the first things that she said is, we 85% success rate, that's great. She goes, what about the other 15%? And that's kind of like my mindset is like always try to do a little bit better. And it's like, yeah, that's really how do we cater it to that other 15%? And I think that's hiring her as an expert in the field, probably one of the most knowledgeable people when it comes to homelessness in general. And then the director of veteran services here, who also works a little bit for our central support team, you kind of making sure we have just the best case managers, the highest functioning, the most educated, mixed with our model. And it's kind of, I don't know, might be kind of game over.
Yeah.
Yeah. It sounds like you're kind of constantly growing and learning. Would you say that's the case?
You have to.
Yeah.
And in today's world, no matter what you're doing, you just always have to be better. Yeah. Anytime a staff leaves, whatever, that's never a good thing. But we always try to go, okay, what can we do to make this? We reassess the job situation or the job description. What was being done, what we thought was really good and what needed to improve, and then we try to improve that with the next person we bring in. So we try to elevate every role here at VCP. Anytime a new person comes in, we try to do it every year anyway. So we're always just trying to be, I don't know, it's one of my things. I had one of the places that I worked, I had a really successful contract. It was one of the most successful contracts of the company. And the owner of the president of the company looked at me. He goes, "You're the most profitable this year." He's like, "What are you going to do next year?" I was kind of like, "Wow, you're not even letting me bask in any glory." But he's like, "I just have a mindset. If it's not broke, improve on it." And I think that came from Zig Ziglar, was that if it ain't broke, improve on it. And that's always kind of stuck with me.
To that point too, again, talking about the tiny homes, I think there are probably a lot of nonprofits out there who would maybe build a tiny home community, get the veterans in, you need some help, here's a home while you figure it out, and you're welcome. I'm exaggerating a little bit, but the thing I think that separates you all too is the services that you provide. Again, the idea being serving all those who have served. The services that you provide, I mean, I don't think you can name them all because there are so many, and you're basically trying to meet any need that they have. But can you talk about all the different things that you provide here for people who, again, are in need of a little bit of help?
Yeah, and we have spaces that provide it, or we connect them with somebody in the community that can provide it. We don't want to reinvent the wheel. We actually have a thing called the Homes Index, and that kind of does line out all the different things that we provide, all the different services, at least the high-level targets, and that's health and well-being, and then opportunity for employment, and then money, and then education, and then social networks. So it's a Homes Index. And it's everything can fall under those 5 components, right? Whether it's, somebody, you talk about education and training, is it continuous education, or is it, somebody that, that did something in the military and they want to do something completely different, and they're like, I don't have the tangible, skills. I've never done it before, but the skill sets that I developed in the military, I can apply. And so we created our own career support services program. So that is something we provide. But in anything with health and well-being, mental health, your physical health, whether it be exercising, we will pay for our residents to go to get a membership at the YMCA if they want it. Educational opportunities, we bring people in. We bring financial institutions in that'll come in and teach budgeting and savings and credit repair, and the whole gamut of financial and fiscal responsibility. But it's a big part, and that's a big part of what this building is going to be. Is we're going to offer up more space to other agencies that are like, we can provide this, but we're in South Olathe or we're in Liberty or we're wherever. Like, we can bring them all to this one spot where a veteran can walk in here and have that space, like walk in one door and not have to just, okay, well, I'm here tomorrow, I'm over there next week, and that's kind of the whole theory behind this our navigation campus here.
Yeah.
One thing I wanted to ask, obviously all these services can't be done without donations. Can you talk to me about, the importance of those, big and small?
Yeah. Again, we only have one federal grant here in Kansas City. It's not a massive part of our budget. It's strictly associated with veteran suicide, and everything else. It's from individuals. It's from corporations. It's from people coming to us. How can we help raise funds for you guys? They either do a sock drive or they do financial. They'll do like a third-party event. And we do all kinds of different, or people in the community do all kinds of third-party events. You guys just reach out to your, I don't know if it's tens of thousands of members, and solicit donations for us. And that really, those types of things really help us. But I'll say this. Back in 2020, I wrote a check for $67 to prevent a 68-year-old veteran from being evicted from his house. So it doesn't matter how big, doesn't matter how small. Well, it kind of matters how big or small. But those smaller donations can mean a lot. You guys see this space here. This is our commissary space. About 60, 70 bucks is what a commissary basket's worth. So if somebody can come in and they do, a couple of weeks worth of shopping in here. So those, a small donation can make a big difference in somebody's lives.
You got a final message for our truck driving friends out there who we're talking to right now?
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for the support. We talked a lot about community. You guys, all you out there are our community. You're part of this mission, whether you know it or not. And hopefully you know it. We appreciate it. We rely on it. And thank you for what you guys do out there. And that's about it.
It's not often that I wish for someone to lose their job, but kind of what your son was asking that one time, if we can get to a point where that's becomes your problem, that's a good problem to have, right? Yeah. So I guess good luck on that. I'm not sure, but Chris Admire, we appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you.
You bet.
At Truck Stop, we've built a better load board for carriers like you. Sign up today and access over 600,000 loads on the most trusted online load board. Learn why the best in the business rely on Truck Stop to make more money and start driving your profit today.
Penske is the trusted source for quality used trucks. Whether you search our website, call our sales staff, or bid at our online auction, you are sure to find the right used truck for your business. Visit PenskeUsedTrucks.com to view our inventory and learn more.
House Products provides your diesel with total performance and protection. Use Diesel Defender for a full system cleaning. Start treatment early with Diesel Treat to prevent gelling all season. And protect yourself from winter emergencies with Diesel Lifeline. Stay moving with House.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them, but let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me now for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
Truckers, your engine works as hard as you do. Don't let torsional vibrations sideline your rig. Vibrotech TVD viscous dampers protect your crankshaft, cut downtime, and keep you earning mile after mile. Over 75 years of trusted protection made in the USA. Find a dealer at vibrotechtvd.com.
Since you started, what you've loved about trucking is the freedom. Heading out on your favorite route, a good driving song, and thinking about truck insurance. Well, maybe not that last one. That's why we're here. At OOIDA, we have a full range of truck insurance products, expert advice, and great customer service, helping you get the right coverage for your operation. Go to OOIDA.com, because your job is to drive. Our job is to help with everything else.
Truly appreciate Chris Admire taking the time there to speak with us at the VCP headquarters in Kansas City, Missouri. Ashley, you had been there before. I'd been there before as well. It amazes me every time I go there. How much they're growing still, too.
It's wonderful to see.
Which really does speak to the need that is out there, unfortunately. But fortunately, we've got folks like VCP, the folks there that are doing such great work, taking care of our veterans. Really, as Chris said there, in any imaginable way that they can help them, they really go out of their way to do that. Important to talk to them, obviously, about what they're doing. Also important, I think, to talk to some of the folks who have been directly impacted by the work they're doing there at VCP. And I'm reminded of a veteran I spoke with. This is all the way back in 2020, a Navy veteran by the name of Mike Gilmore. He told me at the time, really, essentially, that he wouldn't be alive if the VCP hadn't stepped up to help him after living out of his van for about a year and a half and barely making ends meet. The bottom really fell out in the fall of 2017 when Gilmore found himself homeless on the streets of Kansas City at the age of 61. And here's what he told us again back at the time in 2020 about what that situation looked like for him.
Those 3 months was just pure hell. I was beaten, robbed, and stuff 3 different times. I was poisoned, hospitalized for 7 days.
And it got so bad, Gilmore said he didn't think he was going to make it much longer. Then he heard about the Veterans Community Project, and at that point, the organization was really kind of just getting started there. But the idea, again, of having a safe place to stay where he could get his life back on track sounded great for understandable reasons. But you can imagine that someone in that situation might be also a little bit skeptical, and Gilmore said that he was.
Too good to be true. I'm not going to be the one, they only had 13 homes available. That ain't going to choose me.
But they obviously did, partly because Gilmore committed to the idea. He said he made every appointment on time, even when he had to walk 10 miles from the homeless shelter he was staying at to the VCP site, showing that he was dedicated to, again, getting his life back on track.
There were several visits, but their main thing is just make sure you made every appointment. That's one thing I did. I had to give it a shot. So I had to. I just figured I was on my last hopes.
And Gilmore obviously gave it a shot and made the most of that opportunity. He also told us he lived in this tiny home that was provided by VCP for nearly 2 years. And it wasn't just the roof they put over his head. They also took care of him while Gilmore was just trying to get by on the streets and later to get his life back on track. Cataracts was apparently wreaking havoc on his eyes. He actually entered the VCP program legally blind and not being eligible for VA benefits. Gilmore had no way to get treatment. That is until VCP got a Kansas City area ophthalmologist practice to step up and help.
They had gotten Sofitel eye centers to operate on my eyes, get rid of the cataracts. And by that time, I was already completely blind in one eye, and, I barely see out the other one. I had about 5% vision.
Gilmore didn't have to pay a thing, and now his eyesight is back. Gilmore now also able to get back to work. Momentum then also building toward an exit from the VCP tiny home village at the time, but Gilmore had one more gift coming his way just before moving day.
About September 11th, they come knocked on my door and donated me a very nice 2015 Nissan Altima that Geico donated to him. There's only 40,000 miles on it, and to this day, that's the car I drive. And that was a huge one. That was a life changer right there, bud.
And while Gilmore is grateful for all of it, the house, getting his eyesight back, and the car and everything else, he says the VCP gave him something else he had lost over the years, something that you just can't put a price tag on.
My dignity was stripped until they let me in there. I regained my dignity, period. Again, I believe they saved my life. I really do.
And the last time we spoke with Gilmore, he was thriving. He told me he spends most of his days fishing and enjoying his life, one made possible by the generosity of strangers. For all of it, Gilmore is more than appreciative. He knows the VCP made a difference in his life, and he knows the organization is also making a difference in other people's lives as well.
How often that's going to happen to you in your life? It's I don't know. They've got 43, 45 homes there now, and they're full. And so that's a lot of homeless people, homeless veterans that's been taken off the streets because of them. And, that's really incredible.
So, again, incredible what they're doing there. Again, Mike Gilmore is a beneficiary of their kindness, of their compassion, of their willingness to, again, go above and beyond to help these folks who serve their country admirably and fell on hard times and have, fallen into a gap. And VCP is stepping up and doing what they can to help there. VCP, and we've talked about this earlier in the week too, doing a great job with the veterans. Truckers for Troops has kind of shifted its focus toward that in recent years, a little more toward that at least, but the care package is still a big part of this.
Yes, yeah. Even though fewer care packages are sent, over the years we've heard stories from veterans who received one of those packages from OOIDA. One of those was Matt Stevens, who served in the Army National Guard in Afghanistan. I spoke with him back in 2022 about what that meant to receive one of those care packages.
Every day. I think I could probably count how many days off I had in the year on one hand. So every day we were outside the wire doing convoy security. So days were really long for us, like really long. And pretty stressful environment that we were in. We were in the Kabul area. Most care packages that we got were stuffed into the flat rate boxes because they were like, $10 back then to send. So you would get some every once in a while from family or whoever that would send you some stuff from back home. But I remember the OOIDA box was like, it was so huge, like freakishly, almost like a joke. Like, is this a joke? So I remember going down and they signed like all 8 of us up for these packages. So we came down and there were these just ginormous boxes that were sitting in supply for us. It felt kind of like Christmas because anytime you got anything over there, it was kind of like it was a treat, I guess. And so it really does boost morale when you get stuff, especially because, like I said, the environment is such a stressful environment. There's like a monotony, like you don't have the same freedoms that you do in the States. Like you're kind of trapped on base and you're limited to what they offer on base. And so like free time is like, you just can't go do whatever you want. And so you just kind of couple in all of that. To be able to get packages was like something you always look forward to. And so having such a huge one, it felt like Christmas. And it was just full of stuff. Like I don't even, sometimes there were like themes, like, oh, they'd send you like, candy or something. Like there was lots of different stuff. Like there was candy, there was socks, which socks were like a huge blessing for us because you're in your uniform all the time. And so you're going through socks like it's candy. And so there was tons of like fresh socks that we got. There was candy, there was beef jerky, which the beef jerky was so nice to take on the road, but the candy was too. I mean, we stuffed our pockets full of candy for months after we got those care packages because there were so many cinnamon fireballs in there.
Matt told me it wasn't until he moved to Blue Springs, Missouri that he made the connection between the care package and OOIDA.
We really appreciated it. And we had, like I said, we had no idea who OOIDA was, but as soon as we moved down here to Blue Springs, like we were driving around and I saw that building and I was like, the first thing that popped in my head was like, those are the dudes that sent me this huge care package when I was overseas. So it was memorable enough that 10 years later, I still remember who OOIDA was because of the care package that they sent.
It's great to hear from people who have benefited over the years from Truckers for Troops and the donations that have come in.
Yeah,
awesome.
I love hearing the stories because it's a reminder that what you are doing and contributing does make a difference.
Yeah,
for sure.
And to donate, there's many ways to do that. You can do that by joining OOIDA or renewing your membership. 10% of all dues will go towards Truckers for Troops, and OOIDA matches those funds. You can also call 816-229-5791 during business hours and ask to make a donation.
Or OOIDA.com/T4T. That's our show for today. Thanks for listening, and thanks for all you do out there. We'll catch you next time. Thanks for listening. Today's episode of Trucking with OOIDA was brought to you by a dedicated team of people. That includes Jim Fetzer, Tennille Flick, and Kim Boren.
You can listen to new episodes and extended interviews on your favorite podcast platform and on the OOIDA YouTube page. Please subscribe while you're there. If you've got thoughts, we'd love to hear them. Call us at 1-800-324-6856 and leave a message, or send us an email to podcast@ooida.com, and we might include it on the show.
St. Christopher Truckers Fund provides free health and wellness programs for drivers to help prevent some common medical conditions seen in the industry. These programs include diabetes prevention, Rigs Without Cigs, a tobacco and nicotine cessation program, Healthy Habits for the Long Haul, a 12-week total body wellness program, a vaccine voucher program that includes free flu, shingles, COVID, and pneumonia vaccines, and GPS, Get Preventative Screenings. That includes free at-home cancer screening tests. These programs are available to Class A over-the-road semi-truck drivers. For more information or to register for a program, visit the St. Christopher Fund website at truckersfund.org.
The Joshua Chamberlain Society is unlike any other veterans organization. It's truly a family, and I know that firsthand from working with them myself. Their mission is to make wounded veterans and families of deceased veterans feel the support and appreciation of their community for life. Our veterans' injuries are permanent, and so is the JCS support. From monetary assistance like paying utility bills or college funds to helping our heroes find purpose, JCS is a family that surrounds and supports the heroes who have sacrificed so much. Learn more and make your donation at chamberlainsociety.org. That's chamberlainsociety.org.
The Soup Nazi says no soup for you, but we've got plenty of alphabet soup for you on Nemo Nation every Monday. You'll know what's going on at FHWA, TCA, ATRI, CARB, NHTSA, NACFE, OVAC, NTSB, ATA, RLA, NMFTA, DOT, CVSA, TXTA, NASTC, NAPTA, and of course OOIDA and FMCSA, and more.
Dave, we're gonna need a bigger bowl.